I don't understand why it shut off. Interesting. I don't know why. Are you gonna pull into this spot? Please don't pull into this spot, because I was about to pull through. Okay, good. Onward! So... Fuck, it's hot in here. It's like so muggy today. He's in a hurry. Yeah, so I had to go into Stop and Shop to get ice, and I wanted to get some coffee because I haven't had Starbucks in a while. So I got some Starbucks, but it doesn't taste that good. I don't know. I'm not sure if it's just the way the kid made it. I gave it too much syrup in it. I don't really know. He didn't seem like he really knew what he was doing. That's why I like to order shit on the app. Yeah, hi. I am driving here. Somebody literally just tried to pull in front of me. Rude! Yeah, this doesn't taste how it's supposed to. I mean, it's not... I'm like, it's not terrible. I was about to say it's not terrible, but I don't know. It's not very good either. And of course I ordered a Trenta, so that's gonna be rough. I think I broke the straw on my circle cup too, which makes me really sad. I won't know until I pull all the ice out, because I was trying to like get the straw to go down inside with the ice in it, and I was jamming it, and then now there's no thing on the end, so I'm hoping that it's somewhere in the bottom of the cup, and then I can like just put it back on the bottom of the straw. Not that I think it's anything important, because I mean I have plenty of stainless steel straws that don't have stuff on them. I want a paddleboard. I don't want a paddleboard so bad. I don't know. I need to be careful and not take sharp corners. Why is it so hot in here? It's like really muggy today. Like humid. Just like hot and sticky. Hot and sticky. And let's try not to back into the curb. Alright, I'll be right back. And we're going back to Chatham again. Oh, yeah. Oh, there's a seagull on the... Ooh. There's a seagull on the curb over there, like near the drive-thru. Probably like, please give me some food. Alright, let's see if I can start up that podcast again.
Touch now. At 1:30 a.m, PC Edward Watkins walked through Mitre Square on his beat and noticed nothing of any
Like, you're going so
On his return,
I don't like-
1:45 a.m., however, he saw the body of Catherine Eddowes lying on her back in a pool of blood, with her clothes pulled up over her waist. Catherine Eddowes had had her throat cut, severing the arteries, which was the cause of her death. This was, however, not the full extent of her injuries. Her intestines had been removed and placed over her right shoulder. A 2-foot-long piece had been detached and placed on the left-hand side of her body. Her earlobes had been cut off, her face mutilated, her eyelids, nose and cheeks all stabbed and sliced. Her abdomen had been cut completely open, and many of her organs had been stabbed or cut through, including her left kidney, which had been completely removed. All of these mutilations were done after her death. If Jack had been frustrated from being disturbed during his first murder, he certainly took it out on the poor woman here. Catherine Eddowes was buried in the City of London Cemetery on the 8th of October, 1888. Following the night of these double murders, the police saw fit to release to the public a letter which they had received a few days prior, on the 27th of September. The letter was headed Dear Boss, and has become famous in history, referred to simply as the Dear Boss letter. It read, Dear Boss, keep on hearing the police have caught me, but they won't fix me just yet. I have laughed when they looked so clever and they talked about being on the right track. That joke about leather apron gave me real fits. I'm down on horse, and I shan't quit ripping them until I do get buckled. Grand work the last one was. I gave the lady no time to squeal. How can they catch me now? I love my work and want to start.
What time does Ace Hardware
How
close?
can they catch me now? I love my work and want to start again.
What time does Ace Hardware close?
I found several.
Close at 4 o'clock. Why do
You'll
you
soon
close so
hear of me
early?
and my funny little games. I saved some of the proper red stuff in a ginger beer bottle after the last job to write with, but it went thick like glue, and I can't use it. Red ink is fit enough, I hope. Ha ha. The next job I do, I shall clip the lady's ears off and send to police officers just for jolly, wouldn't you? Keep this letter back until I do some more work, and then give it out straight. My knife is so nice and sharp, I want to get to work right away if I get
This
a
is like the
chance.
worst coffee
Good luck.
I think I've ever had.
Yours truly, Jack the
And
Ripper.
I normally really like
Don't
Starbucks.
mind me giving the trade name. P.S. Wasn't good enough to post this before I got all the red ink off my hands. Curse it, no luck yet. They say I'm a doctor now. Uh-huh. With the release of the letter, Jack the Ripper became a household name, both in England and America. As the press and public grew louder, the streets of Whitechapel fell quiet, and it wouldn't last long. The press and the public now had a name for the murderer of the Whitechapel victim.
Hard break detected.
Yeah.
The name captured the imaginations of the locals, and several hoax letters were sent to both the press and police in the following weeks. Indeed, the authenticity of the Dear Boss letter itself is still debated today. The second most likely authentic correspondence from Jack to the police came on a postcard, today named the Saucy Jackie postcard. It reads, I was not codding dear old boss when I gave you the tip. You'll hear about Saucy Jackie's work tomorrow. Double event this time. Number one squealed a bit, couldn't finish straight off. It's not the time to get into the police. Thanks for keeping last letter back till I got to work again. Jack the Ripper. The Saucy Jackie postcard contains references to both the removal of Catherine Eddowes' ears and the double murder before the details were described by the press. This led people to believe that this is a genuine correspondence. However, there are others who say that details could have been taken from the original Dear Boss letter and riffed with. On October the 16th, George Lusk, the president of the Whitechapel Vigilance Committee, was sent a small parcel. The Whitechapel Vigilance Committee was an organisation set up prior to the double murder by local businessmen and tradesmen. Their aim was to aid the police in their hunt for Jack by supplementing police numbers in the area and raising money for a cash reward for information leading to his capture. Inside the parcel was half of a human kidney preserved in wine. There was also an accompanying letter famously sent from hell. It read, From hell, Mr. Lusk, saw a I've sent you half the kidney I took from one woman and preserved it for you. The other piece I fried and ate. It was very nice. I may send you the bloody knife that took it out if you only wait a while longer. Signed, catch me when you can, Mr. Lutz. Upon medical examination, the kidney was found to be very close to the one removed from Catherine Eddowes, though the results were inconclusive. This parcel and letter is another of the letters which is still debated until this day, though the inclusion of the kidney sets it apart from other possible hoaxes. There were other letters, so many in fact that the police became inundated. The month fell quiet, and no more murders led people to return about their lives as usual. October passed by without incident on the streets of Whitechapel. Mary Kelly was 25 years old. She was raised in Wales by a decent family and had a good education. She was married at the age of 16, though 2 years later her husband was killed in an explosion. She arrived in London in 1884, aged 21. She was well liked around Whitechapel and seemed to be clear of most of the troubles of the area, though at times she could get drunk and have a temper. She rented a room in Miller's Court in the Spitalfields area and lived with an unemployed fish porter named Joseph Barnett. Due to falling on hard times financially, she had taken to prostitution to pay the rent. In October, Mary Kelly had invited a homeless prostitute to stay with them in their room, and after an argument, Joseph Barnett decided it had had enough and moved out. At 2 a.m. on the morning of November the 9th, Mary Kelly met a man named George Hutchinson on Flower and Dean Street, and she asked if she could borrow some money. He declined, and Mary Kelly replied, "I must go and find some money." George Hutchinson saw Mary approached by a man, and the pair walked off together towards Mary's room in Miller's Court. The pair stopped outside her room, and George had her tell the man, "All right, my dear, come along, you will be comfortable." The pair kissed and they walked into Miller's Court. George Hutchinson described the man as being around 5'6" tall, 35 or 36 years old, pale complexion, a slight moustache turned up at the corners, dark hair, dark eyes and bushy eyebrows. He is, according to Hutchinson, of Jewish appearance. The man was wearing a soft felt hat pulled down over his eyes, a long dark coat trimmed with astrakhan, a white collar with a black necktie fixed with a horseshoe pin, wearing dark spats over light button over boots, a massive gold chain in his waistcoat, with a large seal and red stone hanging from it. At 10:45 a.m, Mary Kelly's landlord, John McCarthy, sent his assistant, Thomas Bowyer, to Mary Kelly's room to collect overdue rent. Upon knocking and receiving no answer, he stepped around to the window, put his hand through a broken pane smashed earlier during a drunken quarrel between Mary Kelly and Joseph Barnett, and pulled aside the curtain. Inside, he saw blood on the bed, and ran back to tell McCarthy of the scene. Both men headed back to the room, and upon looking through the window himself, McCarthy confirmed that inside lay the mutilated body of Mary Kelly. McCarthy later told journalists, "The sight that we saw, I cannot drive away from my mind. It looked more like the work of a devil than that of a man. I'd heard a great deal about the Whitechapel murders, but I've declared to God I'd never expected to see such a sight as this. The whole scene is more than I can describe. I hope I may never see a sight such as this again." Mary Kelly was laying naked on her bed. Her right arm had been partially detached. All the skin from her abdomen and left leg had been removed and placed on the bedside table. All organs, along with both of her breasts, had been removed and placed around her body. Her uterus and kidneys, along with one breast, were under her head. The other breast was by her right foot. The liver was placed between her feet. The intestines were placed by the right side of her body and the spleen by the left. Her face had suffered such mutilation that she was beyond recognition, with parts of her nose, cheeks, eyebrows and ears removed. The cause of her death had been a cut through her neck that had been so deep that it went down to her vertebrae. The bones themselves were notched with a blade. Mary Kelly's body was buried in St Patrick's Roman Catholic Cemetery, Leytonstone, on the morning of 19th November 1888. Though there were several murders at later dates around Whitechapel, Some attributed Jack the Ripper by the press. The police never suspected another murder to be his handiwork. He had disappeared as he always had done after a murder. With one final gruesome killing, he was gone. Still today, some 129 years later, he remains the mystery he was in 1888. There have been several hundred suspects as to who might have been the Ripper over the years. Was he a medical man possessing skill with a blade, an anatomical knowledge, or perhaps a butcher, a man driven insane by syphilis? Or perhaps he's just an ordinary man with frenzied, blood-fueled outbursts? The names have come and gone, adding to a long list. We'll take a look at two of the contemporary suspects, highly suspected by the Whitechapel police at the time, and two more modern suspects. Jacob Levy had lived his whole life in the Whitechapel area. He was 32 years old at the time of the Whitechapel murders in 1888, working as a butcher, and lived in Middlesex Street with his wife and children. He had a history of violence and mental instability. In 1886, he was sentenced to 12 months in prison for stealing meat from another butcher. His own wife remarked about him that he feels that if he is not restrained, he will do some violence to someone. He complains about hearing strange noises, he cries for no reason, feels compelled to do acts which his conscience cannot stand, and has a conscious feeling of exaltation. She also mentioned that he does not sleep at nights, and he wanders around aimlessly for hours. Jacob Levy was committed to the City of London Lunatic Asylum in 1890 and died due to complications from syphilis in 1891. This suggests that he had very likely had some liaisons with prostitutes during his life. Working as a butcher, Levy would have been both knowledgeable of anatomy and skilled with a knife, both things which were remarked upon during the murders. The police themselves heavily suspected a man who worked on Butcher's Row. Inspector Robert Sagar said of this man, "We watched him carefully. There was no doubt that this man was insane, and after a time, his friends thought it advisable to have him removed to a private asylum. After he was removed, there was no more Ripper atrocities." One of the witnesses, a Mr. Joseph Levy, who saw Catherine Eddowes with the man on the night of her death, was later reported on as follows. Mr. Levy is absolutely obstinate and refuses to give the slightest information, leading one to infer that he knows something, but that he is afraid to be called upon in the inquest. It is possible that Joseph Levy was Jacob Levy's cousin. At the least, he was also a butcher and worked a few doors down from Jacob. Was he aware of Jacob Levy's involvement, but not willing to let on due to familial ties or close working relations? Aaron Kosminski was the man believed to be, by several high-ranking police officials at the time, one of the strongest suspects. However, many of their accounts do not tally with the man himself, nor indeed with each other. Dates, behaviours and mix-ups seem to be prevalent in all of the official accounts of him as a suspect. This has led people to question whether or not they all speak of the same man in the first place, and thus create great doubt that he is the strong suspect at all. Regardless, with all the high-ranking police naming him outright, he does require some research. Aaron was born in Russia or Poland and moved to London around 1881. He was 24 years old in 1888 and he lived in Whitechapel. By the latter period of the 1880s, he was thought to have been suffering from schizophrenia, was delusional and paranoid. He believed that he was spoken to by a higher power, refused to wash, and ate food dropped as litter by others due to his paranoia of being fed. He was admitted to Colney Hatch Lunatic Asylum in 1891. In 1894, he was transferred to Levenstone Asylum, where he died in 1919. During his time in the asylum, he was never known as being violent. Interestingly, in 2014, Kosminski was named by author Russell Edwards as definitively the Ripper. Edwards came to his conclusions through modern DNA evidence, which was documented in his book, Naming Jack the Ripper. The book has fascinating scientific details, and the DNA extraction methods are interesting. However, the book's conclusions are hotly debated, and largely they're unaccepted as a whole. We wait eagerly for a peer review of the latest DNA work, but until then, he remains a suspect with a rather muddled backstory. Montague John Druitt was the number one suspect of Inspector Melville McNacton, a police officer from the Scotland Yard who was involved with the Whitechapel murders file from 1889 until 1891. Druitt was a barrister and assistant schoolmaster in Blackheath. According to the inspector's description, he was a doctor of about 41 years of age and a fairly good family who disappeared at the time of the Miller's Court murder, and whose body was found floating in the Thames on the 31st of December. The body was thought to have been in the water for a month or more. From private information, I have little doubt that his own family suspected this man of being the Whitechapel murderer. He was said to have been sexually insane. McNacton believed that Druitt had killed himself due to his brain giving way to insanity after the murder of Mary Kelly on November the 9th. However, there are some discrepancies with what he states about Druitt and the facts. Firstly, he was 31, not 41 years old. He was a barrister and a schoolmaster, not a doctor.
The customer requested you leave the order at their door. Additional instructions are provided in the Dasher app.
In all likelihood, it was due to him losing his position in both of his jobs. Inspector Aberline himself stated about Druitt, "I know all about that story, but what does it amount to? Simply this. Soon after the last murder in Whitechapel, the body of a young barrister was found in the Thames, but there was absolutely nothing beyond this fact that we found at the time to incriminate him." We're then left with just McNacton's words and little solid evidence. Still, he remains high on the list of suspects today, simply due to these suspicions. Hyam Hyams was 33 years old in 1888. He lived at 29 Mitre Street, Whitechapel, with his wife and 2 children. In December of 1888, he was arrested by police and taken to Whitechapel Workhouse Infirmary suffering from delirium tremens. He spent the next few years in and out of asylums, usually forcibly taken by the police after violent outbursts, until in 1889 he was taken to Colney Hatch Asylum after being arrested for attacking his wife with a knife. He lived out his days there until his death in 1913. During his time at Colney Hatch, he was described as being violent, threatening, noisy and destructive, once even stabbing a member of staff in the neck with a makeshift knife. Interestingly, it is the confusion and mix-ups of the high-ranking police reports concerning earlier suspect Aaron Kosminski that placed Hyam Hyams into the frame. Many of the statements made about Kosminski that missed the mark ring true for Hyams. They stated that Kosminski was committed to Colney Hatch in the spring of 1889, and he wasn't taken until 1891. Hyams, however, was admitted in April 1889. They claimed the suspect Kosminski to be violent against women, which didn't seem to be true according to records. However, Hyams was. Had time taken toll and names between suspects become confused. There are many other suspects and conspiracy theories in the case of Jack the Ripper. Whether or not the real murderer will ever be found is just as much as a mystery as the man himself. There is, however, a strong community of amateur researchers and people who have given their whole lives researching the murders, and new details are continuously coming to light. Perhaps one day, the mystery will be solved for good. And that's pretty much an overview of Jack the Ripper. We're going to be back to sort of have a little chat about it after these short ads. We're making this podcast to shed a light how I make the show, and by being a member, you're directly supporting the show. You can sign up for as little as $1 per month. A lot about over the years, and it was one about some of the murders in chronological order, and it goes quite in detail about each one. And it's like an overview of the entire case, basically. It's an excellent book. And the second one,
Hey, how are you today?
History, that's really fascinating because
my weekend has been going all right.
Account the murders, but it speaks more about East London at the time, sort of the social kind of history as opposed to the murders.
Yesterday I
So
slacked off. I was really tired yesterday, so I didn't do DoorDash. And the few times that I did look at DoorDash, it was pretty dead, unfortunately. So.
So
How is your weekend going?
Those books, I think they're excellent. And Paul Begg's read quite a few books about Jack the Ripper, and I would recommend them all, to be honest. I think he's really sort of given a lot to the community, I suppose, if you want to call it that.
It's been hit or miss
The
so
Jack
far
Ripper
today. I
murders,
think I've had like
they're
3 dashes since I started, and I
really
started
gross, and
around
one
noon.
of the
So
saddest things I think about it
not
is that
crazy
when you
busy,
read
but
about it, all of the women
not dead either.
in a bad way. A lot of people tend to, if
Which
you don't know
was
much
kind of
about
good
Jack
because
the Ripper,
it let
everyone
me.
knows something about Jack the Ripper.
I had to get
It's
ice
just
and
super
stuff like that
famous, right?
anyway, so
But everyone always
it let
assumes
me
that
have time to do
prostitutes
that.
are prostitutes.
It's really humid
And
today,
whilst it's true
unfortunately,
that they
though.
were prostituting themselves at the time they were
It's
killed,
my only complaint
they
about
often
today so
weren't
far.
sort of, I don't know if you'd say the sort of career prostitutes, you know, they were women who were just in a bad way, and it was a way for them to make some money. So they were often, a lot of them, and like a lot of women at the time in East London, were just sort of prostitutes.
What are you up
as
to
a
this
means to
weekend?
an end,
Anything fun?
sort of casually. So I feel like, you know, that's worth pointing out, because a lot of people tend to think that he just fucking prostitutes and prostitutes everywhere, but actually the reality is that a lot of these women say they weren't really like career prostitutes, they were just women in really hard times, and I think when you take that into account, it brings a new dimension of sadness to the whole thing. And then really the only kind of plus point to the Ripper murders were that it shone a light on the East End of London and the problems it was having, and that was obviously later reformed, and Jack the Ripper played a really big role in that reformation. But it's nevertheless like a pretty tragic bunch of murders. At the same time, it's just lives forever because it's so fascinating. The fact that he sent those letters, they're so dark and written in fake blood, and he sort of sent a piece of a kidney through the post with the from hell letter and things like that. You know, it's almost like, it's difficult now because we see so much other media like films and the from hell graphic novel and things, but it is almost like a comic book. You know, it's like a comic book bad guy, and it's stated, you know, that he was really took over as the kind of quintessential bad guy in Victorian England. Before that, you had like Spring Jack and stuff, and he.
Well, that should be
these guys
fun.
just kind of dominated, and then Jack the Ripper came along, and boom, you know, he just exploded.
How old is your
Just
youngest?
I wouldn't say love him, but they probably love the salespeople. But they you know, they really lean on reporting him. In terms of who he was, I mean, everyone's got their theory, right? And it's really difficult. One thing that I find really difficult about, because for a while I got quite into Jack the Ripper and sort of the Ripper community, I guess you could call it, and say they've got these amateur, they call themselves like Ripper
Oh, that's a fun
artists.
age.
The one thing that I
My
find
nephew will be
difficult
6 in
often people
October.
are very
I can't believe he's going to be 6.
suspect. And some people, I mean, you can say invested in the sense that that's just who they believe, but some people have actual financial investments with these. You know, there are a lot of authors who write books about a suspect, so they're financially invested upon them, and that tends to get in the way of genuine discourse, I find. And I've always found that quite sad how they can't put that to one side, like their own kind of feelings and biases and their own on their own particular suspect. And I don't want to bash the community or anything in a way, because it's the community has brought an incredible amount of detail to this case, you know, to light, and it's the community most of the time that are writing the books. So, you know, they bought an awful lot, but it's worth noting that if you do sort of go down that rabbit hole and look on websites like Casefile, for example, you do have to be a little bit aware that
I know it's funny because when I was a kid, like, my parents would always be like, you know,
suspects, and if you
the older you get, the faster time goes. And it's like, I didn't believe them when I was young. Now I'm like I can't, like right now, I can't believe it's like halfway through August already. It's like, it's crazy. Like, this year has gone by really fast. So it's just,
Personally,
I can only
my
imagine, like, if you have kids, like, watching them grow up, it'll be like a blink of an eye.
I've always found Joseph Levy to be deeply suspicious. I think he fits quite well, but see, the problem with a lot of these suspects are when you read each of their cases individually, they all seem to fit quite well, and I think that's one of the enduring elements of Jack the Ripper. You know, it's one of the things that makes it kind of go forever, is that you're probably never going to know it, but all of them tend to fit relatively well because it's time's gone that the best suspects have all been researched and developed to such a point where they all could be feasible, really. You know, when you read them, you think, yeah, this is definitely this guy, and then you read the next one and you go, oh, but this guy fits as well, it's definitely this guy. So, you know, it does make it incredibly difficult, and I think at this point, the research on each suspect, like serious suspects, not talking the conspiracy theories, because they're all nonsense, but when you get to the serious suspects, they're all just as good as one another, I feel. But my personal one is
I'm glad the fog has, like, subsided. Earlier today, there was a ton of fog. Yeah, I remember driving by this earlier with this water, and you couldn't even see the boats, really.
I find that quite fascinating, part of it, and work has been done to find out.
No, I'm listening to a podcast. It's
what's
the name of it? The podcast is Dark Histories. I've never. Oh, dropped my phone.
Jewish community, which would have been very tight-knit as well, because of the time.
Hard break detected.
It wasn't a hard break. The phone fell.
So they sort of had to band together.
Yeah, it's called Dark Histories. It's a new one for me. I haven't listened to it before. I was trying to listen to one of the ones that I have already listened to. Well, not already listened to, but already do listen to. But for some reason they weren't loading on my phone, so I just decided to. I saw this one and I was like, oh, that sounds interesting. Dark Histories. I don't know. Sometimes I find morbid history interesting, I guess. This episode is about Jack the Ripper, though. It's like the end of the episode. The next one is supposed to be the Enfield poltergeist story. Yeah. I have no idea. I have to re-download Audible because I have a few audiobooks on Audible that I haven't listened to yet. Actually, more than a few that I already bought, but they're just on there. I used to listen to Audible all the time, and then I got backed up on books, so I canceled my membership because a few of the books that I did purchase were really long books, so they were like 40-50 hour long books. So it was taking a while for me to get through them, and so I wouldn't finish it within the month. So I had a few books that I already had, and then I was like, well, I should pause my membership, listen to the books that I have, and then go back and resubscribe or rejoin if I wanted to. But then I haven't been listening to Audible as much. I used to drive into Boston every day for work, so I would listen to Audible like driving into work, and I'd listen to it driving out of work, and then sometimes, depending on how busy my shift was where I was working, I could sometimes listen to Audible while I was working too. But most of the time I would just listen to it for like the hour drive in and the hour drive home. Well, sometimes it was an hour, sometimes it was 2 hours, depending on traffic. But it was nice because I don't know. I like listening to the audiobooks. I mean, I prefer actually reading the book, but like the actual, like, you know, handheld paper book. But unfortunately, I often just don't really have the time to do that. So I end up. So like if it's a book that I've really wanted to read or whatever, sometimes I'll download it on Audible and listen to it instead.
Building up damaging deposits. You know, the kind that hurt fuel economy, performance, and the like. Plus, valve restore protect.
Exploring in family fun.
With good people you might know. Alright, let's get on with the episode. Cheers. In 1977, a family living in a small semi-detached house in Enfield, a quiet suburb of London, was subject to a series of violent paranormal disturbances which lasted for an entire year. Levitations, moving objects, overturned furniture and channeled voices were all witnessed by more than 30 people, including residents, journalists, neighbours and police officers. Today, we look at the story of the Enfield poltergeist. This is Dark Histories, where the facts are worse than fiction. Hello and welcome, Season 1, Episode 2. I'm getting straight in with something that I'm really excited about, the Enfield poltergeist. I'll talk about it a bit more at the end, but
I'll probably, well, I scheduled myself until 12:30, so, but it depends on how busy it is, and it also depends on how tired I get, because I didn't really sleep much last night. So if I get real tired, I'm going to stop, because obviously it's not safe to drive while you're super tired. But if I don't get tired, then I plan to stay driving until about 12:30.
Peggy Hodgson lived at 284 Green Street, Enfield, with her 4 children. Margaret, aged 13, Janet, aged 12.
And I think I scheduled myself, I think at like 7:30 in the morning tomorrow. But I'm probably going to change that time till later.
And some weekends. Peggy was a divorcee, a quiet but strong woman. She was working hard.
I do want to, I need to get an oil change, and I think I'm going to try to do that tomorrow.
On the 31st of August, around 9:30 p.m, Janet and John were in bed when they heard a shuffling sound. Mrs. Hodgson came into their room to tell them to quiet down. The night before, the children had complained that their beds were shaking up and down. Peggy was a little tired of not playing around at night. Janet complained that the chair in their bedroom was making the noise. Slightly irritated, she removed the chair from the room and took it downstairs. Upon returning to the children's room, she turned out the light and the shuffling sound started again. She turned the light back on and it stopped immediately. The children were in their beds, apparently not moving. She turned the lights off once again. Once again, the shuffling sound could be heard. Mrs. Hodgson explained the sound as if someone was walking across the room wearing slippers. Then came the knocking. As they listened, the chest of drawers by the bedroom door stood
Thank
out
you. I hope so
around
too.
18 inches from its usual position.
Good luck on your errands.
They stood in the quiet room, all staring at the chest. Mrs. Hodgson pushed it back against the wall once again and slid back out into the room. She tried to push it back again, but this time it would not budge. Panicked, she took the kids out of the house and over to their neighbours, Vic, Peggy next door, and their 20-year-old son, Gary Nottingham, were close friends of the Hodgsons. They explained their predicament and the Nottinghams naturally dismissed the story, but agreed to come and have a listen to see if they could hear anything. The knocking continued, and this time the Nottinghams heard it too. Vic stated that he thought it sounded as if the knocks were following him around the house. At a loss, they called the police. WPC Heaps and PC Hyams arrived around 1 a.m. WPC Heaps testified to the investigation later, detailing their visit to the house as follows. On Thursday the 1st of September 1977, at approximately 1 a.m, I was on duty in my capacity as a policeman when I received a radio message to 284 Green Street, Enfield. I went to this address where I found a number of people standing in the living room. I was told by the occupier of this house that strange things had been happening during the last few nights, and that they believed that the house was haunted. Myself and another PC entered the living room of the house, and the occupier switched off the lights. Almost immediately I heard the sound of knocking on the walls that backs onto the next door neighbour's house. There were 4 distinct taps on the walls, and then silence. About 2 minutes later, I heard more tapping, but this time it was coming from a different wall. Again, it was a distinctive peal of 4 taps. The PC and the neighbours checked the walls, attic and pipes, but could find nothing to explain the knockings. The PC and the neighbours all went into the kitchen to check the refrigerator pipes, etc., leaving the family and myself in the living room. The lights in the living room were switched off again, and within a few minutes the eldest son pointed to a chair which was standing next to the sofa.
Are we just gonna be standing and walking behind cars that have their fucking reverse lights on?
I then saw the chair slide across the floor towards the kitchen wall. It moved approximately 3 to 4 feet and then came to rest. At no time did
Oh no,
it
it's
appear to
okay.
leave
I'm just
the
gonna
floor.
pull out.
I checked the chair.
I just wanted to
find
take a
nothing
picture of the
explain
window.
how it
But,
moved.
but thank you,
The
I
lights were
appreciate
switched
it.
back on. Nothing else happened that night, although we had later reports of disturbances at this address. With nothing more that they could do, the police left the house, leaving the Hodgson family to make camp in their lounge, where they would all sleep for the next several days. Over the next few days, Lego and glass marbles began being thrown around the house.
When
This was
people
witnessed by
watch you
both
back up,
Hodgson
it's
and
really
Nottingham
fucking
family.
awkward.
Vic, Nottingham's father, upon picking up one of the thrown marbles from the floor, noticed that it was burning. On the 4th of September, feeling unsure
And then other
who to
people park
contact
like
next,
assholes.
Mrs. Nottingham called the
I
Daily
don't understand
Mirror,
why people do
a
that.
national newspaper hoping to gain some help from the press. Journalist Douglas Bentz and photographer Graham Morris visited the house the following day, and they witnessed the Lego blocks flying around the room. One hit Graham Morris in the forehead, which apparently caused bruising that lasted for several days. They returned to the newspaper convinced that there was a story in the house, and senior reporter George Fallows and photographer David Thorpe visited on September the 7th. Fallows sympathised with Mrs. Hodgson, and upon hearing the knocking for himself, contacted the Society for Psychical Research on behalf of the family. The Society for Psychical Research is one of the oldest paranormal investigative bodies in the world. Set up in London in 1882
I'm just
by a
waiting
group
for
of
another order.
scientists, philosophers and other academics. It was the
I
first
figure sit
scientific
somewhere
organisation
with a decent
ever
view.
to examine claims of psychic and paranormal phenomena. Its mission statement was to approach these varied problems without prejudice or preposition of any kind, and in the same spirit of exact and unimpassioned inquiry which has enabled science to solve so many problems, once not less obscure nor less hotly debated. Although not without its critics, it has remained until today as one of the most legitimate research bodies into such activity, and it still funds various research papers around the world. In 1977, the Society had a new member, Maurice Gross. Gross was keen to embark on his first investigation and soon got his chance at Enfield. By October, the moving and throwing of objects had now been continuing for some weeks. Soft furnishings, cutlery, and any household object that wasn't nailed down had become the focus of the disturbances and were routinely disrupting various rooms in the house. On one night, the investigators cleared all objects in Janet's room as a sort of experiment. Guy Leon Playfair reported that after some time, they heard a tremendous vibrating noise coming from the now empty room. It was as if someone was drilling a great big hole, he said. He went into the room to find the fireplace torn out from the wall. It was one of those old Victorian cast iron fires that must have weighed 60 pounds. The children couldn't have ripped it out the wall, but in any case, they weren't there. The pipes to supply the fireplace had been ripped clean in half. Although Maurice Grosse and Guy Leon Playfair were convinced by this point, many members of the Society for Psychical Research were not so quick to believe. Many thought it was simply the girls playing tricks to gain attention. In latter years, Janet admitted to sometimes messing about, but claims that they only played small tricks and none of the major events were hoaxes. Indeed, Maurice Grosse had said the same, explaining that at times the girls would play up to the events, but were always simple tricks and were always caught out quickly. By November, Maurice Grosse had noticed that the knocking sounds around the house had seemed to become intelligent, and so he decided to ask it questions. They started simply requesting the perpetrator to knock once for no, twice for yes. Upon asking if it was dead, he replied by knocking 53 times. As November passed, Janet's behaviour was getting more and more erratic, and at times she had become very unsettled. The words possession were not used, but Maurice Grosse went as far as to say that she seemed to be taken over. On the night of November 26th, a doctor had to be called to the house due to Janet's wild behaviour and injected over 10 milligrams of Valium. This was enough to put Janet to sleep. However, half an hour later, the investigators heard a loud crash coming from upstairs, and upon checking on the girls, they found Janet on top of the dresser, still asleep, kneeling on a wide clock radio. Apparently, she'd been thrown 14 feet across the room. As part
Ooh,
of
the sun's coming out.
cameras were set up in the
Nice,
girls' room, which
nice.
could be remotely operated and take cursor photos every 4 seconds. The images documented from these cameras showed several strange happenings in the room. The first was a pillow appearing to twist itself around in midair, thrown by no one. The second was a curtain appearing to twist around by itself, though no windows were open. The most extreme photos, however, were apparently images of Janet herself levitating in the air, being thrown from her bed. Janet described the events as such. The levitation was scary, because you didn't know where you were going to land. I remember a curtain being wound around my neck. I was screaming, I thought I was going to die. Over the years, the photos themselves have been widely debunked. They certainly do appear as if to be just girls jumping around on the bed, but the twisting curtains are another story. On December the 10th of 1977, the intelligence of the disturbance progressed further, this time going as far as manifesting a voice.
Are you not
began
gonna go?
emitting a gravelly, growling and barking sound along with whistles. The investigators theorised that if
trying to
it
be
could bark
nice.
and whistle, could it perhaps
I was trying.
Through questioning, it gradually formed a voice, a low guttural growl to which the investigators would hold many conversations over the coming months. Janet described it as...
I shouldn't have gotten that coffee. I didn't even drink much of it, and I feel really nauseous now.
The investigators recorded the interviews with this voice. In one crucial recording, during an interview by both investigators, the voice refers to itself as a man by the name of Bill.
I want you to tell me whether you remember what happened to you when you died. Just before you died,
Be right back.
I had hunger, blood. Then I had to let you not let it sleep. And I died in the chair in the corner downstairs.
Months later, Grosse was contacted by a man named Terry Wilkins. Terry's father had lived in the Hodgson's home prior to the family. He had, Terry confirmed, died of a hemorrhage in his favourite chair on the first floor. His father's name was Bill. The investigators claimed to have later put water in Janet's mouth and covered it up with a strip of tape, but the voice still spoke. John Hasted, a physicist at London's Birkbeck College, carried out an experiment together with Adrian Forsin, a phonetics expert at University College London. Tests with a laryngograph indicated that the voice was using Janet's false vocal folds, not by the larynx as in human speech. If a person was to talk using their false vocal folds for any period of time, they would usually suffer from a sore throat at best, with the danger of long-term injury very real. Janet, however, talked to investigators in this voice for hours on end, and later, while returning to her normal voice, would suffer no adverse effects at all. The disturbances continued in much the same vein until July 1978. Here, Janet was admitted to Maudsley Hospital for extensive psychiatric testing. 2 months later, she was given a clean bill of health, with no signs of Tourette's or epilepsy or any other illness which could partially explain some of the events from the past month. Upon her return home, the disturbances seemed to calm down. Almost as quickly as they had begun, strange happenings at the Hodgson home had finally ceased. But today, 40 years on, the Enfield case remains as Britain's most famous haunting, and though it has had extensive criticism, it's never been fully debunked. The Enfield Poltergeist. What a great story. I've loved that since I was a child, and I'm going to sort of go into some of the more critical analysis of what I think happened after these short ads. But that's not us. I give like a little running commentary and behind the scenes of how I make the show. And by being a member, you're directly supporting the show. You can sign up for as little as $1 per month, and you can help make Dark Histories the best it can be. For more information, check out our website at darkhistories.com or pop over to the Patreon at patreon.com/darkhistories. Right, enough of all that. Thanks for listening, and let's get back to the episode. So the Enfield Poltergeist, did it happen, did it not happen? So it's a corker of a story, and I do think on the surface it has a lot of credibility when you look at why they would have done it, how would it have benefited them. And you sort of have to think, well, not very much, at least not financially.
I don't know
It
if that
didn't really
came out
benefit
or not,
them
but
financially at all. They did get some compensation from the newspaper stories, but it wasn't much. It was, you know, they were not a family that was very well off. They were struggling and having hard times. And the thing is, I know myself, you know, when I've gone through some hard financial times, any money is a lot of money. So you can say they did sort of financially benefit, but it wasn't a huge amount. And no one involved really benefited a huge amount. You had Guy Lyon Playfair that kind of benefited in the end when he wrote his books, and you know, I'm sure he paid handsomely from the TV show The Conjuring and stuff. But that was so many years later. You know, that was nearly 50 years later. I'm not sure you.
I like
you know,
that.
You're planning a long game.
That's really cool.
You know, for 50 years.
Well, I didn't mean to zoom like all the way out.
Yeah, that's a long game.
Is that like too
So
far out?
I'm not sure, you know.
I don't know,
you
is
look
that
at
like
other
wide
cases,
angle?
for example, like other famous cases.
I don't know
because you
if
have to
that's
say
like
that this case
far,
is
far out or
probably
not.
up there with
Whatever.
kind of Borley Rectory, and it probably is up there as you could possibly say it's kind of the Amityville of England, I guess. Whereas you look at the Amityville and that, you know, everyone profited from that for a very long time. Whereas this case, it's not really the case. It's not really so. So then you have to look at, okay, what other benefits did they have? One of the easiest kind of shots of this is that their children, their parents had just split up, and they obviously had a father around the house or whatever, and researchers that came round, they basically were like living in the house for quite a long period.
Oh, that is
They were sort of
pretty.
staying on and off, but
The
they stayed there
Tesla,
for
but
quite
it had like a
periods.
chameleon
And
color
obviously they gave
shift
the girls a lot
type.
of attention. So
paint
you
job.
can easily sort of see there where
It was
I'm
like a
going with this,
purple
right?
to
You know, it's
blue.
a
Oh, it was really pretty.
kind of father figure.
I
that
haven't
comes
watched
along
Dip Your
and is
Car
very
in a
nice
while.
to them
I like that
and
YouTube channel.
gives them all the attention they want. You can see how perhaps financial profit wasn't such a pull for the young girls.
Where's
And
me
you can
having
see
fun
why
at?
they
But I'm
wanted
gonna be
to
taking a
kind of
left turn in
control
like
a lot
half a mile, so
to keep them around
making it over.
and keep that attention and the rest of it.
Actually, somebody's about to be turning left.
The
in
two
front of me.
investigators, Maurice Gross, had just lost his own daughter, also called Janet, strangely enough. And so, you know, he had that. He was looking for evidence of the afterlife, specifically for that reason, as part of his grief, I think. You know, he wanted some sort of confirmation that the afterlife existed. And, you know, as any kind of scientist would tell you, that that's not how you enter an investigation or start up any sort of experiment with any sort of bias towards a positive result. That's probably not good news. And then you have the fact that none of it was in controlled circumstances whatsoever.
I think it's this one.
Some of the experiments they carried out and some of the things that happened in the girls' rooms were complete nonsense. I personally think one of the ones that really, I think, is terrible was a cushion, a red cushion, and they said that they left the girls alone in the room, and when they came back in the room, the cushion had magically landed on the roof of the house. But, you know, there was a window in the front of the house that all the girls had to do was lean out the window and luzz it up onto the top of the roof, you know, and it got there. But of course the girl said it went straight through the ceiling. And you think, yeah, right, okay, sure it did. So there's loads of stuff like
Yeah,
that,
right,
which is
sure
basically
did.
a nonsense. But then there are things which do, and another thing which is the Lego and the marbles that were being thrown around. But, you know, you can easily chalk that up to inattentional blindness, which is the idea that you don't see something until you see it. So, you know, we don't have the capabilities to always know where everything is all the time. So our brains kind of blur things out that that we don't sort of perceive as important. So suddenly the piece of Lego flies out of nowhere and smacks into the wall, and you go, well, that came from nowhere. But it didn't, it came from somewhere, but just you pay attention to that, that's intentional blindness. So,
The customer requested you leave the order at their door. They added the following instructions. Leave at my door.
but there are parts, for example, the photographs. Now, there's two photographs, or two styles of photographs. The first one is the girls jumping on the bed, and that's all it is. It's just the girls jumping on the bed. I mean, you can see the physics behind it, the inertia and all the rest of it. It's just girls jumping on the bed. It's pretty obvious. But there are photos which are less seen and less spoken about, of a curtain that flies out into the room, twists itself around, and then falls back down again. And it's a burst photograph, so it was taking like 4 photographs. And no one's touching this curtain at all. I'm sure you probably could trick it somehow, but honestly, I look at that and I think, I'm not sure how they've done that. Because obviously, for me, I'm quite sceptical, and I am open to the idea, as I make this podcast, I love the idea, but I come at it from a very sceptical angle, I will say that. I wouldn't say, like, you know, capital S, but I definitely come at these things from a sceptical angle. My first thoughts are always to disprove something. But not because I want to disprove it and be a skeptic, it's because if I can't disprove it, then it means it's something else, you know, something that I haven't considered, and that then becomes more interesting for me. So say I am a skeptic, but I wouldn't say I'm a cynic. And when I see these photographs and stuff for Enfield, I look at them and I think, right, how can I explain this in a way that's
Where's this
logical
kid looking at me?
and rational? But when you see this photograph of the curtain sitting around, I'm sure there are logical ways of doing it, but I can't see it because all I can see is Janet lying down, the curtain shooting out into the room, spinning round and falling down again, sort of twisting itself up. And you think, that's a weird one, you know, because I can see it if Janet was out of bed, but she's not. So that's fascinating. I find that strange. Janet's voice, I don't find that strange. I think she was just having them on. I've seen two sides of this argument. I've seen an expert that says that you can't talk like that for a long time without really hurting yourself. And I've seen an expert say exactly the opposite and say, you can talk like that for as long as you want, you'll be fine.
Like
So,
what?
you know, I'm here, not here, not there on that. I think it's fascinating that they came out with the name Bill and that he died of a hemorrhage in that chair. That's information that I'm not entirely sure how they would have got hold of. I think they possibly could have got hold of it. I think perhaps the papers could have found that information out, or the psychical investigators, and perhaps they could have overheard a conversation. I'm not sure, but I find that difficult because obviously, especially nowadays, it's hard to imagine that this was in 1977, in a time when that sort of information wasn't so easy to come by. At the very least, it would have taken a trip to the library and trawl, you know, a big trawl up through a microfiche. So I'm not sure how they came across that information, and that creeped me out a little bit. And I think really that's why this has endured as a mystery for me, or, you know, a great story for me, because I'm fascinated in ghosts and hauntings, but nearly all of them, I think, can be debunked pretty heavily, and in a way that is quite plausible. But with the Enfield story, you look at it and you can certainly debunk a large portion of it, and
I wonder what happened.
it's pretty easy to do, honestly. But there are parts of it that make me think,
Are they
I'm not
blocking
sure
the
how that
road?
happened. Like the fireplace, not sure how that happened. That, I think for
That's
me,
literally right in
it's
front of the
those
police
few
station.
things. It's the curtain that wraps up. It's the fireplace. And the last one is when Janet was given 10 milligrams of Valium, and then she landed on, they went upstairs and found her basically fast asleep,
Yeah,
passed out, on a sort of stacked up on some furniture. It's a really good
See if we
photo.
can
Because they've got
go
a photo of
this way
this,
somehow.
and it's a really interesting photo because you sort of look at it to see if you can tell
Looks
what's
like
going on. Because obviously, first thing you
if
see
I
is
come
Janet
down
laying down,
here,
and that's the obvious part, right?
turn left on
But then you look at the other parts of the photograph, and the investigator, I think it's Morris Gross in the picture. He's looking quite alarmed, and that's quite interesting because he wouldn't have been really, it's these small things which often give away hoaxes. The kind of attention to detail in the kind of smaller parts of the photo, which actually you sort of would ignore because you'd be looking at the main drawer, which would be Janet. But when you sort of stop, you take Janet out of the frame and you look at everything else in the picture, it's all quite suspicious, isn't it? And it's all quite weird and creepy, really. It's a creepy photo. But on the flip side of that, you can see that if you look at her arm, it looks like she might be propping herself up. And if she is, she's not asleep. So that makes it sort of more difficult to believe. But then it's hard to tell. It's very hard to tell that. But that is kind of the other side of it. But still, those few things, I think, that interest me. The name as well. Those sort of four areas I'm quite fascinated about this case. And just the fact that they didn't really profit out of it. I mean, they do TV interviews very, 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 very infrequently. They did one recently when The Country 2 came out, and Janet was on the telly, and you could tell that she was seriously uncomfortable and didn't really look like she wanted to be there at all. So, you wonder, when you see things like that, what the benefit was. Unless it was just one of those things that got completely out of hand, at the time they just thought, for me that's the most...
Oh, fuck!
At the time, they kind of taking the attention and, you know, after the kind of rough times they've been through, suddenly they were kind of, you know, it's party time, they were having a great time.
Damn it.
And you can see that kind of ran away from them to the point where they didn't consider what might actually come of this, and the fact that it
Guy
might
cut
actually
the
have
corner.
a legacy that lasts for 50
Because he
years.
cut the corner,
And
I had
perhaps
to
they
jam
just
on the
don't
brakes,
want
and a bunch of
any
stuff
part
went
it because they know
sliding.
it wasn't hoax. So you can kind of, again, that's the kind of skeptical
Oh, you can go
angle
up
of
in the
it.
window?
But they're kind of, if you want
That's
to kind of go
cool.
with the believer angle, you can equally say, well, these are people who are not media trained. They've not sought out media attention. They've not sought out fame or fortune or book deals or anything like that. Like when you look at Amityville, again, to use it as a sort of
An
analog,
ambulance over there.
they've not sought
Oh, the
a
traffic's
lot of the
moving
stuff
again.
that the people from Amityville did, you know, that in terms of kind of, you would hardly say fame, but, you know, sort of book deals, agents, film deals, money, selling a house. I mean, they couldn't sell the house because the house wasn't theirs. It was council housing, which is sort of social housing. So the house didn't belong to them. So they couldn't sell it. They weren't looking to try and make a buck off the house. So where do they benefit? It's hard to say. The other thing is that you could say is that perhaps they wanted to change the house, because it sounds to me like they were living in quite cramped circumstances. And you can't, it's not so easy to change council housing. So if you've given council housing and you want to move, you can't just sort of phone up the council, which is essentially like local government. You can't just phone up the local government and say, hey, I want to move house. They have to kind of, it's a process, it's a big, long bureaucratic process. So you can say that they were perhaps looking to kind of engineer a way of gaining a move. But I'm not sure the children would have thought of that or come up with that. And I'm not sure if the mother came up with that. I'm not quite sure how she would have conveyed that to the children enough to get them to do all of this stuff. I think it's a bit of an outside kind of theory. But yeah, so in total, I'm really just a massive fence sitter with this one. But that's saying something, because quite often with ghost stories and things like that, I wouldn't say I'm a fence sitter. I would say I'm sort of more leaning to skeptical side of things. Whereas this one, I do tend to naturally gravitate towards skepticism, but that's obviously, I think, is quite healthy.
I want to learn how to do a cartwheel
A lot of
again.
things, and
Haven't
I
done a
do
cartwheel
feel like in
forever.
total I'm quite offensive with Enfield.
Okay.
It's a lot has been debunked, a lot has, and
Where am
you know, it would be silly to believe all of
I?
it
So if I go
with
straight
how there's been so much evidence to come out, or so much critique of the investigation that has shown that it could easily be made up. But there are parts,
I'm just waiting for an
there are certain
order.
parts which get to me, and I can't explain them. And it's those
Oh, it's a library.
often with ghosts and things like that, when you come at it
Park
from that
ranger
skeptical
program.
angle.
I want to be a park ranger.
It's
Cool.
okay to write a lot of it off. That's fine. Even if you write 99% off, that's fine. If it's got 1% that you can't write off, though, that's enough almost. You know, that's all you need.
Let's go
So
this
that's what
way.
leads me to land on the fence, I think.
That's an older car.
Interesting story.
That's cool. It's
Anyway,
a nice looking older
I'll
car.
leave it there.
It's
If
not
you'd
like
like to contact us, you
all
can
messed
contact me
up.
an email, contact@darkhistories.com. If you go to darkhistories.com, you can find
Yeah, I don't really know where I'm
an
going
email
right now.
form
I'm just
and
kind of
links to all
driving, but
social
like
media. We're on Twitter,
the traffic
Facebook,
on
Instagram.
6 was
Mostly everything
like
is just
really
Dark
backed up and
Histories.
there was a bunch of police, so I
Twitter is
started going
@Dark
backwards.
Histories,
Oh,
Instagram
flamingos.
is dark
Sorry.
_
ADD.
histories.
So
Facebook is Dark
yeah,
Histories
I started
But
going
you'll
back
find
roads
links
and I
to
was like,
that,
oh, I'll just
either in the
keep
show
going. Ooh,
notes
that's an
or
old
if you go to
cemetery. I
darkhistories.com,
wonder how
it's
old
the
it
easiest
is.
way. You can find links to
Bridge
everything
Road
there, and including
Cemetery.
space to help support the show.
Oh, I'm
If
curious.
you can support the show, that's fantastic. If you can't, don't worry about it. I do have a Patreon and also a coffee, but
This is the
like,
site of the
if you
Third
can support
Congregational
Brilliant,
Church, the Old South
So,
Meeting House, time
I'll see you
worn
on
and
the
gray,
next
that
video.
stood
It's been
fronting east by the King's Highway that goeth to Billingsgate. So runs the phrase in quaint old records of olden days. Herman Doane, 1830. The stone of Deacon Samuel Doane reads, "Death is a debt to nature due, as I have paid it So must you. Eastern Historical Society. Oh, I'm sorry. I can't read the little thing. What does the little thing say? Hold on, if I zoom in on a picture. Take a picture. Maybe I might be able to read it from the picture. It says, this property has been placed on the National Register of Historic Places by the United States Department of the Interior. Oh, that's cool. I kind of want to, like, go and look at the stones. Like, I don't feel like getting out and walking around. It's kind of hot out right now, but, oh, I should pull over. This is getting to be more cars. But they're like 17, well, these ones 1700, 1790 something. Oh, it's so cool. I love cemeteries. I love the history in the cemeteries. I don't know, I'm weird. I will literally go and walk around a cemetery and just to look at the stones. Just to like see who the people were and like how old they were when they died, things like that. I don't know. Sometimes I'll even like look up the person or whatever, like if it's not that old. I don't know. I'm weird, I guess. Well, I know I'm weird, but I don't have to guess. Oh, we're crossing the Cape Cod Rail Trail. I grabbed my skates because I wanted to, from my storage unit, because I wanted to go on the rail trail with my skates, but I haven't done it yet because I keep forgetting. Or like when I want to do it, it's like when I think of it, it's like raining or I'm in the middle of doing stuff or I'm busy. Like right now I'm doing DoorDash, so I can't just go. I mean, I could, but the amount of time it takes me to put on my skates and to go through all that process, like, not that it's like a huge process, but you know, say I'm like halfway down a trail and then it's like, oh, hey, I just get an order, so then I'd have to skate all the way back to my car. Yeah, it's like 12:30 or something like that, or 12. So Road. I have no idea where I am. Oh, okay. I know where that is. Oh, wow. That's kind of cool. I'm learning things. Imagine that.
Obviously fictionalised to a degree, but their factual story is totally bonkers as well. So
It's the end of this,
let's get
turn
into
left.
it. This is Birkenhead, the Westport murders.
Art show. Westport. What
In the
country?
early 19th century, Edinburgh was a leading city in the charge to bring anatomy to the world as a proper science. Alexander
US.
Monroe, John Bell, John Goodsir, and Robert
Pretty-
Knox were surgeons
pretty
that all
marshes.
taught in Edinburgh, all of whom were central to the development of the science around the globe.
River.
Due to the nature of the lectures, human bodies were needed for dissections and demonstrations. However, Scottish law stated that only bodies of prisoners, suicide victims and orphans could be used for such a purpose. This naturally led to something of a shortage, and some took advantage of this by robbing graves and selling the bodies, which were fetching a price as high as £10. That was several months' wages for a skilled workman, so the appeal was obvious. Grave robbing could be seen as a lucrative business for the enterprising individual who was willing to bend the law. The legal parameters of the time stated that disturbing a grave and taking belongings from the deceased was punishable. However, taking the body itself was not an offence, as it did not technically belong to anyone. By the 1820s, grave robbing had become so widespread that citizens held a protest in the streets of Edinburgh. To deter grave robbers, people could hire slabs of stone to place on top of a grave for a period of time, allowing the body to decompose, making it useless as an anatomical subject, and therefore worthless to the grave robbers. Watchtowers were built in cemeteries manned by guards. Iron bars were installed over graves. The wealthiest could even hire private guards to sit and watch over a specific grave. William
Imagine
Berg
having
was
to
born in
hire
1792
a
in
guard
County
to
Tyrone,
guard your
Ireland.
grave so nobody steals
He
your
had a
body.
comfortable upbringing and a good education. He joined the army as a teenager, later marrying a fellow Irish woman. He attempted to settle down. However, after a family argument pertaining to land ownership in 1818, he fled from his wife and moved to Scotland, where he remarried a prostitute named Helen MacDougall. By 1827, they were settled in Edinburgh, and Burke was working as a cobbler, earning a decent living. William Hare was born in Ireland around the turn of the century. Little is known about his early life, however he is thought to have been illiterate, suggesting a poor background. He wound up moving to Edinburgh in the mid-1820s and worked as a coalman's assistant. He lodged in the house of a married couple and began having an affair with the wife, Margaret Logue. Upon detection of the affair, he was thrown out by the husband.
That bridge up
However,
above,
he died soon after.
that bridge up there is also for the Cape Cod Rail Trail.
In 1827, Hare went to Midlothian to work on the harvest, where he met Burke. The two men promptly became friends, likely due to their shared Irish backgrounds. After returning to Edinburgh, they remained close, earning a reputation around the area for heavy drinking and loud behaviour. On the 29th November 1827, one of Hare's tenants, an old army pensioner who went by the name of Old Donald, died of dropsy. Unfortunately for Hare, the man owed £4 in back rent, and upon mentioning this to Burke, the pair came up with a plan to sell his body to recoup Hare's financial loss. After Old Donald's body was laid into his coffin, Burke and Hare removed it, hid it under the bed, and filled the coffin with wood bark. They resealed the coffin, and it was later collected and buried, with no one any the wiser. Burke and Hare then took the body to Edinburgh University, where a student directed them to speak with Surgeon Robert Knox. Robert Knox was an army physician, serving in the Battle of Waterloo in 1815 and during the Cape Front War in South Africa. After his military career, he settled in Edinburgh, became a member of the Royal College of Surgeons of Edinburgh, and began teaching anatomy lectures twice a day, advertising a full demonstration on fresh anatomical subjects for each lecture. Robert Knox bought the body of Old Donald for £7 10 shillings. As Burke and Hare were leaving, one of Knox's assistants reportedly told the men that they were glad to see them again when they have another to dispose of. In January of 1828, Burke saw a fresh opportunity presented to him by another lodger in his house. This tenant, named Joseph, had become ill, and so Burke and Hare, sensing another quick profit, saw fit to help him along a little. They fed Joseph whiskey, and then whilst Burke laid across his chest, Hare suffocated Joseph with a pillow. This left the body in good condition for the anatomists, and they promptly delivered Joseph's body to Robert Knox, who paid them £10 for the corpse. What followed was a flurry of murders, as the two men sensed there was good money to be made in the business of killing. In February of 1828, Burke and Hare met Abigail Simpson walking the streets late at night. She was an old pensioner who came to Edinburgh to sell salt. She was drunk, and the pair invited her to stay at Hare's house, where they gave her more alcohol and then promptly suffocated her. They put her body in an old tea chest and sold it to Robert Knox for £10. An English travelling salesman of matches and tinder was next. He was lodging at Hare's house when he fell ill with jaundice, and so he simply had to go. He too was suffocated, and his body was sold to Knox for £10. With their newfound wealth, Burke and Hare spent with abandon, and their opulence was becoming a talking point. They explained away any rumours by telling people that they had inherited money, which people seemed to accept. However, with their increased spending, they had to increase their earnings. In April, Burke met two women, Mary Patterson and Janet Brown. They were prostitutes from the Canongate area of Edinburgh. He took them home and drank whiskey with them. Mary Patterson fell asleep, and McDougall, seeing Janet Brown talking with Burke, accused him of having an affair. An argument ensued, and Janet Brown left the house. Burke and Hare smothered Mary Patterson in her sleep, and upon Janet's return to collect her friend, was told that she had already left for Glasgow with the travelling salesman. The pair took Mary's body to Knox and sold it for £8. One of Knox's assistants, however, thought he recognised the woman, probably having been a client of hers in the past, and he inquired how the men had come across the body. Burke explained this away, saying that she had drunk herself to death and that they had purchased her body from an old woman in Canongate. This was apparently enough to satisfy the surgeons. Throughout May, Burke and Hare killed Mrs. Haldane, another lodger. She had become drunk and fallen asleep in the stable. She was suffocated and sold to Knox, as was her daughter, who later, after drinking with Burke, fell asleep and was suffocated, fetching £8 from Knox. Shortly after, an unnamed old woman, another lodger, another drinking party with Burke, became another suffocation and £10 earned. Effie, a beggar woman who scavenged from bins and tips and in the past had sold scraps of leather to Burke, was coaxed into the house with whiskey, where she was quickly dispatched and sold. Burke and Hare were becoming confident in their business, and when they met with a drunk woman who was being helped home by a police officer, Burke offered to take her home. The officer thankfully passed her over to the care of the men, who instead took them to Burke's house, killed her, and sold her to Knox for a further £10. In June, Burke and Hare killed 2 lodgers, an old woman and her grandson. The trusty tea chest that they had used to transport the bodies to Knox was not big enough to accommodate both bodies, and so they stuffed them inside a barrel, called a porter, and had him help them to transport it to Knox, who bought both bodies for £8 each. At the end of June, the pair took a well-deserved holiday. Burke and his wife McDougall travelled to Falkirk to visit family. Hare was short on cash. However, upon their returning, Burke noticed that he had new clothes. He suspected Hare had been working alone and confirmed as such with Knox, who told Burke that Hare had sold a body to him for £80. This led to a rift in the partnership, but by September, Mrs. Ostler, a washerwoman, visited Hare's house to do the laundry. The pair got her drunk on whiskey and suffocated her, selling her body to Knox for £10. Their previous falling out was now water under the bridge, and in October, the pair killed a local mentally disabled beggar, James Wilson. He was well known in the area as Daft Jamie, and had club feet and a facial disfigurement. They kept his snuff box and snuff spoon, and they sold the body to Knox. However, being well known and having unique disfigurements, many of the assistants thought they knew of the boy. Knox denied the boy's identity as Daft Jamie, and promptly removed his head and feet prior to the dissection. On the 31st of October, Burke lured an old Irish woman named Margaret Doherty into the lodging house by telling her that his mother was also a Doherty in the same area of Ireland. Burke, Hare and their wives got drunk with the woman and paid 2 of the other lodgers, Anne and James Gray, to sleep elsewhere for the night on the pretence that they would be drinking until late and they didn't want to inconvenience them. They murdered Margaret Doherty and left her body in a pile of hay at the end of the bed. The Greys returned early the next morning, and they became suspicious when the men would not allow Anne to look for her clothing around the room that Margaret Doherty's body now lay. Later that evening, when they were left alone, the Greys searched the hay and they found Margaret's body and rushed out to tell the police. Burke's wife, McDougall, met them en route to the police station and offered them £10 a week for their silence. They refused and they made their report. Meanwhile, Burke and Hare took the body to Knox and sold it for a final £10. The next day, the police visited Knox, identified the body of Margaret, and promptly arrested Burke, Hare, and both of their wives. Upon searching the homes of Burke and Hare, items of clothing of victims were found, as were the snuff box and snuff spoon of Jamie Wilson. Due to lack of bodies or evidence, however, many of the murders had little to no evidence on which to convict the men. Hare was promised immunity if he confessed to the murders, which would also include his wife's safety from prosecution. He gave a full confession, implicating both him and Burke in the murder of Mary Doherty, Mary Patterson, and James Wilson. On Christmas Day of 1828, Burke was found guilty as charged, with the penalty being the sentence of death by hanging. Helen McDougall was given a verdict of not proven, so avoided any prosecution. Helen McDougall was released from jail on the 26th of December 1828. She was driven from Edinburgh by a ravenous public, and she made sail to Australia, where she died in a house fire in 1868. Margaret Hare, despite having immunity from prosecution, was held in jail for her safety. She was released on the 19th of January 1829, where she fled to Ireland and was not seen from again. William Burke was hanged on the 28th of January 1829. His body was taken to Edinburgh University, where it was dissected as part of an anatomy lecture. Later, his skeleton was preserved and put on display, where it remains to this very day. William Hare was released from prison on the 5th of February 1829. He fled to London, where he was rumoured to live as a beggar on the streets until his death, though there were reliable sightings that placed him in Carlisle, alive and well. Dr. Robert Knox was not charged nor prosecuted for his part in the murders. He was cleared of any complicity during an inquiry, which agreed that he had no knowledge of murder whilst procuring the subjects for his lectures. Public opinion was against him, however, and so eventually was professional. He became shunned by his peers, and eventually he moved to London, where he held a medical practice in Hackney until his death in 1862. Up the close and down the stair, Barton Ben with Burke and Hare. Burke's the butcher, Hare's the thief, Knox the boy that buys the beef. Burke and Hare is quite a small one this week. It's not really a mystery either, but there's some, we can talk about it a little bit, so we'll do that after the short adverts coming up. A little bit of capitalism, taking a cue from Burke and Hare.
Welcome to the Lost Roman Heroes podcast. My name is Matthew.
And my name is Matteo.
We are serious nerds for Rome, and we are father and son.
Together on the Lost Roman Heroes podcast, we dive deep into the history of Rome, from its origin story starring Aeneas of Troy to its death with Constantine XI, uncovering Rome's greatest heroes along the way and ranking them.
There are plenty of great podcasts on the big men in Rome's history. Guys like Caesar, Augustus, and Constantine, but that's not us. We're making this podcast to shed a light on Rome's forgotten heroes. From Cincinnatus to Scipio, from Aurelian to Belisarius and beyond, you will not believe the gems that we uncover. So please come join the Legion of Lost Roman Heroes and listen to us wherever you get your favorite podcasts, iTunes, Podbean, Spotify, or find us at www.lostromanheroes.com.
Ads are a pain in the butt, right? So do you want to know a good way to avoid listening to them? If you sign up to Dark History's Patreon, you get ad-free versions of the show, daily access to episodes, access to bonus content, stickers, exclusive discounts on the t-shirt store, and all that other good stuff. You get content from me, you get videos, I give like a little running commentary and behind the scenes of how I make the show. And by being a member, you're directly supporting the show. You can sign up for as little as $1 per month, and you can help make Dark Histories the best it can be. For more information, check out our website at darkhistories.com or pop over to the Patreon at patreon.com/darkhistories. Right, enough of all that. Thanks for listening, and let's get back to the episode. These guys, oh my gosh. Now, I struggle with this one because the first I heard of them, like I say, was the Simon Pegg film, Burke and Hare, which I totally recommend. It's a completely dark as all hell comedy. It mixes fact with fiction in a quite good way, in that it gets a lot of the facts right, that it needs to, and then it kind of fudges a lot of other stuff and sort of makes a story and a fiction out of it. There's a whole storyline about Burke being a prostitute who wanted to act on stage, and he kind of funded her a dream, I guess, with this money from killing people. Which is all kind of shoehorned in, which is not true. None of it's true. But the facts side of it, like the people they killed and in what order and who they were and all the rest of it, that's actually pretty spot on, as well as it sort of goes into some of the ideas of grave robbing. So, I mean, I'm not recommending it as like a history film anyway, but it's definitely a great comedy. But I say it's cool that it does kind of hit the right notes in terms of it remains kind of true to the real story whilst kind of making something more out of it for the screen, I guess. So yeah, I definitely recommend that if you can get hold of it. If you like Simon Pegg, I think he's brilliant. It's so, if you're into Simon Pegg or black comedies, it's well worth a watch. But the problem I have is that was the first I ever heard of them, was this black comedy with Simon Pegg. So now I find it really hard to read their story without kind of finding it somewhat amusing, because I'm always thinking back to Simon Pegg as Burke, which it doesn't help, like the mental image of things. But not only that, I find the audacity quite incredible from Burke and Hare. Just the way they just went and just did what they wanted. The fact that they approached a policeman and said, "Oh, we'll take that lady home," and then instead of that, they took her back to their house, killed her and sold her. That is incredibly bold and, I mean, you might say stupid. It's either stupidity or just an incredible level of arrogance to think that they could get away with that. Well, I mean, the fact is that they did get away with it. There wasn't that was never the problem. So I find their audacity, and it makes you wonder who was really the bad guy. I mean, obviously they were not the good guys. You'd never call them the good guys. But Knox, he had a great role to play in this. He's enabling all of this, and he totally got away. I suppose not scot-free, because he had to move, because kind of the opinion turned against him, but he got away with it legally, and probably would well have gotten away with it morally as well if it was a few years earlier. It was only because it was at a point where, people were getting there, seeing graves being robbed all the time, that they kind of turned against him, I guess. He got away pretty lightly, considering he was essentially enabling the whole affair. And, you've got to think as well, this is just Burke and Hare. This is all we know. Oh, and how many other people was he buying bodies from that were murderers? I don't know the answer to that question, but I would suggest, or at least the story suggests, that he was quite cavalier about buying bodies. If he sent his assistant to tell them, when you get some more bodies, bring them in and we'll buy them. He's obviously well accustomed to buying bodies from murderers. So, yeah, he got away with it pretty scot-free, really. Or at least very lightly. But yeah, I mean, that's Burke and Hare, so it's not really a mystery this week. So, pretty short episode, really. I guess I'll leave it there. If you want to contact me, you can do so. Go to darkhistories.com. You'll find all the social links, all the email links, and all the links to support us on Patreon and Coffee, and Amazon wishlist, and all things like that. Then that's pretty much all I'm going to say about that, because I hate all this kind of self-promotion stuff. You kind of got to do it, but I hate it. Anyway, moving on. That's Burke and Hare. I hope you enjoyed it. Say it was really short this week, but, it is what it is. Still a good story, I think. It's an interesting and dark piece of history. So, yeah, fits Dark Histories, I guess. Thanks for listening. I'll see you all very soon. Take care. Sleep tight.
I'm door dashing.
On the 25th of February, a ski trail was finally found.
Vellum?
And presumed to be that.
I thought it was Bedlam or Beldam or something like that.
The search followed up the ski trail.
Shoot,
And the next
it goes
day,
till
the 26th
5,
of February,
right? Oh, you're
the
not on
search
there
and rescue
anymore.
crews discovered the tents of Dyatlow's group on the slopes of Kodas Yakul. The tents were found ripped and torn, with gaping holes in their sides.
I completely
Upon
forgot it was
investigation,
community
they
day. Damn
concluded
it.
that the tents had been
My
carved
phone
from the
overheated,
inside.
that's why the live
The
stopped.
tents
Sorry.
contained all of the group's belongings, including money, clothing, and boots. They found footprints leading away
Because
from
even
the
though
tents
my
that seemed to show
freaking AC
people
is on in the
walking
car,
barefoot
it's
in a
apparently
carpet
not
in mud.
powerful enough to keep my phone from overheating.
Outside of the tent, they found a pair of skis sticking out of the snow, an ice pick, and Igor Dyatlow's jacket. They also found Dyatlow's flashlight, and upon turning it on, found that it was in working condition. The following day, the 27th of February,
Finally
search
got
and
another
rescue teams
DoorDash
followed the barefoot
order.
trails leading down the mountainside towards the edge of a forested area, and they found the remains of a small fire below a large cedar tree.
That's how bad my memory is, because I literally was like looking at
Later,
I was
forensic
on Pokemon Go
investigation of the
earlier
tree
today.
found traces of skin embedded in a tree bark. Near to the fire, they found the two bodies of Yuri Doroshenko
My
and
leg
Yuri
is itchy. I
Doroshenko.
need to take some Benadryl or something because like everything is
Doroshenko
fucking
was wearing a
itchy.
short-sleeved shirt and shorts, along with socks on both feet, whilst Krivonashenko was found wearing a long-sleeved shirt, underwear, and only one sock on his left foot. Soon after, the search team discovered 3 more bodies between the cedar and tent. Those of Igor Dyatlov, Zinaida Komogrova, and Rustam Slobodin. Dyatlov was found dressed without shoes, wearing long woolen socks and long white socks. His fists were clenched in front of his chest. Zinaida was better dressed, wearing several sweaters and 3 pairs of socks, double gown and no footwear. And Rustam Slobodin was also better dressed, wore several layers of clothing, and one felt on his right foot. It was to be several months before the rest of the bodies were found, as the dawn had set in, the snow began to melt. Once the snow had melted, the search and rescue team finally uncovered the lost 4 bodies from the Dyatlov expedition. They were found under 4 meters of snow, in a ravine 75 meters further into the woods from the cedar tree. Alexander Zoltaryov, Nikolai Tyrov-Runyal, Alexander Kolevatov, and Yulia Dubinina's bodies were all well dressed and found in the provided man-made shelter. Alexander Zoltaryov was found wearing a hat, a scarf, several layers of clothing, as well as leather handmade shoes. He had a pen in one hand and a notepad in the other. Curiously, he had a camera on his cloak pocket, and the film was water damaged. It was his second camera. Yuri Yedin later mentioned that no one seems to have any knowledge of the camera's existence on the trip. Nikolai Tyrov-Runyal wore a hat, a scarf, several layers of clothing and felt shoes. Alexander Kolevatov had no rubber shoes, but only had several pairs of socks and several layers of clothing. But Yulia Dubinina was wearing 2 sweaters, one of which belonged to Krivonashenko. One of the expedition members found dead by the cedar tree. She apparently even once put whoever claimed the sweater into halves, without them around her feet, although only the half on her left foot. The investigation into the deaths continued every night 6 to 8 hours after their last meal. Around 11:30 to 1:30 a.m. All the left their tents and their own accord. No other people
Oh,
had
wow.
There were no survivors. 6 of the members of Dove had hypothermia, whilst 3 had suffered fatal injuries, but they were not afflicted by another human being. Many of the injuries, including all of the hypothermia victims, were reportedly received during the agony of death. The investigation's conclusions, however, did not even tell half of the story. The autopsy reports of the 9 bodies made grim reading. Not simple hypothermia victims. In contrast, many of the bodies had severe wounds. There were many strange details that were not sufficiently commented on during the autopsy reports. Yuri Doroshenko's underwear was badly ripped. He had liver mortar spots on the back of his neck, which were not consistent with the way in which his body was found. This meant that his body had had to have been moved after his death. The hair on the right side of his neck was
Oh, I'm trying to click on the Pokemon, not on the freaking...
He had upwards of 10 various bruises and abrasions throughout his body, including shoulders, arms, and legs. His the skin of the back of her right hand, a 29 centimetre long white red bruise on the lumbar region, the right side of her torso, cause of death resistance hypothermia. Whilst still slept on his body had bruises and abrasions on his face, hemorrhages in his temporal muscles in his head, blood from his nose,
I don't think I have it.
bones in his hands and knuckles, and a fracture in the frontal bone of his skull, cause of death resistance hypothermia. Alexander's arterials were was found with eyeballs missing soft tissue around his left brow. One bone at the
Off to Papa Gino's. I wish this wasn't blown out at my feet. Like, it's said to be blown out at my face, but it's not blowing out at my face. It's blowing out at my feet and at the windshield. So annoying. Surfboard sale. I know what. No, it's not. Never mind. What I thought, what I was thinking is not what is not right. I don't know. Oh, it's hot. Burning my hand. Which that like burnt my hand when I picked that up.
So what did happen on
It's
Dead
so
Mountain?
hot.
One of the most obvious theories is that the path suffered an avalanche, capturing the victims of the group in its wake. The avalanche caused injuries and panic amongst the victims, and with the tents covered in snow, it explains why the tents were cut from the inside. It could also explain why the groups retreated away from the tents.
Where's Harvey?
Perhaps they
I
moved
think
in
it's just
fear of a second avalanche. However, whilst almost the first logical step when considering the Jallow
It's only 13 minutes away though, so it's not that far.
Which is not as likely as can be first assumed. The
That
slope
person
of
looks
the
like they're in
group camped on
pajamas.
was not very steep, nor was it very tall. Modern analysis has shown that the location is not conducive to conditions that would lead to an avalanche. Furthermore, the footprints leading away from the tents suggest that the injuries suffered by the victims happened away from the camp, not in it. There are photos which show items of the group's gear stuck into the snow, which is still standing 4 weeks later when the camp was discovered by the search team, along with the front of the tents. The group was also very experienced.
Turning
and they
the
would have likely known
AC
that
down,
fleeing
but
tents,
it's probably
leaving
gonna.
all
Oh,
their
that
clothing
actually really burnt
would
my
be far more
hand.
dangerous than the threat of a
Oh,
second
we're
avalanche.
going this way. Shoot.
All of this evidence, plus the fact that no snowdrifts were noted, meant that an avalanche was quite an unlikely culprit. The local indigenous Mansai tribes formed the basis for one theory that was common at the time of the event. There was a Mansai encampment to the northeast of the pass, and a Mansai trail led past the Dyatlov group's camp, just 200 meters away. Many people suggested that the Mansai were well versed in the mountains and would have known how to hunt and then cover their tracks. Some claim that the Mansai would not have taken lightly to people encroaching on their territory, whilst others claim that the mountains were a spiritual ground, and the group camping on the slope would have caused events leading to conflict. Much of this, however, has been put down to the misunderstanding of the Mansai people. The mountain, in fact, was not a spiritual ground at all, and the Mansai religion did not hold ground like this sacred in the first place, nor did the Mansai have any problem with people trekking through the mountains. One Mansai testified during the investigation that everyone goes to this mountain, Russian men and women and Mansai. There is no special prohibition to hike the mountain. There are other factors that go against this theory. The Mansai actually volunteered and helped in the search and rescue teams. There was a considerable sum of money found amongst the possessions, as well as alcohol, which was often used as currency amongst the Mansai, and was perhaps even more valuable than the money itself. If it was a Mansai attack, why would they have left such valuables? In fact, the Mansai did not even have any precedent of attacking people. There was one story of a Mansai attacking a Russian woman during the 1930s, but it was akin to that of urban legend, and may well be attributed to suspicion of indigenous tribes by some Russians at the time. One of the longest standing and often touted theories is that the expedition fell victim to secret military testing of some sort, either rockets, chemical weapons, or developmental weaponry that either exploded and caused the injuries from force.
I was trying to screenshot
scared them
you.
sufficiently to induce panic. Yuri Yudin himself was commonly a proponent of this theory, who saw evidence amongst the recovered possessions that there were items of clothing that he didn't think belonged to the group. Foremost were items used to wrap around the feet that were common military issue, and he stated none of the team owned them. Many of the items of clothing found were noted to have been tested for radiation, an unusual test to have been made in the first place. However, it was found that they were in fact radiated, showing that they had come into contact with some form. There were rumours that there was a secret military base nearby to the pass, and the Soviets had tested rockets and more on the round mountains before. Furthermore, there were reports from geologists staying in Ivdel on the night of the incident. Lights were observed in the sky over the direction of the pass. One fascinating aspect of this theory pertains to the camera found on Alexander Zolotaryov's body. Though the film was water damaged, the images were processed and seemed to show what some speculate were lights in the sky, possibly of planes and possibly of an explosion. Lev Ivanov, the man in charge of the investigation, also claimed later on that during the search they noticed that the tops of many trees had been burned, and he was forced by the KGB to remove any mention of lights in the sky from the report given by the various Mansai witnesses. This theory, however, doesn't explain why only some of the members had such forceful injuries. Radiation on the clothing, though present, was later found to be inconsequential, and there were no positive results from toxicology testing on the bodies. Further, there's no real evidence that shows testing of weapons over the pass, though naturally this doesn't discount secret tests that might have taken place. Following on from military testing theory, the logical leap for some is that UFOs or aliens could have been the cause. Much of the same evidence for the military testing is cited as proof. The burnt trees, the reports of lights in the sky, Zolotaryov's photos, etc. However, one other piece of information used to bolster the theory comes from testimony of Lev Ivanov, the leader of the investigation. As we heard in the previous theory, he was the man who testified that the tops of the trees had been burned, and he was forced to remove mentions of light in the sky from the report. Shortly after the incident, he became unusually fascinated by UFO phenomena. Throughout the 1960s, he made several requests to the KGB archives for information on UFO sightings. This is peculiar in itself, given that this man held a high legal position, and at the time, UFO phenomena were regarded as a pseudo-religious interest in an ideologically atheist Soviet Russia. Was it all just one man's leap in curious logic, or was he onto something with his theory? Did he know more than others, given his position in the investigation? The obvious flaw with this theory is that it is all speculation. There is, of course, no solid evidence that UFOs or aliens were to blame for the incident, but the testimonies from are fascinating. One of the more bizarre theories involves a Yeti coming across the group and finding them out of their tents. The severity of the injuries and the doctors' claim that they could not have been caused by another human are used to bolster this theory. There is perhaps one other piece of evidence, and that is in frame 17 of the photos taken from Nikolai Thibault-Brignol's camera. The image shows a figure in the background that many have claimed was a Yeti stalking the group. In reality, it is likely it was simply another member of the group. There is no other evidence that any animal attacked them, let alone a Yeti, such as prints in the snow or any other animal tracks. This also doesn't explain why only some of the members had such injuries, whilst others closer to the camp were relatively unscathed in comparison. Theorised by Alexei Ratikin, it is posited that one or more of the team could have been KGB agents looking to meet with CIA agents to deliver samples
drove by a
of
lemonade
radioactive
stand
to the spies
the other
and
day.
take photos of them.
There's a bunch of
This theory
girls
suggests
out
that the
there
expedition was
selling
covered for their
lemonade.
mission. However,
I don't remember where it
the
was. It was
meeting
on
went
some like
wrong
weird
and
side
fighting
street.
ensued. Evidence put forward to bolster this theory is mainly centred around the backgrounds of certain members who had worked in
I had no
secret Soviet
cash, so.
institutes prior to the trip. Alexander Zolotaryov is the main contender for KGB spy, being that he was considerably older than the rest of the group, unknown to them, and had had a military career as well as a secret Soviet posting prior to the trip. He also had a camera that was found on his body, which Yuri Yedin stated was not known to the group. It's also known that at least one
This is like the weirdest story.
later went missing.
I've watched like a bunch of
Whilst this
YouTube
all sounds
videos on it
far-fetched,
before
remember
about
that this was
the
the height
people
of the
that go missing.
And certainly we now have evidence and concrete proof of much more bizarre events that happened between the KGB and the CIA during this era. However, this theory has been roundly debunked by family and friends of members of the expedition, as well as many research groups who flatly deny any evidence to support it. New research suggests that a rare weather phenomenon may have caused the expedition members to flee in irrational fear. The general theory goes that in certain circumstances, wind can hit certain elements of terrain, creating a series of vortices known as Kármán vortex stream. This would create infrasound, vibrations which produce sound below the range of human hearing that is known to create panic, anxiety, difficulties with breathing, and nausea. Perhaps it's feasible that this panic would have driven the expedition out of their tent and into the cold night. These phenomena are widely reported in similar conditions to those of Dyatlov Pass, amongst many other peaks, and it has been suggested that the peak of the mountain could have created such vortices, the sound then carrying down through the pass. The main proponent of this theory was Donnie Icar, who spent 5 years researching the incident and came to the conclusion of
Welcome to
infrasound
Harwich,
causing the event,
Massachusetts.
stating that it is the only logical explanation. Despite all of the theories, we're still left with something of an unexplained mystery. Much can be explained, but we're still left with many unanswered questions. No one theory can wrap up all events that took place, and due to lack of any witnesses, it will likely stay that way, barring any great future revelations or undiscovered documents coming to light. Many of the concrete theories have sensationalised certain aspects of the evidence that were simply not true, and the reality is that we're left with a genuine unsolved mystery, one which will probably unlikely ever be solved. Boom, the Dyatlov Pass. There's a lot to sort of go through. I think we'll just kind of go through the theories again after these adverts.
Welcome to the Lost Roman Heroes
There's up
podcast.
there.
My name is Matthew.
And my name is Mateo.
We are serious nerds for Rome, and we are father and son.
Together,
The gems that we uncover.
Listeners, if you sign up to Dark History's Patreon, You get ad-free versions of the show, daily access to episodes, access to bonus content, stickers, exclusive discounts on the t-shirt store, and all that other good stuff.
T-shirt
You get
store.
content from me, you get videos. I give like a little running commentary and behind the scenes of how I make the show. And by being a member, you're directly supporting the show. You can sign up for as little as $1 per month, and you can help make Dark Histories the best it can be. For more information, check out our website at darkhistories.com or pop over to the Patreon at patreon.com/darkhistories. Right, enough of all that. Thanks for listening, and let's get back to the episode.
Yeah, you
So
can go
this
off
is
my
a
ass.
crazy story. Everyone has their own kind of...
You and your
I
ugly
think,
ass
well, everyone who knows
BMW.
about it, and I think a lot of people know about it. It's a really common mystery, this one, isn't it? It's really huge. It's been covered by a lot of people, and I think everyone sort of has their own theory as to
I don't
what
have a
happened.
theory. I have no
I
idea what
personally
happened.
am not entirely sure. I think I can buy the infrasound. I can buy the KGB Cold War angle because I think that was bonkers.
Yeah, might have been something
But
to do
all
with
the
the...
others I think are probably
Russian
nonsense. So
military.
you can kind of go through some of them.
Yeah, maybe it
I
was a
don't think it was an
Yeti.
avalanche. I think
No,
it's
I don't
quite
think it was an
obviously
avalanche
not.
either.
Actually, the evidence is quite strong.
The customer requested you leave the order at their door. They added the following instructions. Leave at my door.
Sticking out of the snow. If the avalanche was enough to knock the tents down, it will also have been enough to pull those out of the snow, and they're standing up. And you will see the pictures. It's not even a slope really. You can see that they actually camp on quite a level ground. The picture makes it look like a slope, but if you look at the background's sloped as well. So when you straighten it, basically when you correct it
That's not good.
so that the horizon is straight, they're actually camping on quite a level ground. So I don't know if I can buy the avalanche theory whatsoever. So that's that one in the bin. That's that one. Exactly. That's just. I don't know. Just against finishes. And at the time that there was a couple of other incidents, like in the years prior to this, that the same thing happened, where someone went missing and they just blamed the man site for it for no reason other than that they were the indigenous tribes. So that one's out in the bin straight away. Military testing. So you look at, I can sort of buy that because I've seen the rolls of film, obviously, and I don't believe they were aeroplanes. I mean, some of them, people say, that looks like an airplane. Well, it really doesn't. It's just like a light on the film. And I find it hard to see an airplane in it myself, personally. But I can buy that it was some sort of missile test, because I actually looked up, when I was researching this, I looked up
Have a good day.
the Soviet missile silos and military bases, and they were all around the area where they were staying. Some of them were secret back then, but they're known about now, and others were not so secret. And then there's probably some also that are still secret even now that we just never knew about, and are even sort of abandoned in the middle of Siberia, or we just don't know. So I can buy that, and the fact that people said that they saw
That
lights
was
in the
really
sky
hot.
the night
Like,
before.
that was still
So
really
just the
hot on my
photos
hand,
on
even
the
though
film of lights, or what looked like lights,
it
they
was
could just be
already,
damage
like,
to the film, but they
yeah.
look like lights in
Wow.
the sky. The burnt treetops is definitely strange, and just the fact that he
I
had to
really need to
remove mentions of
it's
lights in
red
the sky
too.
from
Oh, it might be red
his
from
investigation
what I just had.
is very strange.
Like,
So
I have
can
this, like,
buy
lump
that.
in my
But the thing is,
wrist.
if the tops of trees being
And it
burnt, that could have been
hurts.
at any time. That could have been.
And like the past
from
couple of days, it's
anything
been
else,
bigger
and
than
it
it
could also
usually
have been
is.
wind
Usually
burn,
it's
I
like this
guess.
little
If it
tiny
was
like
in a
knob,
pass,
like
I
tiny one.
wouldn't know, but I've seen wind
But
burn on trees
lately, the
before
past couple of
from
days, it's
similar
been
situations
big.
where you go to the bottom of a valley,
And it hurts
and
just
the
to
top
move
and
my
the
wrist.
sort of trees from about halfway up are all got wind burn, where the wind's sort of whipped down a valley. and just caught the tops, and so you don't really know. I mean, it says the tops of the trees were burned, but windburn and burn looks quite similar. Sort of leaves the trees bare, essentially, and it, so, I don't know, it could be that, because they were in a pass, so it might be that, but who knows. But I think that's quite a good theory. I don't really have a theory that I agree with and don't
It was
agree
aliens.
with. I mean,
Just
actually,
kidding.
I've got loads that I don't agree with, but I don't really have,
I don't know, just the fact that they like kind of like all went crazy and like stripped down to
But
like
there are a few that I kind of
clothes. They
also,
stripped
and I
their
think that's one
clothes
of
and
the
their
reasons is
shoes
to
and they
test
like
it.
were like, oh,
UFOs
that's
again.
a big
I
dog.
can't. No,
It's a pretty
no.
doggy.
It's
I don't know
not.
what
I
kind of
don't
dog it
believe
is.
in UFOs or anything, but just in this case, I think, you know, why would you jump to UFOs when there's so many other theories which are much more earthly and grounded, and you know, UFOs to me seems a little bit like God of the Gaps, like how
Why
what
not?
happened.
Jump to
Don't know,
UFOs.
therefore UFOs. I don't know if I can buy that. The only part that I find interesting is that the guy afterwards got really into UFOs, but you know, that's not that weird. It doesn't have to be anything to do with the outlaw for him to have done that. Given his position, it could have been anything that kind of sparked that interest in him. So I don't really go for that one. And it's equally with Yeti as well. I've seen the picture that's supposedly a Yeti. No, it's just one of the group, just in the background. That's all it is. Yeah, there's no need to think that's a Yeti, really. So I can't really get with that one. KGB agents is another one that I can definitely get with, just purely because I say that it sounds a little bit out there, and I wouldn't know what they were doing as KGB agents or why, but my experience with the Cold War, not that I was in the Cold War, but my experience of things I've read about the Cold War, and because it's kind of an interest of mine, it's one era in history that I could be endlessly fascinated about and read about. And from my experience of reading about the Cold War, there were absolutely bonkers things going on that would make, you know, Hollywood films, but they were real. And the Cold War is full of stories like that, where, you know, you think, no, this couldn't be true, but it really was. And you know, we have they're not conspiracy theories or wild, you know, tinfoil hat theories. They're full on legit, concrete evidence proof of these things happening throughout the Cold War. There was all sorts of spy gubbins and stuff like that. So I can buy that something about, you know, was perhaps spies related.
ATM inside. There's a church that has an ATM inside. That's
I have no
interesting.
idea. And what the point would be, I have no idea. But there are some interesting facts, like the fact that the clothes were there that Yuri Yudin didn't recognise. Alexander Zolotaryov
Pretty
is very
good,
suspicious to me.
I mean, like,
He was much older
it's
than
kind of
Yuri.
funny, but also it's
And
kind
he
of a
had
good
all those missions
idea.
before. He was,
Because, I mean, sometimes people don't have cash, and then, like, you go to church, and it's just, like, you want to put money in the donation bin, but, like, you don't have cash, so it's just, like, and you don't, most people don't carry checkbooks now, because you can leave a check in the donation bin, but, like, most people don't carry checks anymore, so it's like, well,
the backs of his hands and his arms. So that seems strange to me. And there was a few of them. There's a couple of other members with defensive wounds as well. So, oh yeah, I can get with that, definitely. And the infrasound one as well, I can get with that. I can see where they're coming from there. I can see them sort of being in the tent and the infrasound sort of freaking them all out, and they can kind of, you know, it's late at night, they hear it, perhaps they thought it was an avalanche or something, but this like kind of rumbling panic, so they all kind of get out of their tents, they don't know what's going on, it's all a little bit nightmarish. I can see that fully. So yeah, I can honestly sort of see that. The other sort of theory that I didn't include but I can see is that it could be something to do with the stove that he took on the trip. Just that you know, they cooked in the tent with stoves in the tent. Now that to me doesn't seem like a wise thing to be doing. They were, you know, they had the experience, so, you know, I'm sure they know what they were doing, but that doesn't seem all that wise to me. But yeah,
I
so
don't know
that's
what kind of
pretty
stove
much
it was.
that. I
It
have no
depends on
idea.
what kind of stove, and it depends on the tent
I'm
too.
not going to even try and pretend to solve it. It's just a great mystery though, and it does have so many facets to it that are fascinating. And so I wrote off like UFOs, Yeti and stuff like that, but I love the angle of it. As we sort of go through the podcast, you'll probably learn that I'm quite sceptical, but the thing is, it doesn't stop me enjoying reading those theories any less. It doesn't, you know, I'm not a killjoy skeptic. I love all those theories. So I can, you know, I love reading them. Aliens, maybe it was, who knows, do you know? I don't, it's as much as a chance as anything crazy from the KGB, so why not? Just a great mystery, isn't it? It's a real sad mystery when you actually look at it. 9 very young people who probably, really, if you think about it, in the kind of prime of their lives, with their whole sort of lives ahead of them, really. Most of them have just sort of graduated university, probably got a promising life ahead, and then this happened. But it is so long ago that it's almost too easy to overlook that. I just see it as just a fascinating mystery, and at the end of the day, it is what it is, and it is a really fascinating mystery that we're probably never going to find out about. You know, we're never going to find the answers to. But anyway, we'll leave that there. If you'd like to contact me, go to darkhistories.com. You can find email on there. You can find links to all our social media. Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. I use Instagram the most, to be honest, and if you'd like to support, that'd be amazing. We've got Patreon, coffee, Amazon wishlist, things like that. That's all on the website. If you can support, really appreciate it. It goes a long way to helping the show improve, which is something that we'll gain the benefit from right now, because these were all re-recorded episodes. Because I actually recorded these a long time ago with much worse microphones, and I've gone back with my newer equipment, which I bought for Patreon money. I'm re-recording the entirety of season 1. So, you know, if this is the first time you've listened to season 1 and you're thinking, hey, this guy's got great sound quality for his episode 3, that's why. So yeah, if you can, you know,
That's why.
that'd be amazing. Other than that, thanks for listening. See you in a couple of weeks. Sleep tight.
Don't let the bed bugs bite. No, you stay. I don't know why all of a sudden this bag starts sliding all over the place. Because the past few days, it hasn't been sliding all over the place. And all of a sudden today. Alright. Is it all of a sudden or all of the sudden? It's a sudden or a sudden. All of a sudden. But I saw somebody write it the other day as all of the sudden, and then I'm just kind of like, wait. If you actually think about that, like, phrase, though, it doesn't really make that much sense. Either way you say it.
Expect the unexpected when you visit Rockland County, New York.
Expect the
32,000 acres
unexpected.
of parkland.
What if I don't want to expect the unexpected?
Thanks for listening to Dark Histories. Before we start, I just want to take a second to thank all the people who support the show and help make it sustainable, both on Patreon and by signing up to Audible via the Dark Histories affiliate link. You can find links to both of those in the show notes if you're interested, or you can help out just by sharing the show with people who you think might be interested on social media or with all the good people you might know. Alright, let's get on with the episode. Cheers.
Rah, rah, rah.
In 1948, a man of around 45
That
years
does
of
not
age
look
was
safe.
found dead on Somerton Beach,
You just
on the
like-
outskirts of Adelaide, Australia,
Adelaide.
sitting
That's
up as if staring out to sea.
a cool word.
He was a man that until
Adelaide.
this day has no name and no cause of death.
That's sad.
In 2013, new layers of intrigue were added, spurring renewed interest in the case. But the story of the Somerton man still remains a mystery. In this episode, we detail the case of what's often called simply Tamam Shud. This is Dark Mysteries, where the facts are worse than fiction.
Where the facts are worse than fiction. Sorry, I did this. This is really
Hello and
funny.
welcome to Season 1, Episode 5. I'm Ben and this is Dark Mysteries. Today we're going to be having a look at the Somerton man. This is a bell driver case, and one that is probably one of the original mysteries that got me kind of back into mysteries, I suppose, as an adult. I used to do a job as a care worker, and I'd have a lot of downtime where I'd just be sitting around doing nothing, basically, and I'd just sort of get my phone out and read random internet, just trawling the internet, basically. And I came across this case, and this is kind of, it's kind of the case that got me back into mysteries as an adult. Because, as a kid and teenager, I was all over it, but I suppose it had been a little while. So let's get straight into it. This is Tamam Shud, the Somerton Man mystery. On the morning of Tuesday, the 30th of November, a man arrived, presumably by train, in Adelaide train station. He bought a ticket to Henley Beach Station, one of only 3 tickets sold for that particular train that morning. At around 11 a.m, he checked a brown suitcase into the cloakroom, and instead of taking the train he had a ticket for, he decided to catch a bus from opposite the station to St Leonard's in Somerton.
Why?
At 7:15 p.m, John B. Lyons and his wife, Ellen Lyons, were walking by the beach and they saw a man lying against the seawall, his feet crossed. He raised his arm before letting it fall limply. At 7:30 p.m, Gordon Strapps and Olive Neal, taking an evening walk along the beach, stop on a bench. Just below them, propped up against the seawall, they noticed a man apparently asleep. They joked between themselves that perhaps he could be dead. The sun was setting and mosquitoes were in the air, and yet he showed no signs of movement for the 30 minutes that they were there. However, the pair conceded that it's more likely that he's just a drunk, and they decided not to investigate any further. The next day, on Wednesday, the 1st of December, at around 5:30 a.m, Neil Day and Horry Patching, 2 jockeys taking an early morning walk with their horse along the beach, noticed a man sitting down, propped up against the seawall wearing an overcoat. They thought it strange that he was wearing an overcoat on such a nice morning, but they walked on by.
What is an overcoat?
At 6 a.m, as they returned,
I assume it's a coat that goes over, but
they decided to stop and check if he was okay. Far from okay, they in fact found that the man was dead. Jack Lyons and Arthur Lee arrived on the beach from an early morning swim and saw the jockeys standing by the body and went to check on the commotion. Unsure of what they should do, Jack Lyons told the jockeys to leave it to them, and they contacted the police. Lyons observed that the body was wearing dry clothes, with his mouth and eyes closed. There was no disturbance of sand and no debris or personal items around the body. His expression was as if he was sleeping, with normal clothing, light stubble, and his feet crossed. At 6:45 a.m, Constable John Moss arrived on the scene. He observed that the body was cold, damp, and stiff. He had an unsmoked cigarette behind his ear, his left arm down by his side, right arm palm upwards, slightly out from his side, and he had a smoked cigarette butt between his cheek and his lapel, presumably fallen from his mouth.
Doggy, and I miss the teddy.
Upon inspecting the pockets of the body, he found a bus ticket, the unused train ticket to Henley Beach, 2 combs, one made of plastic and one from aluminium. He also found a packet of Juicy Fruit chewing gum, a box of matches, and a pack of cigarettes containing cigarettes of a more expensive brand than the brand on the box. At 9:40 a.m, the ambulance arrived, took the body to the hospital, and he was pronounced dead by Dr. John Barley Bennett, with his time of death estimated by the state of his rigor mortis as being around 2 a.m. earlier that morning.
Go to the bathroom.
The pathologist was cited as stating that the man was of Britisher appearance and thought to be aged about 40 to 45.
Just checking
He
to
was
see
in top
how
physical
hot
condition,
the phone is getting.
180 centimetres tall with hazel eyes,
Doesn't feel
fair
that
to
bad.
ginger coloured hair,
Not yet.
slightly grey around the temples, with broad shoulders and a
What is
narrow
a gym?
waist. He was dressed in a white shirt, red and blue tie, brown trousers, socks and shoes. a brown knitted pullover and fashionable grey and brown double-breasted jacket. All the labels on his clothes had been removed, and he had no wallet. Upon further police investigation, it was found that his teeth did not match the dental records of any known living person in any databases, nor his fingerprints, which were circulated internationally, but received no positive identifications. This may all seem very strange, and indeed, at the time, the police found it to be unprecedented.
On Pokemon Go.
But the mystery of the Somerton man was just beginning. The autopsy was carried out the next morning on the 2nd of December 1948.
All by myself. It's for a Pikachu.
The coroner noted that there was no sign of violence, and his heart was healthy. His organs were deeply congested with blood and mixed with the food in his stomach. His spleen was 3 times that of a normal human size, though it was noted that this could possibly be from a pre-existing illness. No sand was found in the man's nose or mouth, but there was sand found in his hair, and he had small abrasions in between his knuckles, which extended to the back of his right hand. Although the body had been found with his head propped up against the seawall,
Did I already beat
large
it?
amounts of
Dang, that was
humidity
quick.
was found at the back of his head, suggesting that his body had spent some
I
considerable
beat
time
the
after dying,
Pikachu.
with the head in a quite different position. The lividity's concentration towards the back of his head and neck,
And I
suggesting a
completed
spell of
research.
time lying on his back. Toxicology tests for poisons or toxins came back negative,
See?
and no cause
The
of death
Pikachu?
could be determined. The coroner commented that he was quite sure that the man had not died a natural death and suspected poisoning of some kind, though the food found in his stomach, that of a pasty, estimated to have been eaten at
What's
around
a
11 p.m. on the
pasty?
night of his death, was not the culprit. As the police were
I
yet
wish
to
this
identify
coffee
the
I got
body and
wasn't
they
so
had no
gross.
leads with which to work, it was embalmed for preservation on the 10th of December.
Ooh,
Over
caught
the
it
next
with the
few
first
weeks,
ball.
there were many positive identifications of the Somerton man reported in the media, though they are all dismissed after further investigation by police. Hard facts go quiet on the Somerton man for a short time. But on the 14th
I was hoping to
of
get a
January,
shiny Bedlam.
workers at Adelaide
Beldam,
train station
Bedlam.
discovered the brown suitcase checked into the cloakroom on the morning of the man's death. The
Beldam.
police checked the suitcase out of Adelaide station on the 14th of January 1949. It was brown in colour, new and unlocked. Inside they found a dressing gown, a pair of slippers, some spare thread, 4 pairs of underpants, pyjamas, shaving items, a light brown pair of trousers, an electrician's screwdriver, a table knife cut down into a short, sharp instrument, a pair of scissors with sharpened points, a small square of zinc which was thought to have been used as a protective sheath for the knife, and a stenciling brush. Identification marks and tags had been removed from the clothing. However, a tie, laundry bag and singlet were stitched with the name Keane and T. Keane. They also found 3 dry cleaning marks, though there are no men by the name of T. Keane reported missing in any English-speaking country, and no identification was made from the dry cleaning marks. The police did find, however, that the type of stitching in the jacket was that of a type only found in America, and being as how the jacket was made to measure, there was a very high likelihood that he was an American man who spent significant time in the States. At the inquest on the 21st of June, the result was left inconclusive. Speculation from the coroners of poisoning was noted. In particular, poisons digitalis and ubane were both identified as being possible to kill a human and yet remain untraceable after death. A second doctor at the inquest, however, contradicted this statement. Dr. Robert Cohen stated that, "I feel quite satisfied that if the death were caused by any common poison, my examination would have revealed its nature. If he did die from poison, I think it would have been a very rare poison. I think that the death is more likely to have been due to natural causes than poisoning." An unnatural death was finally presumed, though cause was unknown and there was no identification of the victim. The inquest was adjourned sine die. A plaster cast of the dead man's head and shoulders were made for later attempts at identification, and the body was finally buried, with the headstone marking the plot. "Here lies the unknown man who was found at Somerton Beach." The mystery of the man's body is buried in the earth. However, the true mystery is just beginning. Prior to the inquest, the coroner wrote to Sir John Cleland, Professor of Pathology at the University of Adelaide, asking for assistance. Upon his inspection of the body and the suitcase, Cleland made several key observations that the police had failed to note. Firstly, he found that the spare thread in the suitcase matched that of the clothing sewn into a repair on the lining of one of the pockets of the man's trousers, and that the brand of thread was rare to be found in Australia, tying the two together conclusively.
I need somebody to
He
do
also
5 great
noted that
throws
the
for
man's
me.
shoes were remarkably shiny and recently polished, commenting that he did not think that the man would have walked onto the beach much, if at all. Finally, he found one last piece of key evidence in the case. Rolled up and stashed in a small fob pocket in the man's waistband was a small scrap of paper torn from a larger page. There was print on one side that read simply, "Tamam shud," a Persian phrase meaning ended or finished. Public library officials were called in to try to identify the printed text. They successfully identified it as the final phrase on the last page of a book known as the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam. The Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam was a book of poems attributed to a Persian poet named Omar Khayyam and translated by Edward Fitzgerald. It was a reasonably popular book at the time. However, it would soon be found that this particular page had been torn from a very specific and rare copy. A photograph of the scrap of paper was released to the press, and on the 22nd of July, a man went to the police with a copy of the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam, printed in Christchurch, New Zealand in 1941, that he had found in the footwell of his car.
Wait, what?
The paper was released to the press, and on the 22nd of July, a man went to the police with a copy of the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam, printed in Christchurch, New Zealand in 1941, that he had found in the footwell of his car. There is some uncertainty as to the exact date of the book was found. However, the man stated that he had left his car parked with the window open and found the book either on the day that the Somerton man's body was found or some weeks prior. Regardless of this precise date, the book he handed to the police had the back page missing, and after microscopic tests, was confirmed to be the same paper with the tears matching that of the small strip found in the dead man's pocket. On the back page were faint indentations of handwriting, along with 2 telephone numbers, one of a bank and one unlisted, which turned out to belong to a nurse named Jessikah Thompson. Jessikah Thompson just so happened to live only 400 metres from where the body of the Somerton man was found. Jessikah Thompson was contacted. She claimed that she did not know the man, nor had any idea as to why he would be in her neighbourhood on the night of his death. Thompson stated that she had once owned a copy of the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam, but given it away as a parting gift to a man named Alf Boxall, an army lieutenant serving during World War II. For a while, the police speculated that Alf may be the identity of the dead man. Alf Boxall, however, was alive and well, and he presented himself and his copy of the book to the police. This quickly shut down any further speculation. The police asked Jessikah to see if she recognised the man from the plaster bust taken from the body prior to its burial. Upon seeing the bust, she was reported to have looked down at the floor, flustered, and as if she might faint, refusing to look at the bust again. Despite this behaviour, she nonetheless held tight to her story that she did not know or recognise the man. In later years after her death, interviews of Jessikah's relatives, including her daughter Kate Thompson, were conducted. Kate told the interviewers that her mother had in fact known the identity of the man, and that she had told her privately that she had lied to the police, and that the man's identity was known to people on a level higher than the police. She also told of her mother's ability to speak Russian, though she refused to tell her daughter where or why she had learned the language. The faint indentation of writing in the back of the copy of the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam is one of the more puzzling aspects. On the final page was written 5 lines of text in capital letters. The second line is struck out, and at first glance, the whole thing resembles a possible code. At the time, it was sent to both the Navy and Defence Departments. Neither was successful at deciphering any meaning, stating that There are insignificant symbols to provide a pattern. The symbols could be a complete substitute, code, or the meaningless response to a disturbed mind. It was not possible to provide a satisfactory answer. Modern analysis has been undertaken several times, and although still undecipherable, conclusions state that the letters are unlikely to be random, that the message is in English, and that it is likely that the Rubaiyat is a one-time pad. However, they do not think it will be a straight substitution one-time pad, leading to it being incredibly complex and needing
10
an
minutes
exact
left
same
of
copy
community
of the book to decipher it.
day.
After 60 years, the original has been destroyed, along with the suitcase and much other evidence, and there are very few copies of the same book that have ever been found.
Dang. I was excited because it was
The
a
mystery of the Somerton Man is
yellow gem.
multifaceted, starting with the body, the inconclusions about cause of death
See?
that are initially problematic.
but
One
there's
doctor at the time was convinced of poisoning,
already
whilst
6
another was
Pokemon in
adamant
it,
that no
so
poison was possible.
I can't put mine
And this was
in
backed
there,
up by the fact that all toxicology results showed no sign of poison.
unfortunately.
Items around or on the body.
I have
are
my
equally
incense
confusing.
going.
All identification
I
marks,
don't know if you can
labels, and
see.
tags
I have
were
my
removed
incense
from
going,
clothing.
and I have a
Many
lure.
of the articles were common in America,
And it's not
rather than
working.
Australia. The aluminium comb, an item not made in Australia but common for American soldiers during the war. His jacket with the American-style stitching, juicy fruit gum, and the thread which tied the man to the suitcase. All of these things point to a
Do they
man
not
who
have
was not an
juicy fruit
Australian
gum?
national, or at the very least, a man who had travelled extensively. Was his body dumped on the beach,
I
or
wanna
did
go
he
to
die
Australia.
in situ? If he died there on the beach, what of the pooling of the blood in the back of his head and neck? And what about his shoes that were so clean that it was reported that he was unlikely to have been walking on the beach? And of course, there is the small fact that no
The
record of
people in the
man's
car
name,
next to
dental
me are
records, or
literally
fingerprints
drinking
exist.
beer.
After looking at the autopsy photos of the Somerton Man, Dr. Maciej Henenberg noted that the man's
What?
ears had an unusual position, whereby the top of his ear, the cimber, was the same size as
I'm
the
not
bottom,
supposed to do
the
that.
cavum. This trait is known in only 1 to 2% of the Caucasian population.
Wait, what trait?
Derek Abbott, a professor at Adelaide University, the man's ears had an unusual formation, whereby there is the small fact that no record of the man's name, dental records, or fingerprints exist. After looking at the autopsy photos of the Somerton Man, Dr. Maciej Henenberg noted that the man's ears had an unusual formation, whereby the top of his ear, the cimber, was the same size as the bottom, the cavum. This trait is known in only 1 to 2% of the Caucasian population. Derek Abbott, a professor at Adelaide University, later found that he also had hypodontia of both his lateral incisors. This was a rare genetic feature present in only 2% of the population. Derek Abbott obtained a photograph of Jessikah Thompson's eldest son, which clearly showed that he had not only hypodontia, but also the same larger cimber of the ear as the Somerton Man. The chance that this is coincidence and that Jessica's eldest son was not the child of the Somerton Man is estimated to be between 1 in 10 to 20 million. In 2011, a woman contacted Maciej Henenberg with an ID card issued by the United States to foreign seamen during World War II, and that she had found in her father's possessions. The man on the ID card was named H.C. Reynolds, and the photograph had several matching characteristics with that of the Somerton Man, including a mole and the larger cimber of the ear. Henenberg stated that, in a forensic case, this would allow me to make the statement positively identifying the Somerton Man. The card was issued to the man named H.C. Reynolds in 1918. He was 18 years old and his nationality was British, despite his official form of identification.
I need
no
to do
records
5
relating
great
to an H.C.
throws.
Reynolds has ever been found in British, American, nor
I need
Australian
someone to help me
national
do 5
archives.
great throws.
So Jessica was the Somerton Man. What relationship
Excuse
did
me.
he have with Jessikah Thompson?
5 great throws in
It
a
seems
row,
highly
I
likely
mean.
that they had at least a personal
And
relationship.
I really want a
But
shiny
did they perhaps
Beldum,
have a professional relationship too?
but I keep not getting a shiny.
Investigative work is continuing to this day in the hopes that we may one day find out. The most often touted speculation lies in the possibility
DoorDash is
that he
pretty
was a
slow
spy,
today.
possibly with Jessica too. This was, after
I think
all,
I've only
the
made
beginning
like
of the Cold War.
$40
The
Since
code
noon.
remains a mystery that may hold many answers as to exactly what his business was in Somerton in December in 1948.
Super duper lame.
As for his death, that will always likely remain a mystery. It seems easy to point to poisoning as the likeliest answer, but if so, who, why, and how? Was he poisoned on the beach or killed elsewhere and dumped and posed by the seawall? The questions are many and the answers few, making the Somerton Man one of the most intriguing cases in our dark history. It's a big one. I'm not
That's what
quite
she
sure
said.
how I managed to keep it so compact, actually. Obviously,
That's what she said.
I'm re-recording these earlier episodes, so there has been some
Oh, my
work on this case
my
since,
slack off
and,
got knocked out of the
we can
gym.
discuss some of those kind of newer
That's sad.
revelations, I guess, after these short ads.
Hate ads.
And Constantine.
You won't need to hunt for
Scenes of how I make the show, and by being a member, you're directly. I think I hold kind of an unpopular view on now, in that I sort of always
I
believed
have
that he was a spy.
4 Pokemon I need to revive.
That's an opinion, that's a theory that seems to be sort of slipping by the wayside these days, and people sort of less and less guessing that and saying he's sort of
Why
not
is
so much a
DoorDash
spy.
so dead?
But I still think that he's a spy. I still buy that theory. I'm way too excited by the idea that he might
I
have
still
been
can't
some
believe that the
crazy
people in the car
Cold War
next to me
spy.
are drinking alcohol.
But there has been, I'm recording all of these episodes.
They drinking beer.
Because of, obviously my hardware has improved, so I want to go back and re-record them. And firstly, I'm amazed at how compact I kept the script. You know, if I'd have done this in sort of season 3 at some point, it probably would have been about, 3 times as long. But secondly, there's obviously been sort of new things since I wrote this that have come out about it, because Derek Abbott, the professor from Adelaide University, is
4 more minutes left of
it's like an
community
ongoing
day.
thing for him. He's actually married to someone who's sort of involved with Jessica Thompson, I believe.
Ooh.
Granddaughter of Jessica Thompson, maybe? And he continues to dig into the case and try and crack it. The code's been tried to be cracked a few times since, and they've definitely found that it's in English. At the very least, they know that it's a code and that it's in English. That's about all they've kind of managed to figure out on that front, which is absolutely frustrating as hell, because it's a great part to the mystery that there's this code that's staring us in the face that no one can solve, but it's infuriating that no one's been able to solve it. The other thing is obviously Derek Abbott is constantly trying to get funding for exhumations and things like that, so that he can get DNA analysis and things like that. And he's also, they found things like
Pokemon Go.
patches of hair on the bust that they've been able to use for DNA analysis, or they think they can use for DNA analysis. Sorry. So there's that part to it as well. So there's
2 more minutes left.
I don't think there's been any great revelations since I wrote this originally, but
they're gonna have a
it's
picnic.
certainly a case that's
nice.
constantly moving.
Is that a bruise or
I
a
say
tattoo?
constantly moving. It's constantly
I think
moving in
it's a
slow
bruise.
motion. You can
I wonder how
perhaps say
that lady
that.
got the bruise.
It's always sort of being caught up by legislation
It's like on
and
her arm,
funding.
like right
so,
here. Like
but I do think it's one
a
of
little
those
bit
cases
higher
where
than,
eventually
well,
we'll
lower or whatever.
probably find the
than,
answers
like where my tattoo
if Derek
is.
Abbott continues to go at it like he has been, and I think he probably will. So, yeah, I do think we'll possibly, maybe not the code, but we'll at least probably find out why the Somerton Man, or who the Somerton Man was, rather.
I'm
I think
sad I
that's
didn't get a
probably
shiny.
something that we will one day find out. As to the code, I'm not so
Like,
sure
I
about
even
that. That's
have
been tried to be cracked several
incense
times.
going,
With the most
and I have
modern
a
kind of cloud
lure,
computing
but
sort
no,
of power
it's still not
behind
shiny.
it, it's still not been cracked. So the best they've kind of found was that
Maybe I can
it's,
find somebody
it's
that got
almost
one that'll
certainly
trade me.
in English, and it is definitely a code, and it comes from a one-time pad. That's about all they found of that code.
Free got a
So I'm not sure
shiny!
if that will ever get cracked, but at least by knowing who he was, we might know a little more about why he was there. My personal theory, I've got a kind of little pet theory, is that he was a spy and so was Jessica Thompson.
He got her
And it
shiny.
was-
I mean, I'm happy
they
for
had
him.
some kind
Damn.
of relationship, and he was visiting her. As to why he would have got killed, who knows, and how, who knows again. I think it probably was poisoning, but who knows? You know, it could have been something completely natural. It's a fantastic mystery, it really is. It's one of those ones that I think until we find the answers, we'll just go forever, because the amount of evidence we have is such a small amount that it's almost entirely speculation if you're going to try and devise a theory. And that's obviously, it's not factual and it's not scientific, but it's a great deal of fun to kind of come up with a backstory for this man. I think eventually, like I say, I think we'll probably find out the answers. But otherwise, yeah, I think, we'll leave that episode there. So thanks for listening. If you'd like to find us on social media, we're everywhere. Twitter, Dark Histories, Instagram, Dark_Histories. We have Discord where you can come on and chat with each other. It's like a little community, and that's really nice. You can find links to all of that at darkhistories.com, and you can also find a way to email me there if you'd like to contact me directly, which is contact@darkhistories.com. But so if you go to www.darkhistories.com, you'll find links to everything, every way of contacting, following, and subscribing, and all the rest. So yeah, thanks for listening. It's been a pleasure. Sleep tight.
Don't let the bed bugs bite. Sorry, every time I hear sleep tight. Oh, 7. I need to do 3 more. Meows. Dang. Wait, I have 20. Oh, I don't have enough candy, that's why. I was like, why is it not gonna let me up? Like, power it up. Mm, 4 star. 4 score and 7 years ago.
Your dream job may be running your own cafe, your own bike shop, or your own Italian folk dance studio. At Optimum Business, our dream job is helping your business run smoothly. With the Optimum Business Triple Play, you'll get secure internet, 1 unlimited mobile line, and business phone. It's all customized to your business, and it starts at $100 a month. Talk about a dream come true. Call 855-2-OPTIMUM or visit optimum.com/business. Optimum
Battling
Business,
Go Battle Leaf.
where local is big time.
5 times. So I need to do 3 more times for Go Battle Leaf to get that, and then I need to do 8 more times for the other one. Oh man. What do I get though?
Thanks for listening to Dark Histories.
Is that a hat?
Before we start, I just want to take a second to thank all the people who support the show and help make it sustainable, both on Patreon and by signing up to Audible via the Dark Histories affiliate link. You can find links to both of those in the show notes if you're interested, or you can help out the show with people who you think might be interested on social media or with all the good people you might know. Alright, let's get on with the episode. Cheers. In 1980, a man walked into the marketplace of the Haitian town of Leicester. He approached a woman and greeted her warmly, introducing himself by his boyhood nickname. The man and woman were in fact family, but the woman simply stared back at him in shock. As word spread throughout the marketplace of the man's arrival, panic and commotion began to stir the humid Haitian air. The man's name was Clavius Narcisse, and he was well known in Leicester. To his dismay, he found that his warm greeting was not returned. This should not have really struck him as much of a surprise, as Clavius Narcisse had died and been buried in the Leicester Cemetery 18 years prior. This is Dark Histories, where the facts are worse than
What kind of
fiction.
car is that? PHEV FEV.
Hello
It's a
and welcome to
Mazda
Season 1, Episode
CX-90.
6. This is Dark Histories
It's
and
like
I'm
some
Ben.
Mazda CX-90.
And this week we're going to be talking about zombies, which is a subject that, well, it makes me very excited. And when I read these books, initially written by Wade Davis, I was just blew my mind that this stuff might actually exist. So Let's just get straight into this. This is Zombies, a true story of Haitian voodoo. In 1982, Wade Davis, now Professor of Anthropology at the University of British Columbia, was studying for a PhD in ethnobotany at Harvard. He had travelled to far-flung reaches several times in support of his studies, and he had taken a particular interest in studying psychoactive plants used among the tribespeople of the Americas. In the spring of 1982, he received a call from Professor Richard Evans Schultz. He's professor at Harvard and a man who had travelled extensively himself to many of the remotest places on Earth in the search of obscure plant knowledge. He had once lived in the rainforest for 8 years after taking a single semester leave. He had also been instrumental in fostering Davis's own exploratory urges when in 1974, while studying at Harvard, Schultz had advised Davis on his first expedition into the South American rainforests. This time, he had something for Davis that would prove to be a little stranger. They arranged a meeting, and when Davis arrived in Schultz's office, he asked Davis if he would be able to leave for the Caribbean country of Haiti within 2 weeks.
2025.
Schultz set Davis up with Dr. Nathan Klein, a psychiatrist who had done
57
exhaustive work in
grand.
the field of psychopharmacology.
That's
Davis
like
agreed to meet Klein, and 2 days later, in a Manhattan apartment, over drinks in thick crystal glasses, Klein handed Davis the death certificate dated the 2nd of March, 1962, of one Clavius Narcisse. Clavius Narcisse lived in the village of Lestaire, Haiti, where he was born in 1922. He had little responsibilities and had never settled to marry. He had, nevertheless, taken several women around Lestaire, fathering children with multiple women, while sidestepping all of the responsibilities, both financial and parental. He owned several small plots of land which he had inherited from his parents, and that he farmed for a profit, and he had made a secure living for himself. His sister told of how he had been able to afford a tin roof for his house before anyone else in the neighbourhood. Despite this, Narcisse had never been of much help to his family, preferring instead to keep his wealth to himself, which had led to several disputes with his brothers in the past, both over his land, which by Napoleonic code should have been divided amongst offspring after the parent's death, but which Clavius had kept to himself, and his money.
Well, that's greedy.
His wealth was, in no small part, afforded to him due to his lack of familial and parental responsibilities. And so the picture of Narcisse builds that he was a man of many enemies within the small market community of Lestaire. On the night of the 30th of April 1962, Clavius Narcisse, then 40 years old, admitted himself to the hospital in Deschapelles at 9:45 p.m. He was complaining of fevers, an aching body, and he was spitting blood. Once in the hospital, his condition deteriorated rapidly. On the 2nd of May, he was pronounced dead by both a Haitian and American physician. Two of his sisters, Angelina and Mary Claire Narcisse, witnessed the body, after which he was held in cold storage for 20 hours and then buried in the cemetery on May the 3rd at 10 a.m. 18 years later, he stumbled into the Lestaire marketplace and approached his sister Angelina. He used his boyhood nickname, that which only his family had known, and had not been used for decades. He claimed that one of his brothers had contracted a zombie ritual upon him in retaliation for one of the land disputes, and he claimed that he had been resurrected from his grave shortly after his death, beaten,
I hit
bound,
my data
and
cap.
taken away to work as a
Stuff's
slave
not loading.
in the northern region of Haiti with a group of other zombies. There he worked the land, emotionless and cold for 2 years, until the death of the master broke the spell. He stayed away from Lestaire for the next 16 years in fear of his brother, but upon hearing of his death, chose to return. Angelina was not the picture of joy he may have hoped for. She recoiled from Clavius, her eyes catching a scar on his cheek, from where 18 years prior, a misplaced nail had caught his skin as his coffin lid had been hammered shut. She offered him money and told him to leave, but he was a dead man walking, his life departed and his flesh pulled from the ground by Haitian voodoo. In 1789, Haiti was under colonial rule by the French Empire, and named Saint Domingue. It produced 40% of the sugar and 60% of the coffee that was consumed throughout all of Europe at the time. Known as the Pearl of the Antilles, it was one of the richest colonies in the world. Needless to say, it was built and supported on the back of black slavery, and it's estimated that the French brought in around 790,000 African slaves between the years of 1783 to 1791. This accounted for 1/3 of the entire Atlantic slave trade. These people, torn from their homes, brought the traditions of their homeland with them, one of which, despite French efforts to force Catholicism upon the slaves, was the religion of African voodoo. It was, in fact, a voodoo ceremony that would eventually lead to a revolution in 1791, when the spirit Esli Dantor possessed a priestess and received a black pig as an offering. All those present pledged to fight for their freedom.
My phone is not loading,
In
and it's
1804,
really
the slaves
annoying.
liberated themselves from French rule, fighting back Napoleon's armies to take Saint Domingue and declaring
Supposedly I have
independence.
5 bars though.
The island was renamed Haiti. However, in 1835, voodoo became punishable by law, forcing it underground. As we have seen, however, traditions die hard, and secret voodoo societies would hold nighttime ritual.
Whoops.
Secret voodoo societies would hold nighttime rituals in secret Helmfort, away from the eyes of the ruling elite. Priestesses thrashing wildly to rhythmical drums as they took in the spirits of the voodoo gods. They used voodoo to both protect and punish the people of the local communities, offering aid or cautioning sickness amongst the blood of animals and the heat of hot coals. One of the first
I think I
mentions
might
of
go
zombies
to
in
Wendy's
Western
to go
writing was in
bathroom.
a book written by William Seabrook and published in 1929 titled The Magic Island. A section pertaining to zombies is short, but the story he tells goes as such. In the spring of 1918, an American sugar factory in Port-au-Prince run by Hasco was having a busy season, and it needed to hire extra workers for the harvest. Whole families would register in Hasco fields, and at the end of the week, each member would be paid for their work. One morning, a man named T. Joseph and his wife Croyance showed up at Hasco with a pack of workers, all walking and standing as if in daze. The registrar apparently likened them to cattle with a vacant stare, but T. Joseph explained that they were ignorant people from the mountains, unable to speak the local language. At the end of the week, he would collect the wages of each member, naturally keeping it for himself. Each night, T and his wife would prepare meals for themselves and the workers, keeping the workers' food separate and taking care to make sure that no meat or seasoning be mixed into the workers' food. At weekends, a nearby market town held a fete, and the husband and wife would take turns to attend whilst the others stayed with the workers. T. Joseph's wife, Croyance, however, felt sorry for the workers and wanted to see the procession for herself. She decided one week to take them to the fete. She led the workers to the village, and they sat staring vacantly under the shade of a tree as the parade walked past. A peddler selling tablet,
Malibu.
a sugar-based cookie with peanuts, passed Croyance, who bought some of the sweets for herself and also for the zombies.
Zombies.
She did not realise, however, that the peanuts in the cookies had been salted prior to baking, and upon tasting the salt, the day's workers sprung up, panicked by their situation. They marched ceaselessly back to their home village with Croyance unable to stop them. They turned into the cemetery, and each found a grave site that belonged to them. They climbed down into the pits of the freshly ripped soil and died for a second time, for these workers were zombies under a voodoo spell of T. Joseph. The locals of the village proceeded to take revenge on T. Joseph, and they promptly cut off his head. This story was told to William Seabrook by a Haitian man named Polonais. Seabrook didn't really believe it. Indeed, it sounds more like an urban legend than any truth. But Polonais swore blind that it was true, and further, he promised Seabrook that he could show him a real-life zombie. Polonais took Seabrook to see an old woman named La Massy, whom he knew to have men worked for her, that she had risen from the grave. When Seabrook came face to face with the zombies, he found men with glazed looks in their eyes. He likened them to a dog he had once seen in a histological laboratory in Colombia, which had had its entire front brain removed. The men, as the dog in the lab, were alive, but emotionless, staring blankly into nothing. Seabrook took one of the men's hands and greeted it, "Bonjour, compère," but Lamassie quickly intervened and told him to leave. Seabrook translated her words as, "Negroes' affairs are not for the whites." Seabrook felt that the men were probably mentally handicapped in some way, but Polynice continued to insist on his story of voodoo. Seabrook spoke about his experience with Dr. Antoine Villiers before he left Haiti. He told the men that he had seen and hypothesized about their handicaps as being a rational cause for their condition. Villiers agreed this could be possible, but he was not so sure, telling Seabrook there may be more truth in Polynice's stories than Seabrook would like to admit. He showed him Article 246 of the Haitian Criminal Code. It should also be qualified as attempted murder, the employment of which may be made against any person of substance which, without causing actual death, produce a lethargic coma more or less prolonged. If, after the person has been buried, the act shall be considered murder no matter what result follows. The implication to Seabrook was a simple one. What he had seen was common enough to require it to become a legally recognized criminal practice. This had a profound effect on Seabrook, for this was Haiti, where they practiced voodoo, and these were the walking dead. Davis had spent time before travelling to Haiti hypothesizing on a rational explanation for the apparent zombification of Clavius Narcisse. He had concluded that an African plant, Datura stramonium, could have been used as the basis of a poison and could have been introduced to Haiti along with the African traditions. Datura stramonium could be used in a concoction that, when rubbed on the skin, would have a variety of effects, including hallucinations, delusions, confusion, disorientation, and amnesia. In large doses, it could fell a human into a numb stupor or even result in death. When Davis arrived in Haiti, he first met with Max Beauvoir. Beauvoir was a renowned authority on Haitian voodoo, and he warned Davis that he would be looking for the zombie poison for some time, as it was not a poison which made a zombie, but a bokor, a voodoo priest. He invited him to witness one of his commercial voodoo ceremonies later that night. Davis obliged and duly spent the night enthralled as he watched a mambo, a voodoo priestess, trace out symbols on the ground to invoke spirits amongst prayer and drums. An initiate of the temple, a houndsie, thrashed about dancing wildly until the spirit arrived, possessing her, whereby she began to careen around the floor of the temple. She chewed glass, sacrificed a dove by breaking its wings, and then she bit its throat out. She then lay on a fire and danced while holding a red-hot coal in her mouth. When the drums stopped, the spirits left, and Davis had been given a vivid introduction to voodoo. Davis next met with Clavius Narcisse. Narcisse vividly told Davis of the experience of death, of lying in hospital, aware of his family next to him, whilst he was presumed dead. He told of being buried and of how a nail hammered into the lid of the coffin pierced his cheek. And he spoke of being called out of the ground by a voodoo priest, beaten, bound, and taken away to work as a slave. He was conscious the entire time, but not living. He assured Davis
if I had known about the
ordeal,
eggs
he was very
thing.
much a dead man. Narcisse knew what he had become, but was powerless to stop it. The bokor had my soul, he said. Davis spent the next day exploring Haiti and trying to find any trace of Datura stramonium. He found none. Davis's next stop was to meet with Marcel Pierre, a voodoo priest whom he was assured could create a zombie. He asked Pierre to create him a poison to turn a man into a zombie, and after some haggling, Pierre agreed. Davis watched as Pierre ground various plants in the mortar. He grated a human skull and added the shavings, and finally added several sachets of coloured talc. He placed the green powder into a small glass bottle, and Davis left, convinced that the powder in the bottle was worthless. He had not noticed any of the ingredients to contain anything that could have psychoactive nor physiological effects. He returned after 10 days and he confronted Pierre. He told him that his backers in America could pay him thousands upon thousands of dollars if the poison were real, for they were interested in its possible pharmaceutical uses. And after a bit of bravado between the men, Marcel Pierre finally capitulated and agreed to make a zombie poison, this time for real. Davis joined Pierre in collecting several of the ingredients. This time the ingredients were far more gruesome, but to Davis they were far more promising and included digging the body of a 3-year-old child from her grave. They worked by night, and after they had rubbed an oily substance on their skin, Pierre crushed the head of the decaying corpse open with his hands and added it to a mortar already containing plants and the carcasses of a toad and large sea worm. The toad and the sea worm had previously placed inside a jar and buried in the ground until the creatures had died from rage. Several fish that had been placed on a grill to burn were added, and the whole thing was crushed into a powder, poured into glass jars, placed into the coffin with the corpse of the child, and buried in the ground of Marcel Pierre's temple for 3 days. Davis had his poison. Before his return to America, and quite coincidentally whilst out walking, Davis stumbled upon a field of plants that he recognised. It was an entire field of Datura stramonium. After Davis returned to Harvard, he immediately sent his poison to the laboratory, along with specimens of the ingredients for toxicological analysis. His results were fascinating. He found that the plants all had physiological effects, leading to rashes, sores, and skin irritations. The toad contained a multitude of poisons, but importantly, all symptoms matched with the symptoms Clavius Narcisse showed before his death. The sea worm made logical sense, as the toad would secrete more of its toxins if it felt threatened, so by placing the creatures together in a jar and burying them, they were not simply dying of rage, but the toad was being coerced into creating a hazardous amount of toxin before its death, simply by the presence of the worm in the jar. The real breakthrough came with the fish. The species used in the poison was blowfish or puffer. The poison of the blowfish, tetrodotoxin, is one of the most poisonous toxins known. Its effects include reduction of temperature, a prickling sensation leading to numbness, often giving the feeling of floating, paralysis, glassy eyes, eventually leading to a comatose state. However, full consciousness is retained until either the victim of the poison dies or recovers, depending on the dosage. This, Davis hypothesized, would not only explain why, when upon speaking with Narcisse, he could remember everything about his death and his feeling of floating above the ground, but it could also perfectly explain how he could have, for all intents and purposes, appeared dead to the physicians in the hospital. He researched more into the puffer's poison and found several cases in history, especially in Japan, where it's often eaten as a delicacy, of people dying only to miraculously return to life on their way to the morgue. The plants were used as an irritant, a way in which to create a sore, an open wound which would allow the toxins to reach the bloodstream. It all fell into place so neatly. So what of the datura from his initial hypothesis? Although not in the main poison, Davis recalled his conversations with Narcisse and noted that upon being taken from his grave, he was immediately beaten and bound by his voodoo grave robbers. Davis believes that datura is used after the zombie poison, whilst the victim's psychological state is still frail, as a way to create a constant state of disorientation, effectively zombifying a victim for as long as the poison was used, maintaining a constant psychological stupor. This would also explain why, after the death of Narcisse's master, the zombies have been able to break free of their slavery, as the effect of the drug, no longer being administered, wore off. But whilst all of this fieldwork provided a material basis for understanding zombification, voodoo has its own rules. Now that Davis had a grasp on the practicalities of zombification, he is driven to understand the meaning, and through his search discovered that Bazango, secret voodoo societies that trace a lineage of rites and rituals descending from the hidden groups of escaped slaves during colonial French rule. These groups of men and women, enacting out their cultural traditions in the mountains, would eventually form a militia that played a forefront role in the fighting of the rebellion. Now these traditions survive as secret religious sects, meeting in shadowy temples during the black of night, submitting offerings into coffins lit by firelight as drums rattle and priests sing. The Bazango both protect their communities and enact measures of judgment. As Davis was told directly during his time on Haiti, the Bazango can be sweet as honey and bitter as bile. Davis Narcisse himself told Davis vaguely of a tribunal and judgment prior to his death and of being pulled from his grave. Zombification is then something of a form of capital punishment from the Bazango. Narcisse knew that he had wronged the community, and he understood his punishment in the context of voodoo. He accepted his fate as a zombie, and as voodoo dictates, he had become the walking dead. Voodoo, zombies, serious real-life zombies, ladies and gentlemen. Bonkers, right? Absolutely bananas. It's a really fascinating subject, which I think is really hard to convey. I think a lot of people might skip this episode because they see, zombies and Haitian voodoo, and they kind of possibly think like, oh yeah, okay, yeah, right, whatever. When you sort of put it like that, you realise that, there's scientific reasoning behind all of this stuff. And it's absolutely mad. The fact that, zombies, obviously not zombies as we know them in fiction, but a type of zombie that has created the fiction, or inspired the fiction at least, really exists is absolutely terrifying. Can you imagine being buried alive, but being completely conscious whilst it's happening? It's frightening, and it's certainly, the way they talk of it as a form of punishment. It's certainly a punishment, isn't it? It would be, just terrifying. I suppose it's a good way of imprisoning someone without the need of an actual prison. You're just sort of imprisoning them in their mind, I suppose, using drugs. It's absolutely bonkers. But it's a fascinating story, and Wade Davis, the guy that wrote, he's written a couple of books about it. He's written two, one of which is a lot more academic than the other. So there's two books. There's one book called Serpent and the Rainbow, and that's more relaxed and sort of aimed at just everyone who wants to read a fascinating story, and it's a really good book. I really enjoyed reading it. And then he's written a second one called Through the Passage of Darkness, I believe it's called, or it might just be called The Passage of Darkness. But that's obviously by Wade Davis as well. You'll find it if you search Passage of Darkness, Wade Davis. And that's a more academic book. It's a bit more full on. So it depends on what kind of part of the story you want to read. If you want to read just an easygoing book that's really compelling, then go for Serpent and the Rainbow. And if you kind of want to delve into the science behind it, Passage of Darkness is much more, say, more academic, and it is a bit more kind of heavy, but it's equally as fascinating. It's a lot more expensive though, so Serpent and the Rainbow is probably most people's best bet to start with. But they're both excellent books and really fascinating, and they dispel some of the myths of things like voodoo, and a big part of Wade Davis is
Disconnected. Ready to pair.
I love how my stupid ass keeps forgetting to lock my car. Trying to like get it as level as possible. The food container. Where's my keys? In my pocket. Because the fact that I went to the bathroom while I was in there, it took a while, so my phone, or because I got far enough apart, I don't know, it disconnected.
Might be in your mind already. My idea of voodoo before I started this was pretty much Monkey Island 2. If no one knows what I'm talking about, it's an old PC game, or Atari game, or Amiga game. It's an old game, point-and-click adventure. Yeah, the pirate king brought back from life. Anyway, that's going way off. But that was more or less, my idea of voodoo. And my idea of zombies was Night of the Living Dead, or Day of the Dead, or
all
these kind of old B-movie exploitation zombie films.
I wonder why.
Like most, I guess. So it's fascinating to find the truth behind that, and I really appreciate.
There's a whole bunch of people in that car and a dog. The dog's like sitting up next to the people, like a people.
Actually, this is something that
Where's
can
my
happen,
doggy?
and it is something that is happening all the time.
Now that it's getting
One
cooler,
you
I might be able to
find
take
when you
him
read
again.
Either book, you'll know that
It was
it's
too
really
hot
closed off,
to
and
have
it
him in the
took
car.
Wade Davis
So that's
an
why
awful
he's
long
been with
time
my dad.
to
Thankfully,
learn anything
they've
about
been
anything
willing to
on
take
Haiti,
him.
because everything was very much.
Because again,
There's a side that
the
is
car
presented to
was getting
tourists,
kind of hot,
and a side that's presented
like
to
if I had,
the real community.
like
And
even
they're
if I
very-
had the AC on,
And it
he
took them a
was
long time
still
to kind of build
sometimes
that
hot.
trust and those connections. To
Or
kind of
like
get
I'd get
under the
cold
skin
and
of
I'd
it,
turn the
I
heat
guess.
on, and then he'd be
To
like
the point
panting
where I would
because
say
he'd be
he's more or less this, it's his second home now.
yeah. He and
And
he
is
and I
sort of-
don't vibe
He
with our
can sort of avoid
temperatures.
those traps,
Apparently.
the sort of tourist traps, and he won't be sort of treated like a tourist. He won't allow people to take him for a ride, for example. But it took him a really long time
Do
to
I
get
have-
to
or did I put
that
it?
point. And it goes to show like
It's in
how
the-
there's a documentary on
It's
the
in the
same thing about
backpack.
Vice.
I keep
And
forgetting
it
to
really-
grab the
When you
Benadryl.
read the Wade Davis books, it goes to show how naive, I guess. Although I actually quite like the Vice documentary. For a Vice documentary, I thought it was quite good. But it does show how naive they were being, thinking that they were going to come out of that with anything useful. I mean, they probably didn't. It was a Vice documentary. They're just the extreme.
I really
angles,
want
aren't they?
watermelon.
But it shows how they were never going to find
Watermelon?
anything legitimate, because, as I say, it took Davis
Stay on
absolute years
this.
to even
2.2
begin to
miles
kind of get
until
under the
South
surface
Road.
and sort of start to
20
see
minutes
the
away.
real side of voodoo. And then, I really appreciate the way he writes about it, to sort of demystify it and make it seem less kind of crazy and voodoo zombies, and make it more like a serious subject. Either way, it's fascinating. It's absolutely insane. So I really recommend those two books if you want to know more about it. So yeah, that's that. If you'd like to contact us, go to darkissues.com, find all the links there for subscriptions, and being able to find us on social media.
I like
contact
the
me,
shingles on
email.
the side of that building. They have the shingles on the side of the building, like it's a house,
But you'll find all
and
of
it's a
that
shingle,
links to all
it
that
has
stuff
shingle
at
siding,
darkissues.com. So if you'd like to do
but
any of that
the
stuff,
shingle siding
that
in
would
the
be
front of the
amazing.
house,
If you'd like to ask
there's
me any questions,
places in the shingles where there's like
just send me an
design.
email. Why not? I read
So
your
it's-
guy
it
every
looks neat.
email I get, and I do my best to respond to them as quickly as possible. I respond to them mostly whilst I'm on my lunch break at work. So apologies if I don't get back to you straight away.
How dare
So
you not
mostly
get back to me?
I sort of save it up
I'm just
and
kidding, I'm just kidding.
once or twice a week I'll go through my emails whilst I'm at work and sit on my lunch break, and I'll reply to as many as I can. But yeah, I enjoy the interaction. So if you want to get in touch with me about anything, tell me.
I need to make a dentist
Tell me
appointment.
like, tell me I'm interested, tell me this whole podcast is nonsense, whatever you like. I've had the gamut. You know, I've had people tell me I'm offensive, and I've also had people tell me I'm incredibly sensitive to the subject matter. So, you know, bring it on. Let me know. Feel free to get in touch. So yeah, that's pretty much that for this week. We'll leave it there. Thanks very much for listening. It's been a pleasure. I really appreciate, you know, you giving the time to listen to the podcast. So thanks very much, and sleep tight.
Zombie, oh, oh, oh. I want Monster. I want scallops.
Ah, the sounds of back to school time.
Oh, the sounds of back to school. Oh,
Can be found on the website over at darkhistories.com. And of course, just continuing to share around with all your friends and families is a huge help. So thanks so much for all your help with that. Okay, let's get on with the show. On the night of February the 14th, 1945, the body of Charles Walton was found on a farm in Lower Quinton, Warwickshire in England. His throat had been slashed open, and the prongs of a pitchfork had been dug into the mud on either side of his neck, pinning his body to the ground. As leads on the case faded away, paranoia and superstition crept in, leading to theories of witchcraft and the occult, remnants of which linger still. This is Dark Histories, where the facts are worse than fiction.
What time does Kobe's close?
Fiction.
What time does Kobe's close? I hate that.
We've had a problem.
Yeah.
Please try again.
You are a problem.
Hello, welcome, season 1, episode 7 of Darkest Chilton and the Pitchfork Murder. It's a pretty fascinating story, and one that's quite sad really, but it's been heavily hyped, I guess you could say, over...
Kobe's on Main Street in Brewster is open today from 11:30 to 19:30.
hyped, I guess you could say, over the years.
Maybe I'll go there and
the
get
story a lot of the times that we read on the
I
internet
don't
is
know.
just
Part of me wants to go and get
nonsense.
food there,
yeah,
but
I
part of
thought
me
I'd
doesn't.
take up the reins and give the story.
So I don't want to
pretty
spend
much
Kobe.
straight
I don't want to
instead,
pay
which
Kobe's
is,
prices.
Not surprisingly, no less interesting.
Totally worth paying their
So let's
prices.
get
Their
into
food's
it.
really
This
good,
is
but
Charles Walton.
what I want from there is I want scallops
Charles
and
Walton was born on the
scallops
12th of
because
May,
they're
1870.
seafood and they go by market
In
price.
1945, he was
They're
74 years
expensive.
old, suffered from rheumatism,
I mean, I could get a
and walked with the aid of 2
plate.
sticks.
If I get the plate,
Despite this, he was still undertaking
it's
light
like
work
one
on the
price.
farms
But then
of
if I get the
Quinton.
box, it's like,
His life had been centred around the
I
land.
don't know, like $5
He worked
more
as a young man
or
as a
something like
farm
that. You get
labourer
twice as
and had earned
much.
a reputation of being
So
a
it's
skilled
like,
horse
I
trainer.
might as well get the box.
His wife had died in 1927, and now, as As a widower,
Because
she shared
I don't
rented
want the
cottage
french
in the
fries
heart
that
of
come
Lower
with the
Quinton
regular stuff.
with his
I don't know.
33-year-old niece, Edith Walton, who he'd adopted with his wife after his sister had died in 1915. Lower Quinton was a small rural community, with a population of just 493, and Charles was one 93-year-old niece, Edith Walton, who he'd adopted with his wife after his sister had dug the old horse drain and walked with the aid of 2 sticks. Despite this, he was still undertaking light work on the local farms of Lower Quinton. His life had been centred around the land. He had worked as a young man as a farm labourer and had earned the reputation of being a skilled horse trainer. His wife had died in 1927, and now, as a widower, he shared a rented cottage in the heart of Lower Quinton with his 33-year-old niece, Edith Walton, who he'd adopted with his wife after his sister had died in 1915.
I wonder if we're related.
Lower Quinton was a small rural community with a population of just 493, and Charles was well known in the village.
Wait, what year did they
But
say?
he was thought of as something of a lone after his sister had died in 1915.
Oh, 1915. I don't know,
Lower
I
Quinton
wonder.
was a small rural community with a population of just 493, and Charles was well known in the village. An eccentric, whilst others viewed him with a mixture of suspicion and respect, he was generally popular among the locals. For the previous 9 months, he had been working on a local farm known as the Firs, owned by Alfred Potter.
Wonder if they're
Around
related to
9
Harry
a.m. on the
Potter.
morning of February the 14th, Charles left his house to walk up to a field known as Hillground. It was part of the Firs, which rested on the slopes of an area locally known as Beyond Hill. With a mind to trim the hedgerows, he left home with a pitchfork and slash hook, a long-handled, sickle-like instrument used for cutting and trimming foliage. As he passed through the churchyard, he was seen by 2 witnesses who were to be among the last people that would confidently record seeing him alive. At 6 p.m, Edith Walton returned to their cottage after her day's work to find it empty. Charles was usually home from work by 4 p.m, and he was a man of fierce habits. Therefore, she found it to be unusual that he hadn't yet returned. Beginning to worry that Charles had fallen ill, Edith visited her neighbour, another agricultural worker named Harry Beasley. Together they walked up to the Firs farm and they called in on Alfred Potter, the owner. Alfred confirmed that he had seen Charles earlier in the day cutting hedgerows up on Hillground, and all 3 walked up to the field, torches in hand, to see if they might find him. Alfred took them to the spot that he had seen Charles working earlier in the day, and after a short search, the party came across the body of Charles Walton, lying on the ground near the hedgerows. The scene was a grisly one, and it proved too much for Edith to bear. She began screaming loudly at the sight of Charles's body, and Harry Beasley attempted to pacify her and pull her away from the scene. Charles's body lay sprawled on the ground, with his shirt unbuttoned. The prongs of his pitchfork were buried in the mud on either side of his neck, and the handle wedged into the hedgerows, effectively pinning the body to the ground. The slash hook was buried in his throat, leaving a wide gash across his neck that almost severed his head from his body. Searching nearby, the men found Charles's walking stick, spattered with blood and matted hair. Whoever the killer was, he had used Charles's own stick to beat him severely before cutting his throat with his slash hook, killing him outright. As they were coming to terms with the horrific scene before them, a man named Harry Peachy passed by, and after calling him over, the group enlisted his help in alerting the police back in the village. Harry Beasley accompanied Edith home, who was clearly struggling to deal with the events, and Alfred Potter agreed to stand guard over the scene until the police arrived. The first policeman on the scene was PC Michael James Lamasny, who arrived at 7:05 p.m. after responding to Harry Peachy's news reaching the village station.
Ooh, the airport's over
here.
here.
CID were later to arrive, as well as members of the West Midlands forensics team.
I wonder what their airport looks like.
At 11 p.m, Alfred Potter gave his first statement to the police, claiming that he had owned the farm for 5 years and that he had known Charles for the entire time that he had been there, employing him on a casual basis for the previous 9 months to trim the hedgerows around the various fields. In the morning, He'd been in the College Arms with Joseph Stanley, a farmer of Whitecross Farm, and after leaving at noon, he had seen Charles working about 500 to 600 yards away in an adjoining field. He noted that there was around 6 to 10 yards of hedgerows left to cut, and that the body had been about 4 yards further on from the spot that he had seen him previously, which would be about half an hour's work. He described Walton as an inoffensive type of man, but one who would speak his mind if necessary. The body was finally removed at 1:30 a.m. in the morning. One of the first observations noted by police concerning Charles was a missing pocket watch that, despite being carried with Charles religiously, was nowhere to be found on his body or nearby in the field. Whilst not expected to be worth very much, it was at the time the only tentative link for a motive that the police had. The official autopsy report stated that Charles Walton had bruising on his ribs, chest and head, all of which matched his walking stick. His trachea had been cut. He also had several defensive wounds, suggesting that he put up the best defences he could for a 74-year-old man. He had a cut on his left hand, alongside bruises on his right arm and left hand. Almost immediately, the local police sent a message to Scotland Yard requesting help on the case. On the 15th of February, the Deputy Chief Constable of Warwickshire sent a message requesting assistance, citing a nearby prisoner of war camp as a primary concern. The message read, "The Chief Constable has asked me to get to the assistance of Scotland Yard to assist in a brutal case of murder that took place yesterday. The deceased is a man named Charles Walton, aged 75, and he was killed with an instrument known as a slapshot. The murder was either committed by a madman or one of the Italian prisoners who were in the camp nearby. The assistance of an Italian interpreter would be necessary, I think. Dr. Webster states deceased was killed between 1 and 2 p.m. yesterday. A metal watch is missing from the body. It is being circulated." The nearby camp was named Long Marston, and it was situated 2 miles from the village of Lower Quinton. It housed both Italian and German prisoners throughout World War II, but by this stage of the war, as with many of the British camps, it had a rather relaxed view of security, akin to modern open prisons. Many prisoners were encouraged to integrate into the local communities in a limited capacity, often working as labourers on the local farms. As is common in the way, it is often an initial leap of logic to suspect an outsider, and so it was here in the tight-knit community of Lower Quinton. On the 16th of February, assistance from Scotland Yard arrived in the form of Chief Inspector Robert Fabian and his partner, Detective Sergeant
What the hell?
Fabian was one of the foremost inspectors.
The magnet on this phone case sucks.
The pair were also joined by Detective Sergeant Saunders from Special Branch, a fluent Italian speaker who would act as an interpreter when questioning the Italian prisoner of wars. With the arrival of Fabian, the investigation began in earnest, and despite Fabian writing in his later published biography that the people of Lower Quinton were cold and in some cases threatening towards the inspectors, even citing anonymous letters threatening Fabian directly along with his family,
I see
they managed to
airplanes!
collect over 500 statements from residents of the village and surrounding area. Edith Walton was interviewed by the police, and she told them that she had lived with Charles since she was 3 years old after the death of her mother. Charles paid all the rent on the cottage, as well as giving her a weekly allowance and supplying the household's coal and meat. Along with his pension of 10 shillings a week and cash loans from farm work, he had savings of £11 and 11 shillings and 9p.
Looks like a
Money which had been left to him after the death of his wife. She also stated that Charles had left his purse at home on the day of the murder. Harry Beasley was also interviewed, and he stated, "Potter had a reputation as a decent man to work for." Concerning the night of the murder, when the three walked up to Hillground and discovered the body, he stated that Alfred Potter had told him that he had seen Charles at work at 12:15 that day.
Sign me up.
On discovering the body, he was certain that Potter realised he was dead immediately. The police took a second statement from Alfred Potter. He told the police that Charles Walton had usually worked on about 4 days each week, as long as the weather permitted.
Cream cone.
He said that he left it to Walton to say how many hours he had completed, and he implied that Walton was sometimes paid for hours he had not actually worked. When the police mentioned that they were hoping to take fingerprints from the murder weapons, he became angry. stating that he had in fact touched both
Shop
the
ahoy.
slasher and a pitchfork whilst discovering the body, and that he had mentioned this to police previously. Detective Sergeant Saunders undertook interviews with the Italians, and despite finding that the security
taco.
of the camp
I
was
read that
lighter
as
than anyone
dogfish
expected of a
tattoo
prison
from
camp, with the prisoners essentially being free to come and go as they
I want more
pleased,
tattoos.
no Italian connection with the murder was found, and eventually the suspicions of the camp
That's
members
so
subsided.
cool. I
as
need
no
I need to
solid
remember to
leads
take a
materialised,
picture
nor
of that
motives.
street sign on the way back.
Becoming desperate, RAF plans
It's got my
were called in
name.
to photograph the entire village. The Royal Engineers swept the entire murder scene and surrounding area with mine detecting was found. As leads faded away,
Oh, what the?
paranoia and
Okay,
superstition
I'm
crept in.
returning this
Many
fucking
theories
phone
were
case
forward,
because
still linger today.
it's literally the
Layering
worst
facts
phone
of the
case I've ever used.
taking it in an even darker direction.
Literally keeps every little tiny bump I go over, it
Folklore
falls.
and the pagan roots of the country are often heavily influenced in rural English
So annoying.
communities, and Lower Quinton was
Oh,
no exception. It was said that the devil attempted to throw a large clod of earth to smother a recently built abbey. The Bishop of Worcester noted a case of 80-year-old Anne Tennant in Long Crompton, just 15 miles from Lower Quinton. In 1875, she had been brutally murdered by a man named James Hayward with a pitchfork and slasher, and then she was pinned to the ground in a way resembling Charles's murder. James Hayward
that's a
later
bush.
claimed that he killed the woman
Or a
on the
tree or
grounds that
something
she
I
was
just
a
hit.
witch.
My bad.
We now know, in fact, that the boyhood Charles Walton from the book was highly unlikely to have been the same person as the murder victim. No records have been found in any of the birth or death records pertaining to him having a sister who died in 1885.
Resume.
We also know the truth of the murder of Anne Tennant. And
The customer requested you leave the order at their door. They added the following instructions. Leave at my door.
In reality, Anne had been attacked in came in 1960. Whilst clearing the outhouse of Charles Walton's cottage, his pocket watch was finally uncovered. Whilst the obvious thought would be that he simply left it at home on the day of his murder, some have argued that being a man of such renowned habit, this is highly unlikely. It's also known that the police undertook an extensive search of his house and the grounds, which turned up nothing. This has led people to theorise that his murderer had in fact returned at a later time to place the watch there before slinking back into the shadows of anonymity. Lower Quinton remains as close today on the subject of Charles Walton as it was to Fabian in 1945. When talking with the BBC, the landlord of the College Arms, Tony Smith, said, "I can't talk to you about that. After 17 years of running this place, I know there are some things we don't talk about. Talking about it would upset people. And there's no sense
I'm so sorry. For some reason, the GPS like took me down by the
cases like
boatyard.
this,
We've been having
there's
trouble with
always
it all
someone
day.
that knows something.
Service here.
So I ended up switching to
For the
Apple
sake
Maps
of
to be able to
relatives,
find
not
it.
upsetting people.
For some,
I tried to
No
call
one
you.
can say.
Oh,
nothing.
sorry.
I have no service either.
And thus, the
Well, have
murder
a
of
great
Charles
day.
Walton stays unsolved. A curious case, which is deeply tangled in the local folklore, that of which it has itself become a part of. There we go, Charles Walton. It's a story that has, like I say, a lot of, should we say, guff written about it on the internet. So we'll talk about some of that after these short ads. As mentioned at the start of the show,
funny because
Dark
she's like
Histories
no
is an
service,
official
but yet
affiliate
the
with
phone looks
Audible,
like it has
which
service. It
is
just
really
doesn't
great.
work.
I'm actually a member of Audible myself, so I'm really glad to bring in an advertiser that, you know, I actually do read. And you can find a special. Ads are a pain in the butt, right? Of course, it's $1 a month to make an episode about this. And what I really wanted to address, because, you know, I'm never going to solve cases on Dark Histories, you know, I'm not kidding myself. But what I really wanted to address with this episode was just some of the guff that comes out in the blogs and other podcasts sometimes of, you know, this story. And that's that he was sort of found with the cross carved into his chest, and it was all kind of related to folklore and stuff, and really it wasn't, you know, there was no cross found carved into his chest, and the other murder really had absolutely nothing in common with Charles Walton's murder.
Look at that GMC truck. Look at it, look at it, look at it.
The fact that
It's
There was a
beautiful.
pitchfork involved. That's literally.
Oh, with those tires and that
these are
lift
two
and that
things which
color
are
even.
commonly kind of
Whew.
misrepresented. Really,
I would love it.
To sort of make the case seem more.
I would love it.
Witchcraft, which doesn't really need that.
Did I turn
Because you've
right
still got,
or left
at the end of
onto
the
this
day,
road?
the kind of fact that it's an unsolved case, and the policeman that sort of talked about it as being a pagan rite.
To the right.
The thing you've got to say with that is that, like it sort of came about, he was a renowned self-publicist at this point, and he was he written 25 years later, so his memory's probably not all
Oh
that.
yeah, I turned right into this road because I missed the road and then I had to turn
cloud his
around.
own judgment, but also, you know, how much of it was he just making up to sell his book? So, you know, you can say
I'm
those
trying to
things,
look
but
for
at the same time,
that
he
road.
still said it, and it's still there. And
Walking
it's still
trails.
something that's
That's
worth thinking
nice.
about. But even if you take away all of the kind of witchcraftery kind of nonsense,
My head is so
or
itchy.
you know, not nonsense because it doesn't have to be nonsense, but the kind of the stuff that clearly goes against the evidence.
Why do I
It's
feel
still an interesting
hungry?
case. It's a peculiar one. Say like I'm never going to solve mysteries on this podcast. They come up to speculate, right? But anyway, that's the pitchfork magic, really. We'll leave it there. If you'd like to contact me, contact@darkhistories.com is the email. You can do so. We're on all social media. Twitter @darkhistories, Instagram dark_histories,
over there
Facebook
too.
Dark Histories Podcast. And do remember we're Dark Histories, not Dark History, because there is another podcast called Dark History, which is totally my fault. I named this podcast without checking anything. But yeah, we are, you know, this podcast is Dark Histories, so make sure you search for that. It's
Oh,
basically
my
the
bad.
podcast
I
with
even
butterfly
said Dark
on the front
History.
cover. It's pretty easy to find. And the other one is Free Women, so it's quite different to mine anyway. So that's kind of differentiates us quite easily. Yeah, if you just go to darkhistories.com, you'll find links to everywhere. Contact me there. And also
sorry.
support on Patreon if you'd like to do that.
Sorry.
That would be great.
Ice. Good
If not, no worries.
vibes.
We've also got a Discord server
Ooh,
going
the
now.
sky
If you're
looks
not sure what Discord is,
pretty.
basically it's kind of like a kind of forum or chat room where people come on and talk about the episodes and their theories and things like that. And everyone's really friendly, and it's a really nice sort of little community. It's building. And I also do live streams on YouTube, and they're all organised through the Discord. So if you'd like to come on live streams or get involved in something,
I think it'd be so cool to be a
through Discord
groomer.
is the way to go about that. So yeah,
Unfortunately, I'm
all the
freaking
links and
allergic to
such
stuff,
are
though.
on the website. So
I don't know if they're
that's that.
open.
Thanks very much for
I mean, they
listening.
look open.
See you soon. Take care and sleep tight.
Let's go in and check out Ocean State Job Lot. Yeah. We love the job lot. Oh, the doggy. So cute. I want to cuddle the doggy. Okay, I'll be back. warmer. When I was in the store, my phone died, so I had to come out and get my card. I bought a scarf. It's really pretty. I like the color. I was actually looking at a different one, and then I saw this one. The other one had a pull in it, and then I saw this one, and I was like, oh, nice. Actually, I think while I'm sitting here before I start driving again, I will turn and grab some Benadryl that I keep saying I need to take. Because I am itchy AF. That's not Benadryl. Where's the Benadryl? Found it. So, they did not have what I was looking for, unfortunately. I was hoping to find like some tools or something, like a saw. That coffee is so gross. Did my phone turn back on yet? Yeah, it did. Okay, good. Alright. Can't believe I still haven't gotten any DoorDash orders. Ridiculousness. God, that coffee is so gross. I need to stop somewhere and get a Monster. There's a gas station right there. They might have Monster. Wait. Oh, okay. That makes sense. The fact that my shit's not loading is so annoying. Why are the pictures not loading? Like, it says I have full bars in LTE. Because it's bullshit. It's lying. You're lying. You're lying. You're lying. Honestly, I don't think I'd get that anyway. I mean, maybe someday in the future, but... They call me damaged. They call me difficult. Alright. This whole windshield being stupid. Alright. I'm also actually going to dump this coffee because it's disgusting and I don't want to drink it. Now with that, I will need Monster. Not necessarily Monster, but I really would like some Monster. Ooh. Dang. This car dealership has a 1979 GMC Jimmy. For 25 grand. It only has 23,500 miles on it. That's insane.
Connected.
Oh.com.
Why? Wait.
Make cleaning a breeze for your Lysol disinfect. Kill 99.9 bacteria. Keeping your home
10 out of 10
better
do
for
not
your-
recommend Boost Mobile.
from kitchen in fact, high says effortlessly. They're 3 times stronger than. Get them a big clean at a value and keep your home spotless.
3. In
I don't even have the blowers on at all.
Spider Lake. On the 18th of April 1943, 4 young boys from the local town of Stourbridge, Robert Hart, Thomas Willits, Bob Farmer and Fred Payne were poached in Hagley Wood, part of the Hagley estate owned by Lord Cobham, deep in the West Midlands county of Worcestershire. It was wartime Britain, and as such, food was heavily rationed. It was not uncommon for people to stretch the boundaries of the law for a good meal. They approached a large wych elm and, thinking it a good place to find birds' nests for eggs, Bob Farmer scaled the branches and peered down inside the hollow trunk of the tree. Spotting bleached white bone and thinking it to be the skull of an animal, he reached in and pulled it out. Devoid of any flesh, aside from one small patch above the left temple, which also left a matted patch of hair draped across the skull, Farmer was horrified as it became apparent that the skull was that of a human. He took a piece of material that was in the tree's branches, wrapped it on a branch, wedged it into the skull's mouth and pushed the skull back down into the hollow. The 4 boys were now in a difficult position. They had discovered the remains of a human, A disturbing discovery that should be reported to the authorities. However, they were poaching and illegally trespassing on the land. In fear of reprisals, the boys decided to keep quiet about the skull and keep it amongst themselves. It was a plan that was doomed to fail, and the thought of the remains quickly became too much for the youngest of the group, Thomas Willits, to keep to himself. He told his father of their grim secret shortly after returning home. After hearing his son's story, the next morning Willits' father contacted the police, and the site of the elm was visited by the Worcestershire County Police Force. The police quickly found the skull, but also found that any remains that were in the tree were so tightly wedged inside the hollow trunk that they saw necessary to enlist the heavy-handed help of a lumberjack who cut down the macabre tomb so that the police could gain access. Once the job was done, they found they had unearthed not only the skull, but an almost complete skeleton. They found some small scraps of rotten clothing in the nearby surrounding area and a single shoe along with the bones of a severed hand, which was curiously missing from the rest of the remains inside the tree. The remains were transported to the West Midlands Forensic Science Laboratory at the University of Birmingham, arriving on the 20th of April. Professor James Webster, head of the Home Office Forensic Science Laboratory in the West Midlands, made a detailed inspection of the bones along with Dr. John Lund. Webster concluded that the remains were that of a woman, around 35 years of age, 5 feet tall with mousy brown hair. She had died 18 months prior to the discovery of her body, placing her death around October of 1941. Although the evidence was not conclusive, it was found probable that she had given birth at least once in her life, an eye-watering assumption that could be made by examining the pelvic bones for any changes resulting from childbirth. She also had an irregularity in the pattern of her teeth, which crossed over in the front of her lower jaw. There were no signs of any disease, nor was there any trauma to the bones. However, due to the wad of taffeta material wedged into the skull's mouth, Webster concluded that she had died of asphyxiation. Furthermore, Webster was able to confidently conclude that the body had been placed inside the tree feet first, either while she was still alive or very soon after death, as rigor mortis would not have allowed her to have manoeuvred so tightly into the cramped space of the trunk. Once Dr. Lund was supplied with the taffeta cloth from the skull's mouth, he was able to ascertain a complete image of her dress, the clothing being of poor quality and consisted of a brown skirt, peach petticoat, brown knitted cardigan and cheap wedding ring. Her hair had not been artificially coloured or permed at all. All this contained a complete image of death, as rigor mortis would not have allowed her to have manoeuvred so tightly into the cramped space of the trunk. Once Dr. Lund was supplied with the taffeta cloth from the skull's mouth, he was able to ascertain a complete image of her dress, the clothing being of poor quality and consisted of a brown skirt, peach petticoat, brown knitted cardigan and cheap wedding ring. Her hair had not been artificially coloured or permed at all. All this gave us an image of a rather modest woman who would not have been uncommon in any street of Britain during wartime. This series of conclusions were remarkably detailed, however they do present us with the case's first problem. Webster reported that the cause of death had been asphyxiation due to the wad of taffeta in her mouth. However, the young boys had stated earlier that they had wrapped material around a stick and wedged it into the skull's mouth to lower it back into the elm. If this is indeed the case, and the cloth Webster reported that the cause of death had been asphyxiation due to the wad of taffeta in her mouth. However, the young boys had stated earlier around a stick and wedged it into the skull's mouth to lower it back into the elm. If this is indeed the case, and the cloth is assumed to be that which was used by the boy, the woman died, if in fact she was even dead at the time she was placed inside the witch elm at all. Despite the meticulous description that the forensic laboratory were able to provide of the woman, the police were no closer to ascertaining her identity. They drew up a sketch of the clothing and an artist's impression of the victim, which they used to issue publicly. The UK dental records were thoroughly searched, and her description, alongside the details of her lower jaw irregularities, were published in dentists' journals, all to no avail. Hampered by the difficulties of undertaking such an investigation during wartime, The only thing the police felt they had any certainty of was that she was not a local woman, as there had been no reports of any missing persons in the area matching the description supplied by Webster. The case seemed to be in danger of grinding to a halt when a clue emerged almost 6 months later in the form of a somewhat cryptic message. Scrawled with chalk on a wall in large capital letters, it read, "Who put the Bella down the witch elm? Hagby Wood." The discovery of the message was followed by several more messages, all variations of the same theme and found throughout the Birmingham and West Midlands area. The messages morphed slightly each time before seemingly settling into the repeated phrase, "Who put Bella in the witch elm?" While some presumed it was the work of a hoaxer or someone with a twisted sense of humour, the woman's remains finally had a name, and both the press and the police, starved of information, adopted it immediately. The police promptly appealed for the graffiti writer to come forward for questioning, but unsurprisingly, no one materialised, and the case once again fell cold. At the time, there were many theories about Bella's identity. Some were rather more typical in wartime Britain. That of her being a Nazi spy, for example, were openly put forward. Others were caught in whispers and were slightly more strange. One theory that continues to come up again and again revels in a world of black magic and folklore. The theory that Bella was a witch, or that she had fallen victim to a witch coven, shadows the case until this day. As controversial now as it ever was, the theory of black magic being involved in Bella's death was nevertheless a popular story back in 1942. Originally posited by Professor Margaret Murray and circulated by rumours under the hanging horseshoes and tankards of gloomy pubs throughout the West Midlands, it quickly morphed into the many tales we have today. Murray was a renowned Egyptologist, anthropologist, archaeologist and historian. Formerly a lecturer at University College London, she was a respected figure of the time and had published several works in Egyptology. The First World War, however, had hampered her further academic work in Egypt, and so she turned her attention to witchcraft and would become a heavy influence on the founding of today's religious movement of Wicca. Murray was interested in one particular aspect of the case, that of the amputated hand. At the time, and indeed still today, is an area of the case which has never been sufficiently explained. She theorised that the hand was a sign of occult murder and linked with an artifact called the Hand of Glory. Creation of the Hand of Glory was a practice carried out by an occultist, whereby the hand of a malefactor hanged their crimes is severed from the body and the fat used to produce a candle. The candle would then be placed in the hand and would burn for the maker forever, though for no one else. It would also open locks and render people motionless and put them to sleep. The process of making the Hand of Glory is written in a publication from 1722 named Petit Albert, and it reads as such. Take the right or left hand of a felon who is hanging from a gibbet beside a highway. Wrap it in part of a funeral pall, and so wrapped, squeeze it well. Then put it into an earthenware vessel with zimat, nitra, salt and long peppers, the whole well powdered. Leave it in this vessel for a fortnight, then take it out and expose it to full sunlight during the dog days until it becomes quite dry. If the sun is not strong enough, put it in an oven with fern and vervain. Next, make a kind of candle from the fat of a gibbeted felon, virgin wax, sesame and pony, and use the Hand of Glory as a candlestick to hold this candle when lighted, and then those in every place into which you go with this baneful instrument shall remain motionless. Outside of magical candles, Murray also cited her research into witchcraft and covens. One legend told that the spirit of a dead witch could be prevented from causing harm in the afterlife by having their body imprisoned inside a hollow tree. These theories brought the police no closer to finding the identity of Bella, and whilst popular at the time, Murray's work in witchcraft has been academically discredited since her death. There was no evidence of the occult operating in the area, nor that the woman in the tree was any malefactor or witch. There is also no patterns, symbols or other iconography usually associated with ritual anywhere at the scene. Furthermore, the hand being left behind rather reduces the strength of any hand of glory theories, since it would have been needed if it were to be used in any such manner. The question remains, however, of why the hand was removed. Some have suggested that an animal could have scavenged it away from the other remains, dragging it into the undergrowth. This sounds plausible until it's considered that any animal doing so would have had to not only scale the tree, ignore several other bones, and then remove just the hand from a space that was so tight that it needed the tree to be chopped down to remove the remains entirely. This would have been a very particular scavenger, and one would assume not the standard behaviour of such a creature that would normally take whichever it can get. Further stories of occult worship and witch covens during World War II have sprung up throughout the years with varying degrees of evidence, and it's on the back of this that the theory has remained, casting its dark shadow over the Hagley Woods mystery. Wartime Britain was a time that saw ordinary life disturbed by a constant undercurrent of paranoia. The British government released leaflets, posters and news bulletins with slogans such as "Tittle Tattle lost the battle," "Loose lips might sink ships," and the ominous "Talk less, you never know." Invariably, it wasn't long before rumours of espionage and Nazi spy rings were to be involved with the case, and though followed up by police, none would harbour any solid leads at the time. Peter Douglas Osborne, a councillor for Birmingham City, tells a story originally told to him by his father when he was a boy one day when they were walking through Hagley Wood. Upon seeing a large black and burnt down tree, his father told Peter that he was home from leave at the time the remains in Hagley Wood were discovered, and through his work as a special constable before the war, was the man that was given the grim task of standing watch over the scene on the night the police had uncovered the bones. After the war, Peter's father was travelling home from Italy when he met with a pair of RAF pilots. They shared stories to pass the journey, and he told them of Bella and his night watching over her remains. Curiously, the men had seen a file during their duty which they believed was linked to the body. The pilot's story, gleaned from this file, was that of a woman who had been involved with espionage whilst working as part of Goering's Inner Circle, though she was executed during the war. She had been educated at either Oxford or Cambridge and had very distinctive teeth. The front teeth, just like the remains of Bella, were crossed. He was told that dental records had been matched, but the police reports for the Hagley Wood case had stated that although dental records were searched thoroughly, no matches were found and no dentist had come forward with information. It could be possible from this story that Bella's records were not held in Britain but her country of birth, or that any matches found were covered up by the intelligence agency. When Peter asked his father about the story years later as an adult, his father had, for reasons unknown to him, taken a sharp turn. His father told him that he had nothing to do with it and that he didn't want to discuss it. Peter suggests that something had an effect on his father, leading him to clam up and not wish to discuss the case, though he is careful to not allude too heavily towards an intelligence service conspiracy. A further theory involving espionage that had a little more evidence in its support surfaced in 1953 when a local West Midlands newspaper named the Express and Star ran a serialised report on the case. The writer, Lieutenant Colonel Wilfred Byford Jones, had been writing a series of articles concerning Bella and the Hagley Woods case when he received a letter signed by a woman using the pseudonym of Anna from Claverley, a town 15 miles from Hagley Woods. The woman wrote, "Finish your articles regarding the Wych Elm crime by all means. They're interesting to the readers, but you'll never solve the mystery. One person who could give the answers is now beyond the jurisdiction of earthly courts. Much as I hate having to use a nom de plume, I think you would appreciate it if you knew me. The only clues that I can give you are that the person responsible for the crime, Anna from Claverley, a town 15 miles from Hagley Woods. The woman wrote, "Finish your articles regarding the Witch Elm crime by all means. They are interesting to the readers, but you'll never solve the mystery. One person who could give the answers is now beyond the jurisdiction of earthly courts. Much as I hate having to use a nom de plume, I think you would appreciate it if you knew me. The only clues that I can give you are that
Oh, my phone's at 22%. This is gonna suck. It's still telling me to go to CVS. Like, I don't know why it's telling me to go to CVS when it's a pickup from Shaw's. Like, weird and annoying. But, alright, I will be back. There's 42 items in this order. Dang. It's probably gonna take me a minute. Shit. My phone died. Shit. Alright, where's that blue cord? Blue cord. Where did you go? Here you are. Plug you in while I look for fucking battery pack. Alright, now that was a battery pack. Nothing can be fucking simple, can it? Absolutely nothing can be simple. Just waiting for my phone to charge some so that way I can go back in and finish this DoorDash order. It's gonna wait till it gets to 15%. It's at 10% right now. It just went up from nothing, so shouldn't take too long. Oh, I can't forget to grab a Monster while I'm in there. What time is it? 9:04. What time does Shaw's close? What time does Shaw's close? What time does Shaw's in Orleans, Massachusetts close? What time does Shaw's in Orleans, Massachusetts close? get through. Just Alright, now I gotta go. The only thing that really sucks when you get a big order is you have a whole bunch of stuff. Which honestly really sucks, in my opinion. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining about getting a big order because I like having the big orders. I don't know how or where I'm gonna fit all this. Purple monster. Oy! Alrighty. Fuck, man. My car is so messy. It was a big order, and I was afraid I wasn't going to be able to fit it all in my car. Thankfully I was. Oh my god, my back hurts. Like my lower back. for myself. I got some watermelon. I got some Snapple drink that I wanted to try. The Snapple Air, I guess. Well, that's really good. It's prickly pear and peach white tea. I also grabbed 3 Monsters because their Monsters here are buy 2 get 1 free. And then I also got something else. I don't remember. Oh, I got these, like, they're from, I think, Skippy, but it's like peanut butter and jelly wafers. They're pretty good. I've had them before. And I also got watermelon. It's like a thing with like 3 slices of watermelon. For myself. Now I'm heading to drop off this person's stuff. And yeah, they're in Brewster, so it's only like 12 minutes away. That was like the longest shopping trip I think I've ever done. Part of it is because of the fact that I literally, like, my phone died halfway through. So I had to come up to the car to charge it, which sucked. But then also it was just a really big order. There was like almost 50 items. This is gonna be fun, getting it all out of the car and bringing it to their house. Ugh. I mean, I can't say I blame them though. Like, if I was gonna do a big, huge grocery haul, and I did the whole like ordering like groceries online thing, I'd probably do that too. Like, order it and have them bring it to me. Save me the trip. Save me the hassle of walking around. I think, like, I wonder if it would be easier to like not buy random crap if you're ordering it online, like, instead of like walking around the store, because like walking around the store you see things and you're like, oh, that looks good, or oh, that looks, you know, oh yeah, I want to try that, you know what I mean? Whereas if you're just ordering it online, you're looking for the specific things you want. So I feel like you might be less inclined to buy things that you that you weren't planning on buying. Maybe not. I don't know. But just a thought. I should do that. Order groceries online. Just pull up. I'm just kidding. I don't know. I don't know if it costs more if you order it online or not. I mean, obviously, like, through DoorDash, it probably does, because like the company wants to get paid, the Dashers need to get paid. So like completely understandable for that. But like if say you do like, maybe not delivery, but like pickup, my mom would know. She does that. I never thought to even ask her, because I've gone with her to do Walmart pickup, and I've also gone with her to do Target, like where you pull in and then they bring it out to your car. But even then, they have to pay the person that walks around and shops for your shit, and then they have to pay the person that brings it out to your car. So it might be like an extra fee in order to do that. I don't know. Well, it really annoys me that, like, in order to do the Walmart Plus thing, like, they normally give people a free trial or whatever. But the problem is, I worked for Walmart at one point, and when I did, I apparently had Walmart Plus. I never used it because I don't know, I never thought to, I guess. I don't know, but now because I had it before for free because I worked there, now I can't get the free trial. Like, it's like, oh, sign up for a free trial. So I click on the thing to sign up for the free trial, and it's like, you can reinstate your thing, and I'm like, nah, I'm good. I don't even know how much it is, but however much it costs is more than I want to pay. I have a headache. I have that stupid Laffy Taffy song in my head. Do the Laffy Taffy, do the Laffy Taffy. I don't know. All I know of it. Oh my god, this stupid phone case. I'm like... so done with it. Because I bought this one because of the fact that my other one would fall off. My other one doesn't fall off as often as this one does. So, I don't know what's going on with that. My phone. One thing I don't like about the MagSafe cases is how they have like that like white circle in mine on. It's annoying. I don't understand why they do that. I wonder how the weather's gonna be tomorrow. Or how busy DoorDash will be. I'm scheduled to drive, but I don't know if I'm gonna want to. Just for the mere fact that, like, I kind of just, like, if the weather's nice, I might just go to the beach. Oh, actually, no, I wanted to get an oil change. So, I don't know. I guess we'll see. I need to get an oil change, though, like, really bad. So, if I'm able to get an oil change tomorrow, I will be doing that for sure. Mini golf and ice cream? I want to play mini golf and play ice cream. I mean, I want to eat mini golf and play ice cream. No, I want to play ice cream. Oh my god. I want to play mini golf and eat ice cream. I haven't played mini golf in like 2-3 years. Sister, like I know my own mind. You will never find anyone as trusting or as kind. What the annoying. And stuff shifted. Never gonna be president now. Oh boy, we're going into the villages again. This time we're going to different entrance. Hopefully I have service where we're going, because normally I don't. In here. Oh, this is Billington Village? I thought it said Bridgerton Village, and I was like, really? Interesting. I know my sister like I know my own mind. You will never find anyone as trusting or as kind. Oh, why are there so many speed bumps? I feel like that's where I was supposed to turn. Ooh, pool. How many pools are in this place? Dang. I just want to turn around. Does this connect? No, it doesn't look. On the map, it doesn't look like it does. So, no, it doesn't look like it does in, like, with my eyes either. Why do I have that section of that like part of that song I have in my head like on repeat? Where is the entrance? Oh, there it is. There you are. Turn right. No way.
The customer requested you leave the order at their door. Additional instructions are provided in the Dasher app.
I don't know what 34B is, but okay. was tiring. Click, 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 click. I'm at 89 orders. I need 11 more, and I'll be back up to platinum status. But then I can't take a break, because then I'll lose my platinum status. Not take a break like tonight, but I mean like in general. I know my sister like I know my own mind. You will never find any stressing or is kind. Okay, I need to like put the podcast back on because I don't feel like singing Hamilton to y'all.
The person responsible for the crime died insane in 1942, and the victim was Dutch and
Connected.
1941. I have no wish to recall anymore. Anna from Cleverley. The police followed up the letter from Anna and found that her real name was Una Mossop. Una was married to a man named Jack Mossop, who in 1941 was working in an ammunitions depot in Coventry. He was good-looking and well-dressed and appeared affluent despite living under the hardships of war. He apparently spent time walking around in an RAF uniform despite never having been in the RAF, and would visit Cleverley often to visit his grandmother, always with a Dutchman, though his grandmother never knew who the mysterious foreigner was. Jack's family were, nevertheless, quite sure that something suspicious was going on between him and the Dutchman. According to Una's story, it turned out that Jack had used his position in ammunitions to pass on information to this Dutchman named Lerat, who was in fact a Nazi contact working as a go-between and selling Jack's information to a spy ring operating in the West Midlands, gathering information about ammunition locations for the Luftwaffe. As her original letter mentioned, Bella was a Dutch woman who arrived in England in 1941 and subsequently became involved, though to what capacity is unknown, with the spy ring. Una told of how all of these details were part of a confession from Jack to her and his grandmother, perhaps unwilling or simply unable to shoulder the guilt anymore. He then continued on and confessed to not only his activities with the German spy ring, but also to his role in the murder of a Dutch woman. Her statement read, March or April 1941, said he had been to the Littleton Arms with Van Rate and the Dutch piece, and she had gotten awkward and passed out. They went to a wood and stuck her in a hollow tree. Van Rate said she would come to her senses the following morning. According to Jack's story, the woman was still alive when he left her. He told Una that he had recurring nightmares where he saw the woman in the tree leering up at him. Less than a year later, he died, aged 29, in a mental hospital in Stafford. The police and MI5 both followed up and verified several of the details from Una's account, but none of the men involved were found. During research for his 1969 book, Murder by Witchcraft, Donald McCormick purportedly contacted an ex-Nazi called Herr Franz Rathgeb, who had spent time in the English Midlands during the war. Rathgeb knew a German agent named Lehrer who had a girlfriend who also worked as a German spy. She was a Dutch woman called Clarabella Dronkers, who had lived in Birmingham in 1942. The details from Una's testimony lend a strong, if somewhat circumstantial narrative to the case. She told of how Bella arrived in England illegally in 1941, and at that time there were in fact well-known rumours that 2 German parachutists had landed in the Hagley area and vanished. It's also known that a Dutchman named Johan Marinus Dronkus was executed for spying by the British in December 1942. Finally, Rathgeb also stated that Clarabella was aged about 30 and, sure as day, had irregular teeth. So was Clarabella really the Bella from the graffiti whose remains were a mystery for so many years? No details of a Clarabella Dronkers existing have ever been proven, and McCormick's book is littered with what we would call today alternative facts. Despite the compelling statement made by Una to the police and the testimony of Herr Franz Rathgeb, we are still left with scant evidence for any of the persons involved. After the police had taken Una's statement, and despite their follow-up and confirmation of many aspects of it, the case fell cold again and eventually closed, finally marked as officially unsolved. In a modern BBC documentary concerning the Hagley Woods murder case, a statement given to police dated 17th of April 1944 was unearthed from the depths of the police files.
From the depths.
The short message was from Detective Sergeant Renshaw and addressed to his inspector. It stated that, while speaking to a Birmingham prostitute, she had told him that a woman named Bella, who used to frequent the Hagley Road, had been missing for about 3 years. This was presumably also followed up and led nowhere, as there were no more details of the prostitute named Bella. We are as close today to finding out who Bella of the Witch Elm was, if indeed that was her real name at all, and not just a creation of a dark sense of humour, as the police were in 1943. Stories of witches and German spy rings aside, the remains of the woman in Hagley Wood could just as easily have been an unfortunate woman from any number of backgrounds. Who was the graffiti writer, and Van Ray? Where are they now? Was the hand removed as part of an occult ritual, or simply scavenged by an awkward scavenger? We could perhaps find answers to many questions through analysing the remains with modern DNA techniques. A case so wrapped in mystery, however, could not possibly have such a simple ending. The remains of Bella have been missing from their last known location at the university laboratory for over 50 years. No one knows where or when they were removed, nor are there, in fact, any records left of the remains ever having been there in the first place. Predictably, all forensic evidence and records have also vanished. The Hagley Woods murder case is a mystery upon a mystery, and we are no closer to answering the 60-year-old question, who put Bella in the witch elm? Thanks for listening. Please like, subscribe, and sleep tight.
Your dream job may be running your own cafe, your own bike shop, or your own Italian folk dance studio. At Optimum Business, our dream job is helping your business run smoothly. With the Optimum Business Triple Play, you'll get secure internet, one unlimited mobile line, and business phone. It's all customized to your business, and it starts at $100 a month. Talk about a dream come true. Call 855-2-OPTIMUM or visit optimum.com/business. Optimum Business, where local is big time.
Complete cross-media and full funnel measurement with Disco. Only Disco measures all media channels, including social platforms. Also, you can connect what people think with what they actually do online after ad exposure. And did we mention that Disco's ad measurement is not reliant on cookies? Leading brands, agencies, and media companies choose Disco to measure brand lift and performance outcomes. Learn why at disqo.com.
Ah, the sounds of back to school time. There's plenty to about this time of year, so let Cane's take something off your plate by putting something on it, like hand-battered chicken fingers and cane sauce.
Raising Cane's chicken fingers, one love.
On the 26th December 1900, a small ship approached the remote island of Eilean Moor. It was a small eruption of land, uninhabited aside from a small battery of 3 men whose job was to operate and maintain the isle's lighthouse. The relief vessel, Hesperus, was to bring supplies and rotate the 4th member of the lighthouse team. As the ship closed in on the barren isle, the sight of the lighthouse on the edge of a sheer cliff sprung out from a bleak landscape. Joseph Moore, the member of the lighthouse crew who would be rotating in, noted that curiously there was no flag flying on the flagpole, nor were there any provision boxes placed outside for restocking. The crew on the boat fired off several blasts of the horn, splitting the quiet air. As they waited for a sign or reply from the lighthouse, an ominous feeling hit Joseph. Things, it appeared, were not quite right on Eilean Moor. This is dark histories where the facts are worse than fiction. At barely a quarter of a mile in width and just 43 acres in total, the Isle of Eilean Moor is the largest of a chain of small crags of land that make up the Flannan Isles in the Outer Hebrides. 50 miles from the coast of mainland Scotland, it is set in the remote and bitter wilderness of the North Atlantic Sea, which surrounds it on all sides. The nearest port is in Gallenhead, the northern tip of the Isle of Lewis and Harris, which makes up the largest island in the Outer Hebrides. 40 miles to the south is the abandoned Isle of Kilda, and in the west there is 2,000 miles of open water before the coastline of North America comes into view. Rising water, the southern end of Eilean Moor is a steep series of cliffs that stand around 150 feet tall, with a large slope extending to the northern tip of the isle. Here the cliffs drop 200 feet. Completely uninhabited, there are only 3 buildings: lighthouse, built in 1899, the keeper's living quarters, and a small ramshackle ruin that was once a chapel named the Blessing Chapel. It was dedicated to the Irish missionary St. Flannan, who was among the last people to have been known to certainly occupy the isle in the 7th century, and from whom the Isles have taken their name. The eastern and western landings, a crane around halfway up the staircases, and small steam-powered trolleys on rails to assist in carting supplies from the landing dock to the lighthouse. There was a small living quarters for the crew and the lighthouse itself. Which stood 75 feet tall from the highest point on the northeastern tip of the isle. The light itself stood 275 feet above sea level and could be seen for up to 24 miles out at sea when it was lit for the first time on December the 1st, 1899. Whilst it was a modern lighthouse, it was not fitted with any wireless or telegraph equipment, but instead used a signalling device that the crew could use in emergency to signal to a watch station in Lewis. The crew of the lighthouse was 4 men strong, 3 of whom stayed at the lighthouse at any one time, and a 4th member who would rotate out to Lewis for 2 weeks' leave in order to rest and recuperate. The crew of the lighthouse was 4 men strong, 3 of whom stayed at the lighthouse at any one time, and a 4th member who would rotate out to Lewis for 2 weeks' leave in order to rest and recuperate from the high levels of responsibility, unforgiving climate, and the oppressive isolation of the island. The most senior and principal keeper was James Ducat. He was 43 years old and married with 4 children. He had already spent 20 years in the lighthouse service. During construction of the light on Eilean Moor, he had spent 14 months acclimatizing himself with the island so that when the men made their move there full-time, he was already familiar with every facet of the landscape. The second assistant keeper was Thomas Marshall. He was 28 years old and unmarried. The third was a man named Donald MacArthur, 40 years old and married. He was, in fact, an occasional keeper, standing in for the first assistant keeper, who was away on extended sick leave. Joseph Moore was the 4th and last member of the crew, and was the man who, on the 26th of December 1900, stood on the bow of the release vessel Hesperus, watching for the welcoming party as it approached Eilean Moor to restock food and fuel for the crew and rotate personnel. As the small relief ship approached the island, the first sign of anything unusual that Joseph Moore noticed was the lack of a flag flying on the flagpole. As they drew nearer, however, he also noticed that the usual store boxes, which should have been placed out on the landing ready for restocking, were curiously absent too. Due to the previous day's bad weather, they were already overdue, and Joseph expected the men to be keen to see them arrive. The crew signalled their imminent arrival by giving several blasts of the ship's horn, and when still there seemed to be no sign of movement from the lighthouse, they sent up a signal flare, but the lighthouse stood ominously still against a still grey sky. In his memorandum, written 2 days later, Joseph wrote, "Captain Harvey deemed it prudent to lower a boat and land a man if it was possible. I was the first to land, leaving Mr. McCormick, the boymaster, and the men in the boat till I could return. I went up to the lighthouse, and on coming to the entrance gate, I found it closed. I made for the entrance door leading to the kitchen and storeroom and found it also closed, and the door inside that. But the kitchen door itself was open. On entering, I looked at the fireplace and saw that the fire was not lighted for some days. I entered the rooms in succession and found the beds empty, just as they left them in the early morning. I did not take time to search further, for I naturally well knew that something serious had occurred. I darted outside and made for the landing. I informed Mr. McCormick that the place was deserted. He, with some men, came up so as to make sure, but unfortunately the first impression was only too true. Mr. McCormick and myself proceeded to the light room, where everything was in proper order. The lamp was clean, the foundation full, blinds on the windows, etc. In describing the living quarters, Moore noted that MacArthur's wearing coat was left on its peg, an item of clothing that he would have surely needed in poor weather. Moore stated, "It shows that as far as I know, MacArthur went out in his shirt sleeves." On the night of the 26th, Joseph and several other members of the Hesperus crew, Alan MacDonald the boymaster and Seaman Campbell and Lamont, stayed on at Eilean Moor. Meanwhile, Captain Harvey turned the Hesperus back to Lewis, docking at Brestclete, which housed the nearest telegraph station to Eilean Moor. He made an urgent telegram to the Secretary of the Northern Lighthouse Board in Edinburgh stating, "A dreadful accident has happened at Flannan's. The 3 keepers, Ducat, Marshall and the Occasional, have disappeared from the island. Fired a rocket, but as no response was made, managed to land Moore, who went up to the station, but found no keepers there. The clocks were stopped, and other signs indicated that the accident must have happened about a week ago. Poor fellows, they must have been blown over the cliffs or drowned trying to secure a crane or something like that. Night coming on, we could not wait to make further investigation, but will go off again tomorrow morning to try and learn something as to their fate." That night, Joseph manned the lighthouse, ensuring it was lit at the correct time. The next morning, the men thoroughly searched the island, looking for some trace of the missing lighthouse team, but found nothing. It seemed as if the men had simply vanished. Over the next 2 days, the men continued their search for any trace or clue as to what could have been behind the disappearance of the lighthouse crew. On the east side of the island, they found no sign of disturbance, and everything was in order. Climbing down the sharp stone steps to the docking area, they found that all landing ropes and equipment were properly and safely stored away and in their correct place. As they made their way over to the western dock, however, small signs of trouble began to emerge. Joseph found that at some point between his previous shift on the island, ending on the 7th of December, and his return on the 26th of December, some force which he thought likely severe storm weather had caused the iron tracks of the steam trolley to have broken in several places. Furthermore, a box which was used to store mooring ropes, usually wedged and anchored into a crevice high up on the stone steps, had vanished. They also found that one of the cranes on the western steps used to carry stocks up to the steam tramway from the docking area was destroyed. On the 29th of December, Robert Muirhead of the Northern Lighthouse Board arrived on the island to conduct an internal investigation on the missing lighthouse crew. He confirmed most of the details previously given to the board of the discoveries the men had found concerning the damage to the western landing. He also found a large block of stone weighing just over a ton had fallen down by the side of the pathway, along with a missing lifebuoy, usually secured to the railing by rope, had disappeared. In his report, he documented his findings as such. "Owing to the amount of sea, I could not get down to the west landing place, but I got down to the crane platform about 70 feet above the sea level. The crane was found to be unharmed, the jib lowered and secured to the rock, and the canvas covering the wire rope on the barrel securely lashed around it, and there was no evidence that the men had been doing anything at the crane. The mooring ropes, landing ropes, derrick landing ropes, and crane handles, and also a wooden box in which they were kept and which was secured in a crevice in the rocks 70 feet up the tramway, were displaced and twisted. A large block of stone weighing upwards of 2,000 ton had been dislodged from its position higher up and carried down and left on the concrete path leading from the terminus of the railway to the top of the stone steps. A lifebuoy fastened to the railing along this path to be used in case of emergency had disappeared, and I thought at first it had been removed for the purpose of being used, but on examining the ropes by which it was fastened, I found that they had not been touched, and as pieces of canvas were adhering to the ropes, it was evident that the force of the sea pouring through the railings had, even at this great height, 110 feet above sea level, torn the lifebuoy from the ropes. Moorehead then turned his attention to the station's logbooks, a diary-type document that the crew used to record simple weather and sea conditions around the Isle, along with any details that the crew would have found to be of particular noteworthiness. The log was kept with impeccable punctuality up until the 13th of December, and logs for the 14th and 15th were kept on a slate and written in chalk, which were to be transferred later to the logbook itself. The final entry was dated the 15th December at 9 a.m. Joseph noted that the morning's work had been done and they had eaten their lunchtime meal and cleaned up after themselves. Given that the sunset was as early as 4 p.m. in the winter and yet the light had not been lit, Moorehead felt quite sure to conclude that whatever grim fate accosted the men on the island, it was almost certainly being carried out sometime in the early afternoon of the 15th of December. This was backed up further by a report from Captain Holman of the vessel Arctur, who had passed Ailer Moor on that evening and noted that the light was not lit. So what did happen to the crew of the Ailer Moor lighthouse on that bitter winter's afternoon? With no place to hide evidence and no way of deserting, the men appear to have disappeared off the face of the earth. However, despite Captain Harvey's dramatic telegram to the Northern Lighthouse Board, men do not simply vanish. There are a myriad of theories that have been proposed over the years concerning the disappearance of the lighthouse keepers of Ailer Moor. They range from the plausible to the extreme in strangeness, but no matter the initial credibility of each, none offer anything more than circumstantial evidence. Of the most bizarre, it has been put forward that the men were abducted by aliens or became victim to a supernatural cult which had ties with the old traditions of the Isle, linked with the spiritual history. There is naturally no evidence to support either, however the theories are often put forward. Sea monsters and passing ships abducting the crew are also out there and equally unsubstantiated. One more plausible theory carries that at least one of the men, suffering from a form of isolation sickness, became violent and killed the other two men and then himself. This relies on the evidence of the effects isolation can have on a person and is backed up by the fact that the relief vessel was late to arrive to the island. This exact scenario, in fact, did occur in 1960 when the relief keeper of another lighthouse in Scotland on the Isle of Little Ross, named Hugh Clark, was shot by the assistant keeper Robert Dixon at close range with a .22 caliber rifle. Robert Dixon pleaded insanity and cited the stress and isolation of the job as a contributing factor to his mental decline. Concerning this theory, neither Moore nor Moorehead noted any conceivable murder weapons as missing, and there was no evidence of violence found. It is a theory worthy of consideration, however. Moorehead's initial supposition suggested that high winds were the cause due to the damage of the western dock. However, upon later musings, he withdrew from this as his final conclusion. On the subjects of high winds carrying the men over the cliff's edge, he stated in his report, As the wind was westerly, I am of the opinion, notwithstanding its great force, that the more probable explanation is that they have been washed away, as, had the wind caught them, it would, from its direction, have blown them up the islands, and I feel certain that they would have managed to throw themselves down before they had reached the summit or brow of the island. One of the theories deemed most plausible, and indeed was the initial conclusion of the Northern Lighthouse Board at the time, posited that there was a storm of some kind, sufficient enough to cause damage to the western pathway and landing port. The men were drawn outside, perhaps in an attempt to reduce further damage, and subsequently washed away after being struck by a wave. The official report by Moorhead, dated 1901, stated, "After a careful examination of the place, the railings, the ropes, etc., and weighing all the evidence I could secure, I am of the opinion that the most likely explanation of the disappearance of the men is that they had all gone down on the afternoon of Saturday the 15th of December to the proximity of the West Landing to secure the box with the mooring ropes, etc., and that an unexpectedly large roller had come up on the island, and a large body of water going up higher than where they were and coming down upon them had swept them away with restless force." This would, however, have had to have been an incredible wave. In 2000, the British oceanographic vessel RRS Discovery recorded a 95-foot wave off the coast of Scotland. However, it was in severe gale force winds. Modern satellite data has also proven that waves of up to 98 feet can be common in all oceans around the world. The men of Eilean Mor, however, were thought to have been at least 110 feet above sea level. On the night of the 15th, the vessel Arctur, who reported the lack of light shining from the lighthouse, further reported the weather conditions around Eilean Mor as clear but stormy. This is anything but specific, however, it does not sound like the weather was violent enough to have been notably bad. In latter years, the principal keeper of the Eilean Mor Lighthouse, Walter Adalbert, who served the station between 1953 and 1957, carried out his own research on the waves around Eilean Mor and found that waves could indeed reach the height of at least 200 meters. He himself being almost swept away by one when he attempted to take photos of the giant waves from the top of the cliff. He goes on to hypothesize that, in his opinion, the most likely scenario consists of two of the men going out to save the landing ropes, as they were a necessary piece of equipment for a relief boat to land, and were subsequently struck by a large wave which took one of the men out to sea. The second man, fearing for his safety and requiring help in attempting to rescue the first, would have rushed back to the lighthouse to call MacArthur, who would then rush out, leaving his coat behind. The two men would have tried to help their colleague, however, a second wave could have then struck both men, taking all three out to sea. However, this theory is not without holes. If MacArthur rushed out with the second man to help the first, why were all of the doors found shut by Joseph Moore upon his initial arrival? Further, it has some contradictions at times. Walter states nobody goes out of a lighthouse in bad weather, but then posits that the men did just that. His justification is to save the landing ropes. However, were they really so significant as to be worth risking your life for? Could it not be possible to signal to land if they were lost, or, in the worst case scenario, have the relief vessel turn back upon the revelation that they were lost and retrieve more? As there were two landings, is it far-fetched to believe that the ropes from the east landing could have been used temporarily for the west if needed? And what of the coincidence of two giant waves, both over 100 feet tall, could have struck all three men in rather quick succession, two of whom, whilst attempting rescue, would have surely been watching for this exact scenario? Walter Adalbert also goes on to state, in reference to the weather and sea conditions, that perhaps these poor fellows, being fairly new to the Flannans, did not realise the extreme danger. However, the men had already been on the island over a year, and James Ducat, the principal keeper, had spent a further 14 months on the island to acclimatise himself to the environment prior to the completion of the lighthouse's construction. Although largely accepted as the most likely theory, it is far from tied up. Now, in its 117th year, the disappearance of the Aylan Moor lighthouse keepers is just as cast in shadow as it ever was. We can point to the theory of a giant wave as certainly the most plausible, however, it is not without holes nor conjecture. Any new concrete evidence arising is unlikely, and just as the bodies of the men were never found, concrete answers will most likely remain undiscovered too. The unfortunate fate of James DeCat, Thomas Marshall and Donald MacArthur will persist as the mystery it was in 1900. Thanks for listening. Please like, subscribe and sleep tight.
Have you tried Michelle's granola? It's craveable, crunchy, convenient, and now available at a grocery store near you. Michelle and her team make every batch from scratch, using simple quality ingredients and traditional techniques for a wholesome, better-tasting breakfast. Michelle's granola is packed with golden chunky goodness and an impossibly light, crispy bite. Visit michellesgranola.com/pod. That's Michelle with one L to find a store near you stocking a fresh batch.
In February of 1855, Britain was deep in the midst of one of the coldest winters recorded. Minus temperatures were reported from January to March, the nights were long and the conditions severe. In the early morning of the 9th of February, people across 1855 In February of 1855, Britain was deep in the midst of one of the coldest winters recorded. Minus temperatures were reported from January to March, the nights were long and the conditions severe. In the early morning of the 9th of February, people across the rural southwest counties of England were waking up after another night of heavy snowfall. As they went about their daily chores, a steady rumbling began to roll through the small villages and across the bleak farmlands. Rumours were spreading of a trail of prints in the snow, a trail which leapt walls, climbed haystacks, walked on rooftops and seemed to extend for miles upon miles across rivers and through towns. Each step in the snow left a cloven hoofprint, yet it appeared that whatever left it had walked upright on two legs. This is Dark Histories, where the facts are worse than fiction. The winter of 1855 was the third coldest winter ever recorded in Britain, with average temperatures in February of -5 degrees Celsius. Snow was reportedly falling until May, and frosts were recorded right up until summer, freezing the ground up to a foot deep. In the city of Exeter, county of Devon, the River Exe had frozen over for so long that people skated atop the thick icy surface in their hundreds. One of the more unusual newspaper reports from that February can be found in the Royal Cornwall Gazette, dated the 23rd of February 1855, and read, "A singular occurrence in gastronomic science was tried on Tuesday week on the ice in the centre of the River Exe at St. Thomas. The severity of the frost heavily coated the surface of the river with a thick crust of ice, capable of bearing several hundred persons who skated and otherwise deported themselves thereon for hours near the bridge. It occurred to Mr. Vickery, stove manufacturer, Force Street, that a dinner might be cooked by gas in the centre of the icebound stream. The suggestion was seconded by Mr. Hocks of the Seven Stars, and in less than an hour, several of the workmen from Mr. Vickery's establishment had laid down gas pipes from the street main to the middle of the Exe, where the gas supplied a number of little jets in one half of Mr. Vickery's improved cooking stoves. In this apparatus, a large piece of beef and some poultry were roasted, and a leg of mutton and vegetables, a large Devonshire dumpling, and other etceteras were boiled. It was surely no wonder that so many skaters encircled the scientific cookery while the savoury steam issued forth with as much delicacy and richness as though the spirit of a sawyer ruled the roast. The meat was admirably roasted, and the experiment altogether was as successful as it was novel. This, however, was not the most unusual report from that February. Whilst the people of Exeter took part in a feast cooked on the frozen rivers of Devon, there were some for whom the frivolities would have been a welcome respite, for there had already been several weeks of reports of something much more mysterious that had been playing on the minds of many of the locals. Around midnight on the night of the 8th of February, heavy snow clouds formed over the southwest of England. The streets were quiet with a muted sound as the snow fell to a depth of 4 inches. As the morning began to break, there was a slight rise. It seemed the snow might melt with the sunrise. As was the case throughout the cold, bitter winter of 1855, however, the temperatures soon dropped again, cementing the snow on the ground and creating thick ice sheets in the small patches where a thaw had begun. As the people of Dawlish in South Devon were rising to start their days, small rumours began circulating the village. At first there were whispers of track marks left in the snow, but strange details were being mentioned. There was a case of the tracks leading up to a 12-foot high wall, stopping on one side and starting again on the other, leaving no trace of traversing the solid brick structure. Worryingly for the villagers were the reports of tracks leading up to several doors and windows of houses before turning back on themselves or continuing across rooftops. Then there were the tracks in the churchyard which appeared to traipse freely among the graves. The physical appearance of the footprints was also causing a great uproar. There were later reports that described them as slicing through the snow, as if the snow had been branded by a hot iron. Despite many of the locals being men and women of long rural lifestyles, no one could recognize them as anything that a known animal might leave, and they seemed to appear to many to resemble cloven hooves. As word spread wider, a muted panic began to stir, and in an attempt to put the matter to ease in the village, a group of tradesmen equipped with clubs and guns attempted to follow the tracks. Beginning in the churchyard, they walked east of the village for about 1.5 miles to Luscombe Wood, north for 0.5 mile to Dawlish Water, before doubling back 180 degrees to follow the path south for several miles to the village of Oaklands, where the tracks continued and seemed to offer no clear material evidence of what or how they were created. After this 5-mile trek through the cold snow, they returned to Dawlish none the wiser than they had begun. One of the men remarked that the tracks had stopped and started suddenly, in the middle of fields, as though they had been left by a bird or by something more mysterious that had then taken wing. Whilst people were initially perplexed by the prints, as the day wore on and the reports from further afield began to filter across Devon, people began worrying, and the muted panic was turned into outright fear for many. There were congregations of people huddled around the footprints, exchanging rumours and hearsay that the trail had been seen as far west as Torquay, and even led up to the bank of the River Exe, where they stopped abruptly and then continued again on the far bank, traversing the river in, however, a manner with ease. The vast distance covered by the tracks in a single night was disconcerting to all but the most sceptical of the time. The first newspaper report concerning the mysterious tracks appeared on the 13th of February and focused on the Dawlish prints. In describing the tracks, it read, "Since the recent snowstorms, some animal has left marks on the snow that have driven a great many inhabitants from their propriety, and caused an uproar of commotion among the inhabitants in general. The markings, to say the least about them, are very singular. The footprint, if footprint it be, is about 3 inches long by 2 inches wide exactly, in shape like a donkey's hoof. The length of the stride is about 1 foot apart, very regular, and is evidently done by some 2-footed animal. What renders the matter more difficult of solution is that gardens with walls 12 feet high have been trodden over without damage having been done to the shrubs and walks. The animal must evidently have jumped over the walls. As the first few days after the sightings of the tracks wore on, the true nature of the extent and scale of the event had now spread throughout the towns, villages and cities of Devon. There were reports of tracks stopping in front of a haystack, then again on the opposite side, appearing as if travelled straight through. Some people had claimed to see them in guttering and through pipes of only a few inches in diameter, and there were numerous sightings of the tracks appearing in enclosed gardens, fields and yards that appeared to have no entry nor exit points. On the 16th of February, the Times picked up the story and printed an account of the prints, which gave good example of the feeling at the time. Considerable sensation has been evoked in the towns of Tosham, Lipstone, Exmouth, Teignmouth and Dawlish. In the south of Devon, in consequence of the discovery of a vast number of foot tracks of a most strange and mysterious description. The superstitious go as far to believe that they are the marks of Satan himself, and that great excitement has been produced amongst all classes may be judged from the fact that the subject has been decanted from the pulpit. It goes on. There was hardly a garden in Lipstone where these footprints were not observable. The tracks appeared more like that of a biped than of a quadruped, and the steps were generally 8 inches in advance of each other. At present it remains a mystery, and many superstitious people in the above towns are actually afraid to go outside their doors after night. By the 17th of February, the press had taken the story and run with it. The Western Times had actually run a piece that stated that there had been a report that the town and neighbourhood had been visited by no less a person than His Satanic Majesty. Whilst the newspapers ran sensationalist stories capitalising on the mystery and fear of some of the locals, there were other voices making themselves heard through letters sent to several newspapers. Anything from flocks of birds to otters and escaped monkeys were being offered as explanations from some that considered themselves to be more rational. Spliced amongst them, however, were still some letters that offered personal accounts that continued the demonic narrative. One such letter was from a Mr. R.H. Busk, who wrote of an episode of men chasing a trail into the woods around Dawlish with a group of hunting dogs. The tale he spins was written. The track was followed up by hounds and huntsmen and crowds of country folk till at last, in a wood, I think it was said over Dawlish, the hounds came back baying and terrified. This was the moment one would think real excitement would begin. Nevertheless, no one seems to have had the courage to rush in where the dogs feared to tread, and the matter ended in a battle of conjecture on paper. As a lone voice, it could be easily dismissed. However, another source written by a Reverend J.J. Rowe confirms the instance and wrote a passing reference in another letter stating, "The episode of the Hounds and Company I well and distinctly remember." Perhaps the most infamous of letters written during the time of the case, however, is that of a correspondence to the Illustrated London News from a writer calling themselves simply South Devon, and contained not only many details of the tracks that are still cited 160 years on, but also included a page of sketches of the footprints. In this lengthy letter, South Devon wrote, "It may probably be interesting to many to have a more particular account, which I think this unusual occurrence well deserves. The marks which appeared on the snow and which were seen on the Friday morning, to all appearance were the perfect impression of a donkey's hoof. The length 4 inches by 2 3/4 inches, but instead of progressing as the animal would have done, or indeed as any other would have done, feet right and left, it appeared that foot had followed foot in single line. The distance from each tread being 8 inches or rather more. The footmarks in every parish being exactly the same size and the step the same length. Concerning the distance travelled by the tracks, they went on to write, when we consider the distance that must have been gone over to have left these marks, one may say in almost every garden or doorstep, the extensive woods of Luscombe, upon commons, in enclosures and farms, the actual progress must have exceeded 100 miles. It is very easy for people to laugh at these appearances and account for them in an idle way. At present, no satisfactory solution has been given. No known animal could have traversed this extent of country in one night, besides having to cross an estuary of the sea 2 miles broad. Neither does any known animal walk in a line of single footsteps, not even man. It is also in this letter that the footprints were described, that this particular mark removed the snow wherever it appeared clear as if cut with a diamond or branded with a hot iron. The writer, using the nom de plume of South Devon, cited their own experience of spending 5 months in the backwoods of Canada during winter and their extensive experience of tracking wild animals and birds to confidently state, "I have never seen a more clearly defined track or one that appeared to be less altered by the atmosphere than the one in question." The contemporary press naturally had quite a field day with the letter, and using the details from the correspondence published many more stories right up until March, whereby the appetite for the news on the Devil's Footprints, as they were now known, was clearly starting to thaw, just as were the frosts on the ground. With no further leads, no fresh tracks, and no evidence of what had caused the markings coming into frame, the history of the mysterious footprints left on the night of the 8th of February 1855 gradually faded from the minds of the residents of Devon. Life returned to normal and the stories passed into local legend. The question remained, however, what did leave the tracks in the snow during that cold and bitter winter? Most contemporary theories of the time revolved around an animal of some kind being the culprit. Not a single theory, however, is backed with strong evidence, and in many cases can be thrown out with a cursory examination of the claims, such was the lack of their credibility. One thing of relative certainty that we can say upon looking back at the contemporary sources is that the strength of the similarities between the descriptions of the prints from comparable reports covering the entire area suggests that it's highly probable that the majority of the Devil's Footprints were created by either a singular or singular group of beings. When considering animals as a culprit, it should be noted that the circumstances of the overtly cold winter will have altered the habits of some animals into acting in ways that differ from their norm. Flocks of birds had earlier that winter been driven ashore in Norfolk due to the harsh conditions at sea, and with the nights being so cold, it might not have been uncommon for nocturnal and traditionally shy animals to venture into built-up areas in search of food that would have been scarce in their natural habitats outside of villages and towns. Among the animals suspected of creating the prints at the time of the event were birds, hares, toads, otters, badgers, rats, donkeys, ponies, and even monkeys and kangaroos. Richard Owen, a renowned naturalist of the period, was the man to put forward the idea that it was badgers creating the footprints. He based his theory on 2 key facts. Firstly, that badgers were known to travel great distances in search of food, and secondly, that they were native to England. It is then disturbingly easy to attack this theory, and so it was by another naturalist named Rupert Gould, who stated simply, "A badger's paw prints are staggered as it has rather a wide tread, and the result would be a double-line imprints. In addition, a badger could hardly have made the tracks seen on the rooftops, and probably could not have been responsible for those found in closed gardens." This rather puts the theory of badgers to bed quite comfortably, and so it is with most of the other animals suggested too. Whilst the tracks superficially resembled that of a horse or donkey's hoof, the size and once again the rooftop markings do the same for this theory and all the others with the exception of birds. The theory that birds made the footprints was an attempt to explain the strange occurrence of tracks upon rooftops and seeming to jump clean over obstacles up to 14 feet in height. As stated, there was also evidence that large flocks of gulls had previously been driven ashore by the harsh winter in Norfolk. The lack of any noise associated with large flocks of birds arriving en masse is an obvious problem for this theory, however. The largest problem presented by the theory of flocks of birds, however, is the simple fact that no bird's feet are known to look in any way like the marks left in the snow. Of all the animals, then, we are left with perhaps one of the more bizarre contemporary theories of the time, that an animal such as a monkey or kangaroo had escaped a menagerie and roamed the countryside. The idea of an escaped monkey only appeared in one press report in an offhand remark and has little to no basis in fact whatsoever. An escaped kangaroo is at first glance an utterly ridiculous suggestion. It was in fact a fringe theory until it was repeated by the Reverend G.M. Musgrave during a sermon.
The only instructions added by the customer is to hand them the order.
He had little stock in the theory and chose to repeat it in his sermon only to relieve fears in his parish that the devil was walking among them. Nevertheless, it is somewhat more likely than the monkey theory, given that there were actually a pair of kangaroos residing in a menagerie in Exmouth. However, neither were reported missing. Of course, we are also once again faced with the fact that the feet of a kangaroo are far distant from the marks left in the snow during the Devon mystery. And so we can start to see that what should, at first consideration, be the most obvious answer to the mystery is in fact faced with a myriad of problems. So what of the other, perhaps less obvious theories? Wandering dangerously close to the line of conspiracy theory, one theory put forward at a later date by author Geoffrey Household stated that an experimental balloon of some kind was responsible for the tracks. His source was a Major Carter whose grandfather had worked at Davenport Dockyard at the time, and he stated that the balloon had somehow broken free and flown out across Devon on the night of February the 8th, trailing 2 ropes with shackles tied to the ends. It was, Carter stated, these shackles which had caused the track marks as the balloon flew across the towns and villages before landed in Honiton. Whilst this theory does explain how marks could have gotten onto rooftops, hopped large obstacles and travelled such great distances, it does not explain why no other evidence has ever been found. According to Household, the incident was quieted as the damage caused by the trailing ropes to property across Devon was too great, and therefore a cover-up was enforced. Whilst this theory may seem attractive to some, it leaves a lot to be desired in answering how trails were found that seemingly zigzagged around gardens and stopped at people's doors and windows, as a balloon should fly in a more or less straight, or at best slowly curving persistent line. It would also seem sheer fluke that a balloon would not have been snagged as it trailed ropes tied with shackles over such a vast area. Furthermore, if such great damage was caused by such a craft, where are all the reports of the carnage? J. Allen Rennie put forth yet another theory, this time pertaining to a rare weather phenomenon. Rennie claimed that he had witnessed marks like the devil's footprints on 5 other occasions. The first time he observed them was in Canada in 1924, and his companion was so scared upon finding them that he deserted the expedition. He described the phenomena as caused by some freakish current of warm air coming into contact with the very low temperature which had set up the condensation, and left tracks that looked remarkably similar to those found in Devon in 1855. There are, however, 2 drawbacks to Rennie's theory. The first is that critically, Rennie's description of the markings left by his meteorological phenomena were much larger in size, being 19 inches in length by 14 inches in width and 7 feet apart. Secondly, and perhaps even more damningly, depending on how you take it, is that Rennie is the only person in history who has claimed to have seen such a phenomena. So what of the idea of a complex hoax? There is some suggestion that at least some of the prints were left by human hoaxers. 5 days after the original prints were left, there were fresh tracks left throughout a churchyard in Topsham that crossed right up to the door of the vestibule. The High Church vicar of the parish at the time was a controversial figure, and some, including investigator of the case Theo Brown, have concluded that at least these prints could be attributed to a human hoax. It is, however, highly unlikely that the entire case was a hoax, as the sheer scale would make leaving so many tracks in so many places all in one night a conspiracy that would have been almost impossible to keep quiet. So we are finally left with the last theory, that it was the devil himself that had made the prints walking through the cold winter night. It is important to remember that in 1855, and especially in rural areas, people would have been far more susceptible to this idea than they might be now, hence how quick it was to gain traction once the press ran with the story. However unlikely you find this explanation, it is nevertheless a theory which at the time was believed by many. It was enough to keep people in their homes at night through fear of meeting the cloven-hoofed monster as he patrolled through the streets. An event worthy of note on the case happened almost 100 years after the fact when, in 1952, a collection of papers and notes collected by the Reverend H.G. Ellicombe, the vicar of the parish of Clyst St George during the time of the event, were drawn to the attention of folklorist Theo Brown, who published extracts from them. It is from these papers that we are now able to discern the identity of South Devon, the person whom wrote such an influential letter to the Illustrated London News. It is now clear that the author was young Durban and he was 19 years old. It is unknown whether he had truly been a skilled tracker who had spent time in the Canadian wilderness, but it certainly makes the story less likely. Furthermore, it does cast doubt on all of the information that he gave in the letter, and is often repeated as fact in the case. In the end, we are left with a bizarre event with little evidence and few sources with which we can draw information from. The mystery of the Devil's Footprints of 1855 will remain in folklore and likely never be solved. No one theory fits neatly or gives us any clarity on what may have caused the phenomena. Mike Dash, writer for the Fortean Times and whom studied the case in great detail, believed that the best explanation is a combination of several theories. However, still himself admits that if such mundane theories can explain away the devil's hoofprints so easily, how have we avoided any panic on such a scale since? In his paper on the subject concerning the multiple theories angle, he wrote, "There were simply too many prints in too many locations for any one entity, except perhaps Milton's Satan, to have made them. You need only an ounce of skepticism to disregard the theory that the prints were caused by Satan himself. However, the mystery will remain." Thanks for listening. Please like, subscribe, and sleep tight. Head over to the Dark Histories website at darkhistories.com for show notes including maps, links, and full scripts for each episode. You'll also be able to find links to contact me through Twitter, email, and Facebook. And if you'd like the episode, feel free to drop a review.
Hi, I have a DoorDash for LB, Lucia B.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Are you fucking kidding me? A 20-minute ride. Ugh. .8 miles.
Review down in iTunes, as it goes a long way to help support the show's growth. Thanks again for listening, and I'll be back next week with something else weird to talk about.
Have you tried Michelle's granola? It's craveable, crunchy, convenient, and now available at a grocery store.
Kills 9.
Vampires are a staple in the world over. Attic lady killer or seductive succubi biting victim. Equally popular. Vampires are a staple in horror fiction the world over. The charismatic lady killer or seductive succubi biting necks and sucking the blood of their victims as they sleep. Equally popular in pop culture as they are to horror fans poring over black and white B-movies, the character of the vampire holds universal appeal, and to most, even those not usually prone to skepticism, remain completely fictional. How can we explain then the old folk stories, stated squarely and insistently as fact, that vampires risen from the dead stalked townsfolk and terrorized entire villages at night? Stranger still, that remains excavated in Bulgaria, Slovakia, and right across Europe, staked into their coffins with iron nails, teeth removed and bricks forced into their gaping mouths, have been found in their hundreds, providing compelling evidence for said tales. This is Dark Histories, where the facts are worse than fiction. The image that jumps into your mind when someone mentions vampires will most likely differ wildly depending on your age and location. From the disturbing Count Orlok or the middle-aged pale-faced seducers of Hammer films to the high school catalogue models of Twilight, literature and popular culture has shaped what we imagine of a vampire for centuries. Far from the rotting plague bringers of medieval Bulgaria or the demon goddesses in ancient mythology, in the West and increasingly throughout the world, we're faced instead with numerous affluent, well-dressed vampires waiting to hunt prey at night or pop into the nail salon for a quick manicure by day. Before we dig too deeply on the long and grim history of vampires in the real world, it's important to understand the distinction between what we expect of a vampire today versus the blight-infested monsters of folklore, and more disturbingly, the reality of the Middle Ages and beyond. It is often stated that the first work of pure fiction to include a vampire in its pages is that of an Anglo-Saxon poem entitled The Vampire of the Fens, dating from the 11th century. There is, however, some who claim that the work doesn't actually exist at all. Proving to be incredibly elusive as it does, it's hard to argue. As to why or when this poem became a popular misconception is unknown, equally for what reason. It was not until 400 years later, in the 15th century, that a literary character would appear in a fictional tale with the tendencies that one would call vampiric. Brian J. Frost, in his book The Monster with 1,000 Faces, Guises of the Vampire in Myth and Folklore, traces the next fictional work to be that of Sir Thomas Malory, with his tale of Le Mort d'Arthur. Published in 1485, it is a Middle English retelling of the classic King Arthur tale. However, Frost himself notes that it is a tenuous link, with only a single side character, a queen who drinks the blood of virgins to sustain her life. No other activities associated with the lore of vampires is mentioned. After this, there was another long 300-year hiatus in fiction of the stalking, blood-sucking monster. It was in the 18th century, after a vampire boom in popular folklore, that the popular work of Heinrich Ossenfelder's Der Vampir was published in 1748. This poem is widely accepted as introducing the popular concept of the modern vampire into European literature. The second verse introduces common themes as such. And as softly thou art sleeping, to thee shall I come creeping, and thy life's blood drain away. In 1819, The Vampire, a short work of fiction written by John William Polidori, was published. Described by British writer Christopher Frayling as the first story successfully to fuse the disparate elements of vampirism into a coherent literary genre. It tells the tale of Lord Ruthven, a suave and sophisticated nobleman, and elevated the vampire character out of the villages where it once stalked, rotten and disease-ridden, to the affluent and educated killer, enjoying the rank of high society that it has retained almost exclusively since. Lord Ruthven mysteriously enters London society, where he seduces a young woman, marries her, and then promptly sucks her body dry of blood and disappears into the night. In 1847, James Malcolm Rymer, writing in a serialized format and released in weekly pamphlets known as Penny Dreadfuls, introduced Barney the Vampire to the literary world alongside many tropes now staples of our imaginations of the vampire. Sir Francis Varney was the first vampire in fiction to sport sharp fangs, when he takes the life of a young woman and, with a plunge, he seizes her neck in his fang-like teeth. Sir Francis Varney also boasted traits such as superhuman strength and of immortality, with his estimated age being placed around 200 years old. He also suffers death several times throughout the story, always able to reanimate. He stalks women at night, creeping through their windows to bite them, leaving behind puncture wounds, and has the ability of turning others into vampires, which he demonstrates when he savages a female member of a family he is terrorizing by biting her simply for revenge.
Yeah, I'm
Alongside
probably
all these now
gonna
instantly
be ending in
recognisable
like,
characteristics,
I think I have an
Barney
hour
is
left.
also the first literary vampire who cannot stand his condition, but lives as a slave to what he has become. The sympathetic vampire, as it was later known.
I think I have an hour left.
It was
I
in
think I
Joseph
scheduled myself
Sheridan
till
Le Fanu's
12:30.
Gothic novella Carmilla, again first published
I just
in serial
cracked open a
format
monster,
in
though.
1871, that introduced a
Because I
vampire
am starting to
that
get
possessed
tired.
a dark, seductive, and overt morbid sexuality.
There we go.
Elevating further for society to the seductive, sexualized undead that instill both fear and fascination among their victims and readers alike, and a trait that would be exploited in both literature and film.
Wendy's closes at midnight, I think.
B-movies.
And then there's
right
like a
up until
Chinese
the present
restaurant that's open till I think 2
There are
a.m.
many
every
that
day.
suggest outright that Le Fanu's tale was a direct influence on the genre's undoubtedly most famous of tales, predating it by 26 years. That of one Abraham Stoker, or Bram Stoker for short.
Yeah,
known the
sorry,
world
my
over
phone
as
like lost service or whatever. It was reconnecting and then it my battery thing popped up. I don't know. Yeah, so Wendy's is open until midnight, I think, tonight. And there's a Chinese restaurant that's open until I think 2 a.m. But the Chinese restaurant, usually after midnight, you don't get very many orders. Well, I mean, I don't often get orders after midnight from them, so that's why I usually end about midnight. But yeah, so I don't know.
There are, however, older stories of vampires. Leaving the realm of fiction, we should leave.
Right now I'm on my way to drop off an order. Still have another 10 minutes drive to get there, and then it'll be about a 20-minute drive back to the area that I've been working in. A little bit of a hike.
Suggestions that the vampire was born out of sorcery in ancient Egypt and demons summoned into this world.
How did your errands go?
In folklore around the world and throughout cultures and history, we can see shadows of what we consider a vampire today, shaped by
I would too. I'm not sure. I think we can see prior to like doing the delivery, but you only have like 30 seconds to accept the offer, like the job, and so I don't usually study the screen. I just hit accept. Somebody asked me the other day, they were like, it was a kid, they were like, did you get tipped in the app? And I'm just like, I honestly don't know. I was like, I didn't look. And he was just like, oh, okay. He's like, well, I think they, like, he was talking about, like, I think his parents. He's like, I think they did it in the app. And I was like, it's fine, thank you. Like, it was just kind of funny. I was surprised that, I don't know, he was, like, maybe, like, 11 or 12. Like, he wasn't that old. And for him to actually, like, stop and think about it, it surprised me. Because most kids don't think about things like that.
Mayan mythology, Camazotz were death bats associated with the night, death and sacrifices. And in Aboriginal folklore, the Yarramayyahu were little red men who wait in trees for unsuspecting victims and then using...
Well, that's nice. I like Far Below. I don't like that they're now no longer $5 and less, though. So that's one thing I liked about going to that store, because if anything didn't have a label on it, like I would just assume it was $5. But now it's like, well, it could be more. Same thing with Dollar Tree. Like, Dollar Tree everything used to be $1. Now it's $1.25. And then, well, it's $1.25 for everything, and then they have like an aisle that's like up to, I think, $5 or something like that. I'm like, what is this? I'm like, what? This isn't the Dollar Tree anymore.
Tear their victims to shreds before feeding them blood. They can turn to vapor or mist and have the ability to get
yeah, like more like 10 Below. I agree. I mean, obviously they're not going to change the name, and I know like some of the stuff that they sell is pretty decent, so like I get it, but like I ended up getting, one time I went there, I got a raincoat for my dog, and it was, I think it was $10. It was a Coleman raincoat for a dog. So I'm like, that's definitely to me worth $10. So like, you know, and I was thankful I found it, because probably would have paid more for it somewhere else, but I don't know, it's just kind of frustrating sometimes, because it's like, well, how much is this? It's not labeled. I don't know. I don't like it when things aren't labeled in the store, the price.
This is possibly the earliest reference we have to vampires by name. In Eastern Europe, these vampires are ultimately as varied as the creatures before, but in general were not handsome seducers. They were ruddy-skinned revenants that crept through villages at night, bringing sickness and plague and foul odours. They ate children and drank blood to gain life force in order to become involved.
5 more minutes. It's very foggy out tonight. Like, all day it's been really foggy, but, well, like, this morning was really foggy, and then in the afternoon it kind of, like, cleared up a bit. Oh my goodness, my phone keeps falling. But then, now it's foggy again. What is this?
In 1921, in the small coastal village of St. Osyth in Essex, England, Mr. Charles Brooker, the owner of the house on Mill Street, was carrying out some building work in his garden when his shovel, thrust into the ground, hit something hard. history relating so strongly with the witch trials of 1582, people were quick to jump to the conclusion that it was the remains of Ursula Kemp, a woman who had been tried and hanged as a witch in 1582. Years later, in 2002, it was discovered that the remains were in fact those of a young man in his early 20s, somewhat damning the witch hypothesis. Despite this, however, it's still
7 brew in front of 5 below. That's kind of funny.
the misconception seems unstoppable at this point. Throughout history, evidence of such burials have been discovered showing similar practices.
I went to Starbucks today and I was a bit disappointed with the coffee. I ended up dumping it out. I drank more than half of it and I got a Trenta, but I was disappointed because, you know, Starbucks is expensive, so I normally I haven't been getting Starbucks because I don't want to pay Starbucks prices. But, so I was kind of excited for it, and then I got it, and I was like, what? This sucks. I should have I was going to get the Blue Sky drink, or whatever it's called. It's got like the boba in it. I don't know. I like it. But I was going to do that, but then I was like, no, I actually want coffee. So then I ordered coffee and did not like it. So kind of regretting not ordering the Blue Sky drink or whatever it's called. I don't remember if it was like Summer Skies or Blue Sky or I don't know. Something sky. But it's blue.
Excavating a site which had previously been known for the discovery of Roman remains. Dated to be from 550 to 700 AD, the skeleton had metal spikes driven through its shoulders, heart and ankles. Given that it dates from such an early period of history, many archaeologists are not quick to attribute the burial with vampire traditions. Predating the earliest legends of vampirism in Europe by at least several hundred years, it's simply stated that the burial shows signs related to later vampiric burials and acts as both a curious anomaly and a warning to anyone who wishes to jump to a vampiric conclusion as an answer for deviant burials. Moving away from England and into the heartlands of Gothic folklore, during a 1966 excavation of a 10th to 11th century churchyard around 30 kilometers north of Prague, in Selikovice in the Czech Republic, the remains of 14 individuals were found which had undergone the treatment of deviant burial. Each body was buried in separate graves rather than mass burial. However, given the brief history that the graveyard was known to be used, shows that they all died within a similar time period. They were all young adults and both male and female. They were found with heavy rocks covering their bodies or spiked to the side with nails of varying lengths and metals. In
Yeah, exactly. It's like you pay like,
being undertaken at the ancient
I don't know,
church
I
of
got,
Holy Trinity
what I
in
get?
Kostov, Slovakia.
Because I got a
A
Trenta,
16th century crypt was
and then
discovered
also
that
like,
entombed the
it's
remains of a
even
man
more
whose
expensive
legs had
because
been
it's
cut off
on
at the
Cape
knees.
Cod. A
His
lot of
body
times
weighted with
things
heavy
are.
stones.
I don't know if
Just
don't
to be
remember if
sure,
that's
it was
the
then
normal
placed in a
price, but it was
wooden
like
coffin
$6
that
something
was
for the
reinforced
coffee.
with big iron bars. In 1994,
I don't get
archaeologists
Starbucks that
Hector Williams
often
discovered the
anymore.
remains of an adult man
So like,
on the Greek island of Lesbos.
and I had been wanting
His
Starbucks for a
tomb had
while,
been
so
hollowed
I'm
out
kind
of
of
a
like,
solid
alright.
stone wall, and unlike the other bodies buried nearby that would be wrapped in cloth, he had been buried in a thick wooden coffin and then nailed into it with 8-inch long spikes through his neck, pelvis and ankles.
I didn't notice the
Interestingly, in this case was also the
on the map.
The customer requested you leave the order at their door. They added the following instructions. Leave at my door.
In 2005, in County Roscommon, Ireland, archaeologist Chris Reed discovered the bodies of 2 men buried at the times of popular vampire lore.
Sorry, my phone keeps
However,
like
Ireland has
losing
its own
service.
tales of revenants,
I will be right back.
remarkably similar to the vampires of the Falklands, which could be attributed to the deviant burial. Similarly, in 2006, in Lazaretto Nuovo, Italy, 2 kilometers northeast of Venice, Italian archaeologist Matteo Borini, whilst excavating a plague pit used in the 16th and 17th centuries, found the skull of a mature female. The skull was dated to the 1576 Venetian plague, suggesting the victim had died of the disease. However, unlike the numerous other victims unceremoniously buried in the pit, she was found with a brick shoved into her mouth with such force that her teeth had all been broken. The same can be seen in the remains found in Kamień Pomorski, Poland, when in 2008, archaeologist Sławomir Gorka excavated a cemetery used periodically between the 13th and 18th centuries. Of the 275 sets of human remains that were excavated, 6 were found to be deviant burials dated to the 16th or 17th century. 5 of the 6 have been buried with iron sickles placed across their abdomens, and in one case, a male that had been buried with its legs nailed to the ground, its teeth removed, and a stone forced into its mouth. Such burials were attributed to vampires due to the legend that a vampire will feed from its burial shroud to awaken and reanimate after death. It was thought that by placing a brick, stone, or wad of earth into the mouth, this could halt the process of returning as a vampire in its earliest stages. Taking this one step further, in 2013,
a $3 and something cent tip. Terrible. I just got an order for that Chinese restaurant.
During an
Nikolai
unearthed
like
sets of male remains
on your
both
glasses,
heavy
but
iron
it's still enough
mixtures
mist that you can feel it on your skin.
However, these men also had their left leg removed below the knee. The list of burials attributed to vampirism continues on and on. According to the head of the Bulgarian National Museum, Bozidar Dimitrov, there are 100 such burials. Example above that have been described.
Oh my god. My phone keeps like randomly falling.
Two living vampires who stalk through the night and date right up to modern times. There are throughout history many stories of famous vampires and folklore legends.
Well, we get paid for the. I noticed that if it's a far distance, we get, you know, more usually. Sometimes it's still a low pay, but sometimes it's not.
In the 18th century,
and then other times, like for example, I just did a grocery order at Shaw's, and it was like a $30-something like pay, like including tip. I don't remember how much like the tip specifically was, but like for like the whole thing, it was like $30-something. But I mean, I had to do the person's grocery shopping for them, and they had like almost 50 items. It was like 48 items that they needed. And then I had to bring them all into the, they were in like an apartment building. So I had to bring them all to the door too. So like something like that, like that's not that bad.
1725, as night fell, Peter's widow laid her son in his bed when a sharp rapping knocked on the front door.
But I've done other ones where it's like, it's only like $3 for base pay, and then after that, then like they don't even tip at all, and it's just like, well, okay. I mean, usually those ones aren't very far, but still, it still can be annoying, though. Like the really low-paying ones. And I mean, I get the. I know some people will add more tip later, because which. I'm glad that they let you do that, because I remember when I used to order from DoorDash, I'd hate putting in a tip before I know how the driver is going to be. So you know, I totally get that, because I used to order through DoorDash and Grubhub a lot before I had a car. So I get it, because it's like, I don't want to put in how much the tip is, but then like have them leave it at the wrong house, or like have terrible service or something, and then it's like, well, I already tipped them. So I'm glad that they allow you to add more later now. So like if I see like no tip, it's like kind of like okay, whatever, it is what it is. But then sometimes they'll end up adding more or adding a tip later. Sometimes they don't, but I know like a lot of times people here right now are like on vacation, or they're not from here. So in a lot of other countries apparently don't do like the whole tipping thing. So I have to like, you know, take that into account too sometimes, to remind myself like, okay, well, this person might not be from the US, like they might be from another country that doesn't do tips. Or maybe they're just not tipping, I don't know.
They were beside themselves with fear. Upon receiving his report, the authorities took the whole completely in stride. Nothing more.
It's funny because I follow somebody on YouTube, or I subscribe to somebody, I can't remember what channel it is, but she does DoorDash, and I remember watching a video, and she was, I think she said like, unless she's going to be getting at least, I think it's like $1 per mile or $2 per mile, she won't do it. She just declines it. I accept pretty much every order I get, I accept. The few times that I haven't accepted it, it's usually because I'm waiting for another order, and then I end up dozing off while waiting. Ooh, I'm glad I like predicted that. I saw the bump coming, and I put my hand out to catch the phone. And I was right, it dropped. But yeah, she'll, if it's not a high enough pay, she'll decline the offer. But I don't know, I just, $3 is $3. I'll go for $3 or $2 or whatever. Like, yeah, I wish it was a $40 order, but I'll still take $2. I'm happy about that.
40 days after Powell's death, and after 4 people who had complained of receiving visits from the dead man during the night had all died, his grave was ordered to be exhumed.
Yeah, and I can't say I blame her for not wanting to say, you know, drive the mileage, waste the gas, you know, do all those things for, like, you know, only $2. If it's, you know, say she's gonna be, say she knows she's gonna be sitting in traffic the whole time or something, I don't blame her. But I try to keep my completion rate at 100%. I mean, my acceptance rate at 100%. And my completion rate at 100%. My completion rate is 100%. My acceptance rate, I think last time I looked at it, was 99%. And it was because I dozed off while waiting for the next like order. And yeah. Oops. Because sometimes you'll just be sitting there waiting and waiting and waiting, so it is what it is. The only time I get really annoyed is if it's like they send you to a store that's already closed, or they send you, and like the other day when somebody else had already picked up the order. It's like, I feel like, especially for something like that, you should be compensated for. If you do, if you go to a store and the store is closed, you usually get half pay for that. So I think there should be at least something for if you go and the order's already been picked up. So that's not the driver's fault. So I don't know. That's just my opinion.
As we saw earlier, there are
however, like for example, the other day, there was a Cumberland Farms order, which is a convenience store. It's like a local convenience store chain. And there's in this like same section of the road, there's 2 different Cumberland farms, and one's 24 hours, the other one closes at 11 o'clock at night. But every time, well, almost every time I get an order, my phone fell again. Almost every time I get an order for DoorDash for the Cumberland Farms, it's for the one that closes early. And it's like, why are you giving me, like, the orders for the one that's closed when there's one right down the street that's open 24 hours? It's like, why don't you just put the order to that one so that way, I mean, I know that the one that closes is closer to the person's house, but it's closed. So it's just frustrating because, like, you know, you get there and it's like, okay, well, it's closed, so now I gotta take a picture of the door, like the hours. But it's just, I feel stupid because, like, I'm driving by one that's open that I know is open 24 hours, but they don't have the order, or the other one has the order. So it's just, I don't know, makes no sense to me. But the other day, I got an order for that Cumberland Farms, the one that closes, but it was like, I don't know, like 10:50 or something like that. They closed in like 10 minutes, and I was maybe 20 minutes away from it. I'm like, well, like, I accepted it without, like, even looking at it, and then as I'm driving to it, I was hoping it was for the 24-hour one. But once the GPS brought me, I realized it was not the 24-hour one because we passed that one. And I was like, well, oh well. So, you know, I had to take a picture of the door to prove that the hours, you know, that it was closed. And it was just kind of like, I feel bad though because the person's sitting there waiting for their stuff, and then they don't get it because the store's closed. It's just like, I don't know.
And in a society that perpetuated fear through spirituality, doubled up with the absence of a scientific or medical knowledge.
The other day, it was like a day or 2 ago, I went and I got to that Cumberland Farms like just like maybe 5 minutes after they closed, and I was like, I was about to take a picture of the door to like say that it was closed, and the guy comes to the door and he's like, he gives me like the one minute finger, like, you know, hold on. So I was like, okay. So and then he comes back with the order for the person, and I'm like, oh, you are awesome. I was happy he was willing to do that, because I assume they had already prepared the order, they just didn't have it, you know. I mean, they already prepared it, they were just waiting.
In both cases, if a shroud was used,
and I was able to deliver it to the person. Yay, food. It was like a pizza and something else, I don't know.
Reinforced or even created the theory that a vampire must consume its shroud as part of the first step of reanimation. On top of all of this, it's a well-known medical fact that
alright, well, good night. I hope you sleep well.
and the blood moving to the
yeah, hopefully you'll talk soon. I'll probably be at this for probably about another half hour. Actually, I think the next order that I have is going up towards Eastham, so it might be my last order for the night, because by the time I get to the restaurant, pick it up, and then bring it to the customer, it'll probably be the time that my dash ends. So, but I hope you have a good night. I hope you sleep well. Thanks for hanging out with me. I appreciate it.
Between sickness, death, limited medical knowledge, and the perpetuation of spiritual beliefs is a convincing argument as to how the belief and fear of the vampire was so strong for so many centuries, and why we now find so many deviant burials undertaken as preventative measures for things which are seemingly based in fact and stood on evidence. Far from characters existing only in literature, we're confronted now with a long and complicated history that spans centuries and crosses numerous cultural and physical borders. It's clear from the evidence of burials that people took the myths of the vampire very seriously. And why not? When confronted with what was centuries. There is little reason to doubt and every reason to fear. Although the tales of vampires stem entirely from myth, the absolute belief in their existence created something which was tactile and real. As for the existence of vampires in modern times, and the many cases reported of blood drinkers living a shadowy life, another story. One thing we know for certain, however, is that for as long as humans have maintained the practice of burying the dead beneath the ground, we have held a fear of those same bodies re-emerging from the tomb, preying on the living in the darkness of night. Thanks for listening. Please like, subscribe, and sleep tight.
This guy's voice is so like
Head over to Dark History's website at darkhistories.com.
sleep-inducing. That sounds bad. Like I find his like stories interesting. It's just his voice is so like relaxing. It's just.
If you like the episode, feel free to drop a review down in iTunes. It goes a long way to help support the show's growth. Thanks again for listening, and I'll be back next week. The show will probably be a little shorter. This one extended a little bit longer than normal. However, the subject was so vast. It's just the way it had to be. After editing it down, it was still longer. So I hope it was interesting enough to more on that. Anyway, see you next week.
Alexis, who won the most races in IMSA GTD history?
Racing holds that record with 7 podiums and 5 overall victories in 2023, the most ever in IMSA GTD racing history.
Is that the same as the Paul Miller Auto Group?
Yes, the same winning tradition is in all Paul Miller Auto Group locations.
I was just going to tell you about Paul Miller. You can use the fast lane to buy online and have it delivered.
Visit paulmiller.com and experience the Paul Miller difference.
Her left foot all that remained. She had been consumed by fire, though the room she was in showed little sign of fire damage. A stack of newspapers remained untouched by flame just feet away from the ashes on the ground. This is Dark Histories, where the facts are worse than fiction. During the reign of the monarch, Queen Bona Sforza in the 15th century, a Polish knight was enjoying an evening of frivolity. He poured himself a glass of fine brandy, promptly drained his glass and took a seat, pouring himself a second. The brandy was strong. It burned as the alcohol slipped down his throat. Gosh, did it burn. As smoothly as it had gone down, he felt the burn in his throat spread back up. A burst of fire erupted from his mouth, and his body burst into flames. The tale of the Polish knight is often retold and often misinterpreted. Despite these inaccuracies, however, it stands as one of the earliest known documents that speaks of the phenomena known as spontaneous human combustion. The original Latin text, written by Thomas Bartholin and published in 1654, is poorly written and is undoubtedly the source of the problems. The knight, often said to have been Italian, was in fact Polish and was unnamed in the original text. The often cited name of Adolphus Vorstius refers to the man who told Bartholin of the events and was a well-known botanist and scholar of the time. He himself heard the story from his father, alias Everardus Vorstius. So this third-hand account, poorly written and poorly translated, has throughout the years stood as the shaky foundation of a phenomena that has held much controversy for over 400 years and claimed the lives of over 200 people. Spontaneous human combustion is still a murky and somewhat controversial subject, feared by some, casually explained away by others. The phenomenon itself refers to a seemingly rare event whereby a human, without any apparent source of ignition, spontaneously ignites from within, in most cases killing the victim and often leaving behind nothing but a smouldering pile of ash. In early cases, there was a great deal of mystery upon the subject, not least because the thought of a human body suddenly bursting into flames is a perplexing event in itself, even by today's standards, but because the average layperson in the earliest days of reported incidents would blame someone for understanding. Needless to say, they were way off the mark, but the basic theory was that combustible matter would build up this phlogiston and release it upon ignition, whereby plant matter would absorb it from the air, hence why wood, grass and hay, etc. all burn so well. The logical step for them was that this spontaneous human combustion was simply a build-up of excess phlogiston causing an ignition. This concept of everyone walking around as ticking time bombs is plainly viewed as incorrect now, but such was the times. Another theory that gained traction in the 18th century was the puritanical concept, which can be likened literally with the modern proverbial phrase, feared by some, casually explained away by others. The phenomenon itself refers to a seemingly rare event whereby a human, without any apparent source of ignition, spontaneously ignites from within, in most cases killing the victim and often leaving behind nothing but a smouldering pile of ash. In early cases, there was a great deal of mystery upon the subject, not least because the thought of a human body suddenly bursting into flames is a perplexing event in itself, even by today's standards, but because the average layperson in the earliest days of reported incidents had little idea of how combustion worked in the first place. Early theories put forward to explain the phenomena range from undiscovered elements, as was the theory of Johann Becher and his student George Stahl in 1677, when they attempted to unshroud the mystery using a hypothetical element that would latterly be named phlogiston. What? Needless to say, they were way off the mark, but the basic theory was that all combustible matter would build up this phlogiston and release it upon ignition, whereby plant matter would absorb it from the air, hence why wood, grass and hay, etc. all burn so well. The logical step for them was that this spontaneous human combustion was simply a build-up of excess phlogiston causing an ignition. This concept of everyone walking around as ticking time bombs is plainly viewed as incorrect now, but such was the times. Another theory that gained traction in the 18th century was the puritanical concept, which can be likened literally with the modern proverbial phrase, "You are what you eat." This theory gained some ground and proposed that heavy drinkers were prone to bursting into flames due to the amount of highly flammable alcohol they were consuming. Worthy of note is that during the Victorian era, many were devoutly Christian and still held to the belief that alcohol represented a grave evil, and therefore the theory was much easier to accept by the majority than it might be assumed. When all else failed, the last common theory floated during the earliest cases of spontaneous human combustion were just people being simply unlucky, suffering at the hands of freak accidents, as was initially concluded in the case of Countess de Bandi Cesenate. The case of Countess de Bandi Cesenate is another historical case of spontaneous human combustion which occurred in 1731. This time in Verona, Italy, and this time documented to a far greater degree than that of the Polish Night. On the evening of April the 3rd, the Countess was observed by her maid as being of normal good health. However, after supper time, she had retired to her bed, complaining of feeling dull and heavy. After talking with the maid for several hours until she fell asleep, she was left alone in her room and nothing unremarkable happened for the rest of the night. In the morning, however, noting that her mistress had not risen at her usual hour, she took it upon herself to rouse her, fearing that perhaps she might be ill. Instead of any sickness, she found upon opening the curtains of the bedchamber that the count was described distance from the bed. There was a heap of ashes, 2 legs untouched from the foot to the knee with their stockings on. Between them was the lady's head, whose brains, half of the back part of the skull and the whole chin were burnt to ashes, among which was found 3 fingers, blackened. All the rest were ashes, which had this peculiar quality that they left in the hand when taken up, a sticking moisture. The air in the room was also observed cumbered with soot floating in it. A small oil lamp on the floor was covered with ashes, but no oil in it. 2 candlesticks on the table stood upright. The cotton was left in both, but the tallow was gone and vanished. Somewhat of moisture was about the feet of the candlesticks. The bed received no damage. The blankets and sheets were only raised on one side, as when a person rises up from it or goes in. Not known as a drinker, it was concluded that she had got up from the bed during the night and been struck by silent lightning that had crept through a crack in the window or down the fireplace, though this was later amended and her copious amounts of perfume was finally fingered as the culprit. Perhaps more interestingly was not the conclusion of what caused the fire, but what had not caused the fire. In Philosophical Transactions of the Royal Society of London, published in 1745, Mr. Paul Raleigh wrote of the case, "Such an effect was not produced by the light of the oil lamp or any of the candles, because common fire, even in a pile, does not consume a body to such a degree, and would have besides spread itself to the goods of the chamber, more combustible than a human body." Raleigh then goes on to theorise that flammable gases within the human body, along with alcohol, could combine to become a potent fuel that could either, with the aid of an outside source, as in the case of the silent lightning, or even without, could spontaneously combust, quickly incinerating the body in a flash. This theory tidily answered many of the questions, such as why the limbs of such cases were often left unburned, and also why nearby flammable objects were left untouched. The fuel had simply burnt out with an intense and sharp burst of flame. In 1800, Pierre-Aimé Lair published what would become the definitive criteria for spontaneous human combustion to take place. The study was titled, "On the Combustion of the Human Body Produced by the Long and Immoderate Use of Spirituous Liquors." His 8 criteria were that all victims had made immoderate use of spirituous liquors, all were elderly or advanced in age, all were ignited by an outside source of fire, the extremities were left behind unburned. Strangely, that water sometimes had the effect of fanning the fire rather than extinguishing it. The fires confined their damage to the victims. The fires reduced bodies to ashes and a stinking, penetrating soot. And finally, that all victims were women. Needless to say, there were many inconsistencies with Lair's study, and he admitted as much himself. Nevertheless, alcohol again remained forefront and confirmed what most people already believed, and so it remained as an accepted truth. Public interest in spontaneous human combustion was greatly expanded in 1853 when, needing to kill off a character in his book Bleak House, Charles Dickens modelled the victim's death on none other than the earlier case of Countess de Bandy-Cesante. As scientific theory advanced and the discussion of spontaneous human combustion fell out of the spotlight of medical discussion, public interest waned. It wouldn't be until 1951 when a now infamous case burst into the headlines, baffling officials and the public alike, that of the case of Mary Reeser. In 1951, Mary Reeser was a plump 67-year-old widow who lived alone in her apartment in the sleepy city of St. Petersburg, Florida. On the night of July the 1st, 1951, her son, Dr. Richard Reese, was paying her a visit. She apparently suffered from mild depression.
The customer requested you leave the order at their door. Additional instructions are provided in the Dasher app.
And would later take 2 more if she still couldn't sleep. At 9 p.m, Dr. Reese said goodbye to his mother, along with the landlady, Mrs. Pansy Carpenter. They later confirmed that Mary had been wearing slippers, a nightgown and robe, and that they had left her sitting in the chair quite well. At 5 a.m, Mrs. Carpenter awoke to the smell of smoke, and thinking it to be coming from an overheating water pump, went out to the garage and turned it off before heading back to bed. She awoke again at 8 a.m. when there was a knocking at her door. A courier from Western Union was delivering a telegram addressed to Mrs. Reese that needed signing for. So after doing so and straightening herself up, Mrs. Carpenter went to Mary's rooms to deliver the correspondence. When there was no answer from her knocking, she began to feel as if something might be wrong and tried to open the door. Upon grabbing the handle, however, she found the metal to be hot. Slightly panicking by this point, she rushed back to her own apartment and called the police. Upon their arrival, Mrs. Carpenter took the police to Mary's door, where they promptly forced it open, only to meet with a gust of heat as if opening an oven. Inside, they found a pile of ashes in the corner, thought at the time to be the burnt remains of Mary's chair and a lamp. The table clock had stopped at 4:20 a.m. and the plastic power socket it was plugged into had melted, as had all other sockets that were placed higher up the walls. The mirror had cracked and there were candles on the fireplace that had melted, leaving only their unburnt wicks and a lump of wax. There was a thin ring of soot around the upper parts of the walls, but the rest of the apartment was left relatively untouched by the apparent fire, including a stack of newspapers piled up just feet from the ashes. It wasn't until the fire service showed up that the horrible fate of Mary Reese was discovered. Among the pile of ashes, they found Mary's left leg still. Still wearing the slipper, part of her skull and some vertebrae nestled amongst the metal springs of the chair. Bill Bennett, one of the firefighters, said of the scene, "I'll never forget it. The sheets on the studio bed were still white." Mary Reese had weighed 170 pounds at the time of her death. Her remains had been reduced to just 10 pounds of ash. On July the 7th, the police chief of St. Petersburg enlisted the help of the FBI on the case. He sent a box of evidence which included glass fragments found in the ashes, 6 small objects thought to be teeth, a section of the carpet and the slipper from Mary's left foot. He also included a note which read, we request any information or theories that could explain how a human body could be so destroyed and the fire confined to such a small area and so little damage done to the structure of the building and the furniture in the room not even scorched or damaged by smoke. This fire is too puzzling for the small town force to handle. At first, the FBI were puzzled by the case. Upon consulting with local funeral homes, they were told that a body would take upwards of 4 to 5 hours to burn to ash in temperatures upwards of 2,500 to 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit. After several months, the FBI concluded their report on the case, stating it was their belief that Mary Reese had fallen asleep in her chair while smoking a cigarette, which had dropped onto her clothing, catching her alight and burning her to death. It read, "Once the body became ignited, almost complete destruction occurred from its own fatty tissues." They added that the absence of any scorching or adjacent damage was down to the fact that heat liberated by the burning body has a tendency to rise and form a layer of hot air which never came into contact with the furnishings on the lower level. Once the body starts to burn, there is enough fat and other inflammable substances to permit varying amounts of destruction to take place. Sometimes this destruction by burning will proceed to a degree which results in almost complete combustion of the body. Professor of Physical Anthropology at the University of Pennsylvania, Dr. Wilton Krogman, happened to be visiting the area of St. Petersburg at the time of the case. Krogman had investigated over 30 cases of fire death as a consultant to the FBI, and so it was he became involved with the case of Mary Reese. Although he never stated his opinion publicly at the time, he wrote in 1961, "Never have I seen a body so completely consumed by heat. This is contrary to normal experience, and I regard it as the most amazing thing I have ever seen. As I review it, the short hairs on my neck bristle with vague fear. Were I living in the Middle Ages, I'd mutter something about black magic." Another modern case of spontaneous human combustion can be found in the reports on the death of Michael Faherty, a 76-year-old man living in Clearview Park, Ballybane, Galway, in Ireland.
I don't like that monster.
On the night of December the 22nd, 2010, at 3 a.m., Tom Mannion was awoken abruptly by his neighbour's fire alarm screaming into the night. He looked out of his window and noticed thick, acrid smoke billowing out from the house of Michael Faherty next door. He rushed over and began to bang on the door, shouting out to Tom, but received no response. He called the fire service, who sped to the scene and extinguished the flames. With the fire out, Gerard O'Callaghan of the Divisional Crime Scene Investigation Unit inspected the scene inside. He found that there had been a fire in a small sitting room which had centred on Michael Faherty, whose body was almost entirely destroyed by the fire. His remains were lying on his back with his head close to an open fireplace. There were black soot patches both underneath the remains and on the ceiling above. Aside from this, however, there were no other signs of damage, and a mobile phone, razor, and a box of matches on the mantelpiece were completely untouched. The police found no evidence of fourth century robbery or violence at the scene and promptly ruled out a murder investigation. Speaking at the inquest, Gerard O'Callaghan stated, "I took samples of the fire debris and forwarded them to the Forensic Science Laboratory at Garda headquarters in Dublin to establish the presence of accelerants, for example petrol, diesel, paraffin oil, etc. There were none found, and I found no evidence to suggest any foul play had occurred." The state pathologist, Professor Grace Callaghy, noted in her post-mortem findings that Faherty had type 2 diabetes and hypertension, but concluded he had not died from heart failure. She also stated that many of his internal organs and some bones were missing.
Be right back in the bathroom.
Disconnected. Ready to pair.
No hot spots. Oh, I gotta bring this.
Apparently burnt away in the fire, meaning that the fire had to be of at least 1,000 degrees, and the cause of death was therefore incredibly difficult to determine. Although a strange case, the news of Michael Faherty's death came
Connected.
and at the inquest, Kieran McLaughlin, the West Galway coroner, stated, "This fire was thoroughly investigated by the most experienced fire experts in the country, and I'm left with the conclusion that this fits into the category of spontaneous human combustion, for which there is no adequate explanation." Time has moved on, and with it, so has our understanding of biology, combustion, and chemistry. The earlier theories put forward by Paul Rowley et al. Are now largely balked at. In their place, however, sit no shortage of strange and bizarre suppositions. One early theory, which is still often repeated, is that of static electricity building up within the body. As is ball lightning, whilst moved on slightly from the crafty silent lightning considered in the case of the Countess, it is still a fringe theory concerning its involvement in spontaneous human combustion. There are many other theories ranging from paranormal phenomena such as connections with poltergeist activity to UFOs, as well as many that feel it's simply unexplained. On the skeptical side, it is often noted that victims are old, infirm, or suffer from a difficulty with mobility and are often found near a source of ignition, suggesting common accidental death. There is one theory, however, which remains as the commonly offered explanation for many, namely the wick effect. In 1999, a paper titled "Combustion of Animal Fat and Its Implications for the Consumption of Human Bodies in Fires" was published in the forensic science journal Science and Justice. It detailed the experiments carried out by John DeHaan and S.J. Campbell. The experiments burnt pigs wrapped in cotton and polyester shirts to simulate that of a human body. It laid the groundwork for what would become known widely as the wick effect, and a theory which has been used to officially explain all of the previous cases of spontaneous human combustion in this episode. The wick effect states that a human body, when met with a low flame, is kept alight by the melting of its own fats melting into the surrounding clothes, essentially turning a body into an inside-out candle. The fat acts as a source of fuel, and this prolonged burning state is what both destroys the body and contains the damage to either the body alone or its nearby surrounding area. In their experiments, DeHaan and Campbell were able to witness pigs' bodies burning up to a period of 4 hours before they extinguished them. There are, however, discrepancies in the experiments to the results seen in cases of purported spontaneous human combustion. The pig in the experiments had had their internal organs removed, making it far easier to burn through than a body which would have the organs intact. The pig's body was also burnt with the aid of gasoline, a far more potent source of ignition than a candle, ember, oil lamp or cigarette, all of which are the usual culprits in cases of spontaneous human combustion. Furthermore, after such prolonged burning, the pig's carcass burnt through the floor entirely, a significantly more pronounced amount of damage than that witnessed at the scenes previously stated. Dr. Wilton Krogman himself stated in his 1961 piece on Mary Reeser, "I find it hard to believe that a human body, once ignited, will literally consume itself, burn itself out as does a candle wick." Spontaneous human combustion remains a controversial topic. On one end of the spectrum, we have people adamant that all mystery is solved and there is nothing unexplained about such deaths. On the other end, we see just the opposite, but equally as adamant, that there are too many questions left unanswered and too much speculation passed off as evidence. In the middle, we can say that of true certainty is that these deaths have happened and at the very best can only be placed aside as unusual. Despite their grim details, fascination and speculation remains. Brian Dunning, author of many books related to scientific skepticism, suggests a new title for spontaneous human combustion, that of simply Unsolved Deaths by Fire. Thanks for listening. Please like, subscribe, and sleep tight. Head over to the Dark Histories website at darkhistories.com for show notes, including maps, links, and full scripts of each episode. You'll also be able to find links to contact me through Twitter, email, and Facebook. And if you like the episode, feel free to drop a review down in iTunes, as it goes a long way to help support the show's growth. I'd like to give a quick mention to the people who reviewed the show last week and left such kind words. Hallie Bean, Lily Buds, Scary Clary, and Jack Snan. Thanks so much for your reviews. It's really, really, really very flattering to read, and I really appreciate you taking the time to write the reviews and help out the show. Thanks again, and see you next week.
This is your time to enjoy life, not spend it cleaning. So make it quick and easy. Lysol disinfecting wipes kill 99.9% of viruses and bacteria when used as directed, keeping your space cleaner and fresher. From kitchen counters to bathroom surfaces to your favorite devices, Lysol wipes clean and disinfect the high-touch surfaces we use every day. Plus, they're 3 times stronger than paper towels. Get them at Costco for a big clean at a big value, and keep your place fresh and spotless.
Nestled on the southern edge of the rolling hills, woods and grassland of the South Downs in the southeast of England lies the leafy rural village of Clapham in Sussex. Settled for thousands of years, evidence of the pagans, Druids, Saxons and Romans is rich and seeps throughout the local area. In the 1970s, it was an idyllic rural British village, but on the outskirts of the village, obscured by the woods, evidence of a much darker group began seeping out. Strange disappearances of animals were reported. Then came the bodies. This is Dark Histories, where the facts are worse than fiction. The South Downs is a long range of rolling chalk hills that borders Winchester in the west and stretches for over 70 miles eastwards across counties to the chalk cliff faces of Beachy Head in Eastbourne. Holding national park status, its farmland, dry valleys and steep hills are interspersed with thick wooded areas, and dotted throughout, small villages and towns nestle amongst the green landscape. Inhabited and settled for thousands of years, there is archaeological evidence of Neolithic mines and Iron Age forts scattered throughout the green hillsides. 2 of these forts are atop large hills on the outskirts of Clapham. The first is named Chanctonbury and sits at a height of 782 feet, and there is Sisbury that stands at 600 feet. The visible remains of the fortified walls from large circular indentations on the vast hilltops are known simply as Sisbury Ring and Chanctonbury Ring. Along with Rackham Hill, they formed the Devil's Triangle, a triplet of large earthen hills said to have been created by the devil when he scraped up mounds of earth and threw them aside in an effort to create a valley and flood the area to destroy the Christian churches. Upon hearing the crowing of a rooster, the devil was cut short in his work and fled, leaving a large valley, now known as Devil's Dyke. The village of Clapham sits quietly alongside these hills. The church in the village was built in the 12th century and dedicated to St Mary in 1406. The local farmland of Lee Farm acted as a leper colony in the 13th century, and the surrounding area with its high vantage points played important roles in invasions from the Saxons and Romans, and was used in armoured vehicle training during World War II. In modern times, Clapham is a quiet rural village with a population of 275, a footprint of 2 square miles, and consists of only a handful of streets and dusty tree-lined footpaths. 6 miles to the southwest lies the town of Littlehampton, and 5 miles to the southeast, Worthing, with the city of Brighton Hove just 12 miles along the now busy dual carriageway, built in the 20th century as a modern alternative to what was once the main trading route connecting Chichester and Brighton. With such a long, rich and often violent history that encompasses eras of invasion, plague, witch trials and religious persecution, it should come as little surprise that the folklore and legend of the area runs equally as deep. There are tales of Saxon coin mints lost to time under the hills of Sisbury that hold vast sums of ancient wealth. However, the stories are not only of romantic fortune, but speak also of strange happenings amongst the woods and atop the hills that belie the leafy and idyllic facade. The devil has a long and varied history in folklore throughout Sussex and lends his name to many places. Many of the churches have at some point in the distant past had their northern entrances bricked up as a form of preventing evil from entering the sacred houses. There are reports of Aleister Crowley using the Chanctonbury Ring to practice his particular form of paganism, and it is suggested by those that subscribe to such theories that ancient ley lines cross and weave all along the ancient ruins, standing stones, mines and forts of the South Downs. In a woodland area outside of Clapham village, there are numerous reports of strange happenings that draw from the folk history of the area. In 1967, when a group of university students attempted to spend a night within Chanctonbury Ring, they left in a sudden panic, leaving all their equipment behind, though none of the group ever told details of their story. In 1968, a UFO research group who used the hill for its high vantage point and seclusion from light pollution was shocked to the core when, as they were walking up to the ring, were swept by waves of cold, bitter air. Many of the members complained of feeling nauseous, while others had trouble breathing. Upon leaving the ring, all of their conditions returned to normal. This is a common story for the Chanctonbury Ring and Clapham Wood, which, having winding, leafy pathways spidering throughout the overgrowth, proved popular for local dog walkers and hikers. The stories are numerous of sudden, sweeping sickness, dizziness, weakness, problems with taking breath, and perhaps most disturbingly, feelings of being pulled by an unseen force that have affected both human and animal alike. Talking with local press, a Mrs. Goodman reported that whilst out walking her dog and beginning to feel uneasy, she experienced a great struggle trying to get away from the wood, claiming that it was as though I was being pulled back and my legs grew weak. It was quite frightening. There is something strange about that wood. Among the walkers, it's often discussed and remarked upon by the lack of wildlife in the Clapham Wood and Chanctonbury area, in particular the stillness of the air and peculiar lack of birdsong. David Bennett, the Clapham churchwarden, was a keen ornithologist and enjoyed recording the song of the nightingale. However, he noted that since the mid-1970s, the presence of any song at all had completely disappeared. The woods are left with an uncanny silence, rarely found anywhere else on the South Downs. In 1975, the Worthing Herald, a local newspaper, carried a story which detailed mysterious accounts on the behaviour of dogs in the area. Wallace, a 3-year-old chow belonging to Mr. Peter Love, was being taken for a walk by his son in an area of the wood locally known as the Chestnuts, when it simply disappeared. Despite a thorough search, no trace of the dog was ever found. Following the publication of the story, numerous other local residents contacted the paper to report on their own experiences, and a week later, a 2-year-old collie belonging to Mr. John Cornford also disappeared in almost the same spot of Clapham Wood. This dog too was never found. Aside from disappearances, there were also 2 reports of dogs becoming agitated, and in the case of Mr. Rawlins, whilst out walking his golden retriever, the animal became partially paralysed and later had to be euthanised. Mrs. Wells told of how her collie became so agitated as they neared the Chestnuts, she immediately turned round and took the dog home, whereby it calmed down as soon as they left the vicinity. This story was emulated by the owner of a pug who noticed her dog shaking violently and began foaming at the mouth upon their approach to the area. Thinking the dog was having a type of fit, she rushed it to a local vet who found no physical problems and pronounced it perfectly healthy. Dogs are one story, but horses quite another. There was one report of a rider who tethered his horse to a tree whilst he went into the overgrowth to relieve himself, and upon returning, the horse had completely disappeared and was never found. On the rocky and overgrown hillside, there is also the existence of a mysterious pit, where nothing appears to grow and no one seems to know how and when it was created. There are theories of an ancient lime pit, as well as some who claim it was from a Second World War bomb that dropped and created it as a crater. The truth is completely unknown and completely unrecorded, however, and it's simply referred to as the pit. Alongside vague stories of dense mist, which seem to take the shape of animals, a fox and a bear, there are three well-known haunting legends surrounding Clapham Woods and Chanctonbury Ring. The ghost of an ancient Saxon man was said to have stalked around the ring, scrabbling on the ground, and always seemed to be looking for something. In 1866, a local ploughman uncovered a hoard of Anglo-Saxon silver coins in a small pit on the hillside, and ever since, reports of the Saxon ghost ceased. There are many folk tales concerning running around the ring at midnight, sometimes circling clockwise, sometimes anti-clockwise. 6 times or 12 times, the means are varied. However, the end result is the same, and that is if upon completion of the rite, the ghost of a druid is said to appear inside the ring. Finally, there is the visage of a medieval astrologer who took up residence within the ring to study the stars. His shining ghost is said to glide in and out of the trees following a sudden lowering of the temperature, and has been seen and reported on numerous occasions by people from all walks of life. In 1935, Dr. Philip Goss, who lived within viewing distance of Chanctonbury Ring and held a special fondness with the area, said of the ancient mound, "Naturally, the ring is haunted. Even on bright summer days, there is an uncanny sense of some unseen presence which seems to follow you about. If you enter the dark wood alone, you are conscious of something behind you. When you stop, it stops. When you go on, it follows. Even on the most tranquil days, when no breath of air stirs the leaves, you can hear a whispering somewhere above you. And if you should be so bold as to enter the ring on a dark night, as my wife and I did, we never shall repeat that visit. Some things are best forgotten if they can be." The folk tales surrounding the area are widespread, and most everyone knows at least one tale of strangeness that has taken place there. Beyond stories, however, lies real evidence of something much darker, much more physical, lurking in the shadows of the wood. A threat which could, in part at least, explain the disappearances of the animals, and possibly much, much more. Aside from the various other reported phenomena, Chanctonbury has also been the focal point for several reported UFO sightings, offering fairly easy access as well as a high vantage point and a level of seclusion able to remove a night sky watcher from the light pollution of the nearby city of Brighton and Hove and large towns of Worthing and Littlehampton. It has been the site of choice for many night watchers over the years. In 1968, local ufologist Charles Walker was attending one such night watch taking place on Chanctonbury Ring. The group took a break from their extended vigils when a sudden bout of sickness and temporary blindness struck many members of the group. Being of curious mind, it was this event which he found difficult to explain that prompted Charles to begin investigating the area of Clapham Wood and Chanctonbury. What he was to discover was beyond anything which had been uttered of the area so far. In the late 1970s, Charles was investigating the numerous reports of missing dogs in Clapham Woods in relation to his own research. He had placed an advert in the local paper appealing for information that included his personal telephone number. Unsurprisingly, he had received a number of prank calls, and so he was somewhat suspicious of a wild goose chase when, one evening in 1978, he received an anonymous call from a well-spoken man suggesting they should meet. Arrangements were made for the pair to meet at 9 p.m. that night in the now renowned area of the woods named the Chestnuts, close to the disappearances and strange happenings that had been taking place. The problem for Charles was that the call had come in at 8:30 p.m. With little time to decide, he jumped on his bike and rode to the meeting spot without giving too much thought as to the motives behind the caller. As he walked up the overgrown footpath to the meeting point, he felt a moment of fear as he suddenly realised, now he was out in the isolated woodlands surrounded by nothing but darkness in all directions, that perhaps he was not entirely safe. Alone, he waited. After several minutes of pacing back and forth, however, he began to suspect that perhaps the caller had led him on a path to nowhere, just another prank. There was no sign of the caller, and he turned to leave and make his way back down the path to the warmth of the humming traffic below and the lights of the busy main road. As he began to move away, however, a voice echoed out from the darkness of the bushes. It offered Charles details of information he had coveted for several years prior. Writing in the demonic connection, the man was said to have spoken thusly: "Don't attempt to look for me. For your safety and mine, it is imperative you do not see who I am." He then went on, "I am an initiate of the Friends of Hecate, a group formed in Sussex. The nearest I can describe our activities to you is that we are followers of Satanism. At every meeting we hold, we sacrifice some animal or other. My fellow initiate, who is with me tonight, will confirm that if you doubt what I say. We hold meetings in Clapham Woods every month, and dogs or other domestic or farm animals are sacrificed. It all depends on what is easy to obtain at the time." Charles then apparently asked if the group were connected with the missing dogs in the area, to which he got the reply, "I have already told you that our cult demands a sacrifice at every meeting." The voice then went on to add a last ominous warning to Charles. "There are people in high places holding positions of power and authority who are directly involved and will tolerate no interference. We will stop at nothing to ensure the safety of our cult." Hecate refers to the ancient Greek goddess born of Perses and Asteria, who takes 3 forms. Pictured with 3 human forms, as well as the head of a dog, snake and horse, she was the goddess of the moon, Selene, the moon in heaven, Artemis, the huntress on earth, and Persephone, the destroyer in the underworld. It is suggested that her initial form was that of a friendly and benevolent birth deity. However, since the medieval period has become more commonly associated with her darker aspects, that of the crossroads, long referenced in folklore as gateways to the underworld, of witchcraft, herbs and poisonous plants, ghosts, necromancy and sorcery, and she is commonly referred to as the goddess of night terrors. Closely associated with dogs, she is the keeper of Cerberus, and although it's proposed that originally the dogs were symbols of childbirth and fertility, this interpretation later gave way to the concepts of dogs as manifestations of souls and demons which accompany her. As her sacrificial animal, it is said that dogs were often eaten in solemn sacrament to her. Francis King's book, published in 1972, titled Sexuality, Magic and Perversion, details how to invoke the goddess Hecate with a recitation as follows. Come infernal, Bombo, goddess of the broad roadways, of the crossroad, thou who goest to and fro at night, torch in hand, enemy of the day, friend and lover of darkness, thou who dost rejoice when the bitches are howling and warm blood is spilled, thou who art walking amid the phantom and in the place of tombs, thou whose thirst is blood, thou who dost strike chill fear into mortal heart, Gorgo, Mormo, moon of 1,000 forms, cast a propitious eye upon our sacrifice. One could perhaps write off the group as a small bunch of cranks, or perhaps just people with unique interests who mean little harm. The animal disappearances could have little to do with the group, and they could be simply using the disappearances as a convenience, a form of legitimacy where none existed. To do so, however, would be much too simple. for it was not only dogs and animals that went missing in Clapham Woods. Police Constable Peter Goldsmith was 46 years old, a well-known police officer in the area and a former Royal Commando. He lived in the local village of Stenning, around 8 miles to the northeast of the village of Clapham on the far side of Chanctonbury, with his wife Edith and 2 daughters. On Friday the 2nd of June 1972, he failed to return home and his wife promptly reported him missing. The next morning, when he failed to show up for work at the station, the police launched a full-scale search party consisting of local police, tracker dogs and helicopter. By the 20th of June, with no evidence found, the search operation was ramped up to include over 30 officers, eventually increasing to over 95 officers, 10 dogs, light aircraft, helicopters and a diving unit, and yet still no trace of Peter was found. On the 22nd of September, a police spokesman admitted to the local press that despite following up several leads, they had drawn a blank. At 3 p.m. on the 13th of December 1972, whilst beating for a pheasant shoot on a nearby private farmland, Edward Llewellyn Harris discovered the body of Peter Goldsmith laying underneath a thick patch of brambles. He was lying as if asleep and covered by leaves. In his left hand was a small disc attached to a metal ring, and lying next to the body a small brown bottle which was tested for poison but gave negative results. Due to extensive decomposition, the exact cause of death was impossible to ascertain. However, it was heard at the inquest that his passing had occurred at least 3 months prior to the discovery of his body, and that there were no signs that foul play had occurred. Giving further evidence at the hearing was PC John Grigson, a long-term colleague and friend of Peter, who told of how leading up to his disappearance, Peter had seemed worried recently and was rather quiet and slightly nervous about something. It was also revealed at the inquest that he was last seen at 3:30 p.m. with a brown holdall heading towards the South Downs, and that 6 months prior to his disappearance, Peter had been working as the coroner's officer investigating the death of an unidentified woman's body, which was found just half a mile from where his own body was found. The details of the case, however, do not seem to exist. The final judgment on his death was open verdict and thought to most likely be suicide. Mr. Leon Foster was 66 years old and had been missing for 3 weeks when his body was found in Clapham Wood on the 4th of August 1975. Hugo Healy and his wife had been looking for their missing horse when they came across a pair of legs sticking out from a thicket. Thinking it to be a homeless man, they reported it to the landowner's wife, who contacted police. PCO in Strathmore found the body, as reported, laying on the ground next to what he thought was hay, as if laid out on the ground like a bed. The pathologist on the case was unable to find a cause of death owing to the decomposition of the body, however stated that it appeared he had not eaten or drunk anything for several days prior to his death. The coroner, Dr. Mark Calvert-Lee, unable to ascertain any obvious cause of death, once more ruled an open verdict. Reverend Harry Neil Snelling was 65 years old and lived with his wife in Stenning. He had been the rector of Clapham Patching from 1960 until 1974 and was well known in the local area. On the 31st of October 1978, he had visited the dentist and called his wife to tell her that all had gone well with the appointment and that he would be walking home. When he did not arrive home later that evening, however, his wife reported him missing, and the following day, as with the case of Peter Goldsmith, a full search party was organised, comprising of 25 police officers, tracking dogs and light aircraft. As the days passed and no evidence was returned, local civilians joined in with the search operation, and yet nothing was ever found. 3 years later, in August of 1981, a package arrived at Worthing Police Station containing a letter, a wallet with Harry Neil Snelling's credit card inside, and a rough map with directions to his body. The letter was written by a Canadian hiker named Michael Rain, who, apparently had stumbled across the remains of the Reverend whilst out walking. However, he did not have time to report to the police as he was due to fly to Africa the following day and presumably did not want to be held up by an impending investigation. Upon following the map and description, police found the remains of the Reverend 150 yards from the edge of Clapham Wood in a spot they knew to have thoroughly searched during the investigation. At the inquest, his wife positively identified several items found on the remains. The pathologist, Dr. John Shaw, stated that there was no sign of injury to the bones. Due to the lack of evidence, the verdict was recorded as open once again. Gillian Matthews was a 37-year-old divorcee living in Stenning. She had a history of schizophrenia but was generally thought to be coping well in recent times. However, on the 28th of September 1981, she went out to the shops and never returned. 6 weeks later, on Saturday the 14th of November, Alan Budd and Andrew Martin from Clapham were beating on a pheasant shoot when they stumbled across the body of Gillian, laying uncovered on the ground and quite in the open. Investigations found that Gillian Matthews had been raped and strangled, but no further evidence could be found despite combing the surrounding area. On the 25th of November, a police spokesman told local press that it is thought that there are a number of people in the Stenning area who are reluctant to speak directly to the police. A confidential phone line was set up, but no information was ever gleaned and the perpetrator has never been found. Anthony Flowers, the head keeper of the pheasant shoot for that particular piece of land, commented to the police, "Strangely enough, we had been over the exact spot a fortnight before, but had not seen anything." There are some, including Charles Walker and Toyne Newton, the authors and researchers of The Demonic Connection, that believe the Friends of Hecate may well have had a hand in at least some of the mysterious murders of Clapham Wood. It is not without basis either. After his meeting with the initiate in the darkness of the chestnuts, Charles Walker refused to stop his investigation into the occult practices, and rather, armed with a name for the group, intensified his research. In November of 1978, not long after his rendezvous, Charles was riding his pushbike home when he heard a car pull up behind him and begin to follow him at low speed. The car then proceeded to accelerate into the back of him, knocking him off his bike and sped off quickly. Not being deterred easily, when back on his feet, Charles resumed his investigations and later found a mural on the wall of a barn situated near Clapham Wood of a satanic figure. He described it as a huge horned head with a scaly Luciferian body and forked tail, set against a backdrop of vivid flames. Later in the same year, Charles found evidence of a satanic altar in the centre of Chanctonbury Ring. Meanwhile, Toyne Newton had published several articles detailing his own and Charles's research into the area of Clapham Wood and Chanctonbury for the paranormal magazine The Unexplained. The magazine received quite a large amount of correspondence from readers to Newton, and they duly forwarded them on to the author. Most were from readers who wanted to discuss the subject or had questions. However, one was unsigned, typed up on an old typewriter and opened with the harrowing line, "In your article on Clapham Wood, you ask if the mysterious events are linked to a black coven. I can tell you they are, but it is much more than that." The letter could be easily dismissed as a hoax by a reader who is spinning a tale for Newton. However, the very next line dispels the idea almost without question. A few years back, a friend of mine joined them. They are called the Friends of Hecate. Given that Newton had not mentioned the group's name in any of his articles, there could only be one way for the writer to have had the information, and that is through direct contact, either, as they say, a friend, or they were a member themselves. The letter goes on. They meet in the woods and barn up by the church and make ritual sacrifices at the time of Orion and the Archer. Lots of Patchy and Clapham people are in it, but the top ones come from London. 2 women and a man. The man is a doctor, about 45, the women about 30 and 60. They always go back to London after the meetings, so no one knows who they are or that they are connected with what goes on. I think this is when there is a human sacrifice. My friend said that there are groups the same in Winchester and Avebury, a big group in London. I can't remember them all, but lots of people are involved as there are different grades and thousands of members are in the outer one, but only about 200 at the inner circle. It is all very secret. The inner core members are protected by the others who they use as spies and guards to make sure everything is kept secret. At Clapham there is about 30 members. Who they are I don't know. It is only because my friend has gone to live abroad I can tell you about it. He was sick of it all, especially the sacrifices. He was very frightened when the police were looking for the vicar you mentioned, and when I said I was going to join the search party on the Downs, he said no need, they'd got him. I thought he meant the police had found him, but they hadn't, and when I asked him later on, he told me to shut up. The letter goes on to mention their reasons for using Clapham Wood and about dark forces, and finally signs off. I can't sign my name, but be warned, they are much more powerful than a black coven. In his research, Newton had previously come across a source who had told him about a group of Londoners who had secured exclusive shooting rights on some of the land around Clapham Wood. The source said, "People who have purchased exclusive shooting rights from the privately owned estates come down from London. Big money changes hands and they don't bag many birds. I know because I've seen them." It was Newton's belief that the Friends of Hecate were purchasing the exclusive rights as cover, and cites the fact that 3 of the 4 bodies in the mysterious cases were all found on privately owned land, and 2 by beaters during a private shoot. He also suggests that by owning said rights, they would have a very private and well-guarded venue for holding their ritualistic meetings. Since publishing The Demonic Connection, Charles Walker has continued to investigate the area and has both video and photographic evidence of ritualistic trinkets and incense found around a large beech tree, which is often found with obscure satanic symbols scribed onto the bark in chalk. The wood is, apparently, now clean of the occult, according to posts made online by Charles Walker. Or maybe not. Reports have once again started to filter through of missing animals in the local papers, and despite the hurricane of 1987, which destroyed the ring of trees that sat on top of Chanctonbury, and which much of the reports of high strangeness centred around, the myths surrounding the area persist, and questions on the mystery of Clapham Wood end up simply requiring more questions. Why did the initiate of the Friends of Hecate contact Charles Walker in the first place? If it was to offer veiled threats concerning his investigations, why did he offer up information so freely in regards to their name and practices? Furthermore, if they made sacrifices at their meetings, and as suggested the animal was what is easy to obtain at the time, why did they have to steal them from dog walkers? Surely there are much easier ways of obtaining domestic animals from breeders and animal shelters that would cause much less suspicion and fuss. Why not just breed them themselves? Still though, the group can't be immediately dismissed. There is little doubt that many of the references made, not only in the name but in the practices, are far and away too obscure for a common prankster, especially in a time before the internet where information was not so easily gleaned on such matters. The letter, as bizarre as it is, can also not be easily explained, as it contains much too much information that could only have been gained by first-hand experience. One of the authors of the book, The Demonic Connection, Toyn Newton, has, it seems, written further publications that detail a supposed occult plot involving the European Union and British sovereignty, which is unfortunate and leads one to roll eyes a little too easily. However, even if we are to disregard the wider conspiracy, there is certainly historical evidence that the occult have, and seemingly will always, be drawn to Clapham and Chanctonbury due to its long and winding history. Posting online, Charles Walker said of Friends of Hecate, "There is a tremendous amount of material that has not been made public as yet, and may not be for some time. Investigations in the area are ongoing, and we have in fact made contact with at least 2 people who were, for some years, involved at a low level with the Friends of Hecate. As far as the deaths are concerned, there remain many questions. In the case of Peter Goldsmith, if no foul play had been detected, why on earth would he have gone to the trouble of concealing himself underneath a bramble bush to commit suicide? And how did he do it? Who was the girl whose body had been found 6 months prior, and why is there so little information in regards to any case? There is little to be gleaned from the case of Leon Foster, but the questions surrounding the Reverend Harry Neil Snelling are numerous. If the remains were indeed found where his body originally lay, how had the police and search party, consisting of both a large group of trained officers and civilians alike, not discovered it during the search? Who was the Canadian hiker, and how was he allowed to simply vanish after supplying the police with such sensitive information? And exactly how had the Reverend died in the first place? There seemed little doubt that Gillian Matthews' body was dumped at a much later date